1996, a virtual reality game called Eternal unexpectedly merged with the real world. Countless mysterious maps appeared across the planet, bringing hordes of monsters and alien races that flooded in, sowing chaos. Fortunately, humans could also change professions like in the game, creating opportunities to survive on the razor's edge. It had been only a year since Chu-gi transmigrated into this world. He hadn't even gotten used to his new identity when his mother passed away. As if that weren't enough, Chu-gi's younger sister suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. With no choice left, he was forced to sell the house, beg relatives for loans, and hire a low-level pastor to keep his sister alive. But medical costs kept piling up, and Chu-gi's part-time earnings gradually became insufficient. So he resolved to switch to a combat profession, hoping to enter dungeons to earn more money. At the profession change ceremony, the presiding official was a level 24 mage, majestic and powerful. When he placed his staff on the awakening platform, a brilliant purple light flared up, so dazzling that the trainees below couldn't open their eyes. The aura radiated powerfully, like an invisible storm, leaving Chu-gi inwardly awestruck. A presiding mage's earnings from hosting a profession ceremony had to be at least 6 figures, he thought to himself. Then, the trainees took turns stepping onto the awakening platform in order. Although this world had thousands of professions, each person was shown only the 3 options best suited to them when changing professions. In a world teeming with monsters, combat professions were always most respected, especially outstanding warriors. Conversely, non-combat professions were regarded as lowly. The trainee at the front completed awakening with a livelihood-related profession and moved on to the next round of profession changes. Before long, it was number 31's turn. Ju-mi was the class monitor with excellent grades and top attribute stats. Many had high expectations of him. However, those achievements seemed to have little to do with changing professions. When Chu-gi stepped onto the awakening platform, all eyes turned to him, but strangely, the platform showed no reaction. Just as people began whispering, the pendant on Chu-gi's chest suddenly flashed with a brilliant golden light. The light grew more intense, like a sacred flame erupting, enveloping his entire body. Instantly, a series of notifications appeared before Chu-gi, like floating panels of light in the air. System energy detected. System activating. Download complete. The strongest profession support system has been activated. Newcomer gift package, Divine Protection S-rank. Without hesitation, Chu-gi selected to receive the reward. Immediately, a surge of divine power rose within him. His affinity with the light system skyrocketed. The effects of all light-based skills were doubled. In this world, talents were ranked from F to S. The higher the rank, the more exceptional the effects. More importantly, talents were closely linked to the profession chosen at the ceremony. As people chatted excitedly, a voice rang out to break the silence. Chu-gi, what are you standing there dazed for? It's not like you can't change professions, is it? At that moment, a dazzling golden beam suddenly pierced the clouds, enveloping Chu-gi. The whole sky seemed dyed a holy gold, glittering with radiant orange light. The 2 hosts looked up, unable to hide their astonishment. I didn't expect this to be a sign of talent awakening. Under everyone's stunned gaze, a majestic 6-winged angel slowly descended from the column of light. At last, she hovered directly before Chu-gi, exuding a divine presence that left everyone breathless. Faced with the angel's holy and mesmerizing beauty, Chu-gi for a moment couldn't help but show a look of infatuation, staring at her without blinking. Both teachers and students around were dumbfounded, mouths agape and speechless. Suddenly, a clear, bell-like voice rang out amid the radiant light. The light is your faith. It is his source of energy. With the support of his faith, the holy light will forever protect him from all evil. The path of holy light will always shield him from all wickedness, and I will always protect him, staying by his side. Having spoken, the angel reached out and gently embraced Chu-gi. Immediately after, she transformed into a brilliant beam of light and merged with the center of his forehead, leaving a sparkling golden cross. In the blink of an eye, Chu-gi's body flared with golden light, dazzling, like a holy flame erupting. As the light slowly faded, 3 golden images appeared in midair. On the ground, the crowd immediately erupted, shouts ringing out. This guy looks so dazed, but he's so lucky. Not only did he awaken a talent right at the profession ceremony, but the 3 professions shown have never been seen before. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Lai, widened her eyes in disbelief. Unbelievable. These are the hidden professions from legend. Before Chu-gi now were 3 rare choices. Light Mage, Holy Cleric, and Holy Knight. Faced with those 3 powerful hidden professions, Chu-gi fell into thought. The Light Mage specialized in damage, wielding formidable destructive power, but with very fragile self-defense, easily falling in battle. The Holy Cleric had many protective and healing skills, but poor solo combat ability, overly reliant on teammates. Meanwhile, the Holy Knight was more well-rounded, able to both withstand and attack, and possessed healing abilities, balancing offense and defense. Although he didn't possess any outstanding special talent, Chu-gi had a natural affinity with the Holy Light, making the Holy Knight the perfect choice for him. Without hesitation, he decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Immediately, the image of the Holy Knight shimmered into view, transformed into a brilliant beam of light, and merged into Chu-gi's body. A solemn voice resounded. Congratulations on successfully changing your profession to Holy Knight. Behind him, 3 pairs of majestic angelic wings, 6 wings in total, slowly appeared, radiating holy light. 2 floating dialogue boxes appeared before him. Congratulations on changing to Holy Knight level 10. Skill acquired, Pure Blade. Skill acquired, Slow Recovery. Weapon benefit obtained. Unassigned, 10 attribute points. In the blink of an eye, the crowd surged forward, surrounding Chu-gi from every side. Noisy calls kept ringing out. Chu-gi, can I join you for the big exam? Chu-gi, can you go on a date with me? Can we have children together? Amid the chaos, homeroom teacher Ms. Lai struggled through and loudly dispersed the crowd. Don't gather here anymore. It's over. It's over. Then she turned to Chu-gi in a gentler tone. Chu-gi, you performed very well today. Go home and rest. Come to the principal's office tomorrow. Returning to the dormitory, Chu-gi began studying his new profession. After changing professions, not only were his attributes enhanced, but his physical strength also improved significantly. He had 10 unassigned attribute points. After some thought, Chu-gi prioritized strength to maximize his attack, then stamina to be more enduring in battle. After finishing the allocation, he felt a surge of energy boiling within his body, like a blazing flame, powerful and intoxicating. At that moment, a dialogue box appeared. New player detected assigning attribute points for the first time. Holy Knight quest has been activated. The corner of Chu-gi's mouth curved into a bright smile. So completing quests can grant rewards. This one isn't bad. After all, his journey had only just begun. When Chu-gi pressed the confirm button, the surrounding space instantly twisted violently, as if torn apart and reborn. A cold, clear announcement sounded. For random challenge levels have successfully combined, creating a harsh training field. The mission appeared before him. Defeat the Gula-class monster. Take this trial seriously. If you die in the trial, you will die in reality. When he opened his eyes again, Chu-gi found himself standing in a deserted mine cave, not a soul in sight. According to the guidebook, Gula was not originally a carnivorous monster, but when facing humans it became ferocious and would fight to the last drop of blood. Lost in thought, a sudden hook came crashing in from behind. Chu-gi leaped back like a blade, the ground beneath his feet cracking. The corner of his mouth lifted into a confident smile. This is my first time facing a monster. If I don't use skills, can I still kill it? Then his toes twitched slightly, his body flashed and reappeared several meters away in the blink of an eye. He was now more agile than ever, with greatly enhanced spring. Is this because my attributes increase? Gula roared violently and charged at terrifying speed. But with superior agility, Chu-gi easily dodged its attack. Too slow. I can see the trajectory of its strike. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a razor-sharp tail shot out from behind the Gula, stabbed straight into Chu-gi, and slammed him hard into a rock behind. A hole opened in his abdomen, blood gushing out relentlessly. The intense pain made Chu-gi buckle, blood pouring over his body. Seeing that, The Gula let out a grotesque burst of laughter. Without hesitation, Chu-gi immediately activated the slow recovery skill. Though he had gone through many training sessions at school, facing a real monster was a completely different experience. Even low-level monsters couldn't be underestimated. He gritted his teeth and vowed to remember this lesson. The Gula growled, swinging its sharp claws and lunging forward again. Chu-gi wasted no time and drew a cross sign in the air with his hand. A brilliant golden light immediately flared up, forming a cross that flew straight toward the Gula. That was his pure blade skill, imbued with light magic, dealing damage and also paralyzing the enemy. Seizing the moment the Gula staggered, Chu-gi slammed his foot into the ground, rushed forward like a whirlwind. He activated the violent ram skill, grabbed the monster and dragged it along before slamming it with a powerful impact. The Gula was flung like a projectile, crashing into the stone wall with an explosion that reverberated through the cave. The corner of Chu-gi's mouth curved, his eyes flashing. "Here we go, baby." Golden energy flared from his fist, like a holy fire. Chu-gi delivered the final punch, infused with the power of Aurora, striking the Gula. The monster collapsed and turned to ash. An announcement immediately rang out. "Gula defeated. You have completed the A-rank evaluation trial. Please choose your reward. Receive an additional 10 attribute points. Obtain skill Holy Knight. Receive a random Holy Knight equipment." Attribute points and skills are the foundation of any profession's power. New skills take time to master, while a suitable weapon would be more useful in later trials. In the end, he chose the 10 attribute points to immediately boost his strength. As he accepted the reward, the surrounding space began to disintegrate, as if dissolving into nothingness. Chu-gi sank into a gentle melody and returned to his room in the blink of an eye. At the same time, at Fujian City Hospital, Chu-gi's younger sister Chu-van was watching the news about the profession ceremony. The announcer's voice brimmed with excitement. "This is the first hidden profession owner our city has seen in 50 years. Even the mayor is paying special attention." Chu-van managed a weak smile, her eyes gleaming with hope, thinking of her brother. Suddenly, the TV screen went dark. The head nurse entered the room with a gloomy expression, holding a piece of paper. "It's time to pay the hospital bill, Chu-van," she said coldly, handing the paper to her. Chu-van took it, her hands trembling. When she saw the figure on it, her eyes widened in shock. "Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it only 5,000 stars before? My brother has to work 3 jobs a month just to earn that much. Where are we supposed to get the rest?" Her voice was full of panic and helplessness. The head nurse frowned, her tone sharp. "You've been using too many medications this month and even had a priest come once. During that period, you relapsed 3 times, forcing the nursing team to stay up nights to care for you. If fate doesn't allow it, don't expect to be cured. Born poor, accept your lot. No money, then get out." The icy words cut Chu-van to the bone. Just then, a hand unexpectedly rested on the head nurse's shoulder. A steady, deep voice said, "Nurse, I believe I just heard you scolding the patient." The head nurse flinched, stammering, Is that so?" She hurriedly changed her tone. "Would you mind coming to the director's office to discuss this?" The man only responded with a cold glance. Sensing the overwhelming presence, the head nurse immediately turned and left the room without daring to say another word. Chu-van remained tense, eyeing the strangers warily. She assumed they were debt collectors, her heart pounding. The middle-aged man smiled amiably, stepped forward, and handed over a business card. "Are you Chu-van?" he asked gently. "The hospital system shows a new deposit in your account. Do you know what happened?" At that moment, Chu-gi entered the ward. He stopped, his gaze immediately turning to the stranger. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man smiled and extended his hand. "Mr. Chu-gi, my name is Van Ban, the mayor's secretary. I wish to speak with you about a matter." His voice was calm but carried an air of formality. Chu-gi listened quietly, weighing things in his mind. Mayor Li Shur was a powerful figure, and his secretary Van Ban sometimes even acted on the mayor's behalf. He gave a slight smile and nodded. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. The two left the hospital and entered a nearby restaurant. The atmosphere turned more formal as they spoke politely and cautiously. But from just a few exchanged looks, Chu-gi sensed Van Ban's deeper intentions. Van Ban produced an exquisite key and gently placed it on the table. The mayor holds you in high regard. He has specifically requested the media not to bother you and has arranged special cultivation resources just for you. Those resources are stored in the Citibank safe, and this is the only key. If you have other requests, feel free to propose them. Van Ban's tone was calm but laden with implication. Chu-gi did not immediately take the key. In the mayor's eyes, he was probably a promising investment, a factor that could greatly influence the future. But Chu-gi knew all too well that nothing in this world is free. The mayor clearly expected that one day he would repay this favor. Van Ban seemed to read the doubt in his eyes and continued, "From today, a professional medical team will be on duty to care for Chu Van around the clock. Additionally, the mayor has contacted a level 36 pastor. In a month, he will personally come to treat her." Hearing Chu Van's name, Chu-gi's brow knit slightly. But after only a few seconds of thought, he made up his mind. "All right, let's do it," he thought, then quickly took the key. "Thank you very much." His voice was calm but revealed decisive resolve. Back in the ward, Chu-gi recounted the entire event to his sister. Chu-van looked at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Big brother, are you going to soar into the sky now? Can I be a decoration on your thigh later?" She laughed, a radiant smile appearing on her pale, illness-touched face. Chu-gi gently ruffled his sister's hair, his gaze tender yet resolute. "There are things I need to prioritize, little Van. Right now, the most important thing is taking care of your health." His voice was warm and sincere. Chu-van looked up curiously, eyes shining with eagerness. "Each profession has its own skills, right? What are your skills? What are your 3 unique skills?" Chu-gi smiled and explained that slow recovery was his primary support spell and could be combined with the Holy Knight's weapon for greater effect. Slow recovery can help ease your pain. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on her forehead. The moment the skill activated, a holy golden light flared up, enveloping Chu Van. In an instant, her body was completely soothed, the pain ebbing away and replaced by an indescribable relief. "So comfortable, like soaking in a hot spring," Chu Van exclaimed in astonishment. Chu-gi continued to apply the skill, generating a protective halo like armor of light that wrapped around his sister. After a while, he withdrew his hand and asked, "There, do you feel better?" Chu Van immediately nodded repeatedly, a radiant smile brightening her face. "No more pain, and my body feels warm. You're really amazing." Her eyes shone with admiration. A gentle smile appeared on Chu-gi's face. He hadn't chosen the Holy Knight solely for combat power. A larger part of his reason was his sister's strange illness. Though the skill couldn't fully cure her, even easing her pain a little was enough to make him content. The next morning, Chu-gi went to the principal's office. The principal beamed with satisfaction, his tone enthusiastic. "Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me requesting special admission for you. My phone nearly blew up. Today, 4 professors from top 10 universities are coming directly. Show them your best, Chu-gi. Secure the best resources for yourself. These professors are second-tier career transfer instructors, all above level 35. If you receive special admission, your future training will be top-notch." His eyes were full of expectation. However, a flicker of disappointment still crossed Chu-gi's mind. The top 3 universities he hoped for had not appeared. The principal seemed to notice his thoughts and quickly explained, "The Team University and Akeem University select solely based on major exams. They don't consider talent or profession, nor do they care about unstable factors." With that, he led Chu-gi to the reception room. From the hallway, the lively debate inside could already be heard. The principal entered first, his expression solemn. He introduced each person. "These are the professors from Tianfu University, Southern Mountain University, Capital City University, and Anjing University." Chu-gi immediately bowed politely and greeted them. "Hello, professors." The 4 professors all nodded in unison, their eyes assessing the young man before them. Despite having transferred into a rare hidden profession, Chu-gi showed no arrogance, impatience, or pride. A very fine young man, one quietly remarked to himself. True Tianfu, representing Tianfu University, spoke first. His voice was decisive and blunt. I'll be frank about Vin Duong University's offer. If you enroll, you'll receive a monthly stipend of 2 million, plus 3 exclusive skill books for the Holy Night. Hearing that, Chu-gi couldn't help but startle. A normal family's income was only around 6,000 per month, yet the offered sum reached 2 million. Moreover, the Holy Knight's exclusive skill books were nearly impossible for ordinary people to access. Even the mayor could only provide him with equivalent-level resources. Mr. Li Bang, representing Southern Mountain University, burst into a mocking laugh. That's all? Vin Duong University is as stingy as ever. Ha! He then turned to Chu-gi with a confident smile. Chu-gi, if you enroll at Southern Mountain University, you'll receive 3 million per year. You'll also get 3 level 56 Holy Knight skill books and direct instruction from level 56 knights. The principal standing nearby immediately gaped, eyes full of astonishment. Level 56. That's a being nearly at the peak of this planet. If you could become a disciple of someone like that, your future would be virtually limitless. His voice trembled with excitement, but Chu-gi only shook his head slightly, still weighing his options. Southern Mountain University's offer was tempting but not enough to sway him. At that moment, Ms. Nak Lu from Capital City University hurriedly spoke with great enthusiasm. Capital City's enrollment fee is not high, only 2 million. But if you agree to enroll, I'll immediately provide you with a B-grade cultivation resource. Right after Mr. Truong from Anjing University jumped in. His aged face flushed with excitement, his voice nearly fanatical. Agree now, Chu-gi. A B-grade cultivation resource can't be measured by money. It's a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Even an ordinary pig could be nurtured into the strongest monster. The 4 professors all looked to Chu-gi, awaiting his decision. The room's atmosphere instantly tightened like a drawn bowstring, but Chu-gi's next words plunged the room into absolute silence. I intend to forego this direct admission opportunity. The 4 professors were stunned, their faces showing awkwardness and disbelief. Ms. Nak Lu of Anjing University knit her brows, her gaze turning cold. Yet Chu-gi stood tall, his voice firm and strong. I want to pass into the 3 most prestigious universities in the top 10. In the current rankings, Capital University and Madu University consistently occupy the top spots and are honored as the 3 strongest universities of Zhonghe Nation. Chu-gi explained slowly, his eyes blazing with determination. Each year they recruit only about 1,000 freshmen. Not only humans but other races like the fairykin or giants can also participate in the selection. Those races already possess power far beyond ordinary humans. Moreover, the top 3 universities gather countless outstanding geniuses from across Zhonghe Nation. Therefore, passing their entrance is akin to reaching the heavens. True Tianfu suddenly burst into loud laughter, his voice booming like thunder. I thought you were a promising seed. Turns out you're just someone who doesn't know his limits. I've read your entire file. 18 years living in poverty, without good resources for cultivation. Weak strength, low attributes. With your current ability, don't talk about the top 3 universities. Getting into the top ranks is already wishful thinking. Even if you somehow get in, you'll just be at the bottom of the class. You won't receive any focused training. Your life will ultimately end up like this. His gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming invisible pressure immediately descended on Chu-gi. If it were before, that aura alone would have forced him to his knees. But at that moment, the principal stepped forward to shield Chu-gi, his voice becoming steely. Mr. True, what do you mean? Do you intend to bully my student on my campus? A flash of surprise crossed Chu-gi's face. Under the tremendous pressure from True Tianfu, he had still stood firm without wavering, even for 3 breaths. This child is indeed not ordinary, Principal Nak Lu thought, his eyes showing admiration. Tru Tien Fu snorted coldly and withdrew some of his domineering air. Admissions don't consider potential alone. They must also look at character. With your temperament, even if given special admission, it's unlikely you'll become a great figure. After speaking, he led the 3 other professors out of the reception room, leaving behind an atmosphere so heavy it was suffocating. Principal Nak Lu looked at Chu Gi, her voice lowering with a hint of regret. You are very brave, but what he said isn't entirely wrong. Zhongha Nation has countless geniuses. There are even alien races stronger than humans. Getting into the top 3 universities is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Hearing that, Chu Gi smiled confidently. His eyes still burned with fighting resolve. I'll use my final exam results to prove my ability. His voice rang with determination. Chu Gi stood there radiating absolute confidence. Only 1 month remained until the final exam. With the system's support, he was sure his strength would grow by leaps and bounds. By then, the top 3 universities would surely be his targets. The principal looked at the young man, surprise flickering across her face. How long has it been since I've seen such a determined look? It reminded her of years fighting on battlefields, where human will was tempered by blood and fire. Living too long in peace and comfort makes people complacent. But now passionate young people like you are replacing us, she said with feeling. She smiled and stepped out of the reception room. I look forward to your performance in the big exam. See you, Chu Gi. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the long-awaited exam finally arrived. News about Chu Gi had spread everywhere. Word had it he refused special admission and wanted to take the entrance exams for the top universities himself. How arrogant! A broken-down nobody like him. He couldn't even be sure of passing the city's genius exam. Yet because he has a rare hidden profession he acts so proud. This time he'll likely get into big trouble. Amid the chatter, Chu Gi entered the examination hall, his whole body exuding a powerful, sharp, invisible presence. A nearby student whispered in astonishment. Why does he seem so different from before? He really has the aura of a mighty one. Another sighed wearily. I'm done for today, exhausted. Boo-hoo. Just then, the dungeon gate burst open. An announcement rang out. Dungeon, Gloomwood Forest, level range 10 to 13. Requires 1 to 5 people. Difficulty, nightmare. Lovecats and bullhead beasts are born cruel and bloodthirsty, fond of eating humans. Warning. This dungeon is extremely dangerous. The exam hall instantly erupted into chaos as students panicked and murmured. What is this? Gloomwood Forest again. Is there going to be swamp terrain? Lovecats are agile, while bullhead beasts have thick hides and fat bodies. Aren't they trying to kill us? The difficulty allows up to 5 people. Before it needed only 3. Now it's 5. Definitely extremely dangerous. The whispers grew louder. The proctor stepped up, his voice booming with a hint of mockery. I'm just giving a light reminder. Any student who isn't careful will die. Act within your ability. Don't overdo it. If in danger, use a reversal scroll to escape. But remember, if you die in the dungeon, you die in real life. Time waits for no one. The exam starts immediately. Life is more important than money. Hurry up. Time's up. I'm off. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly and left, leaving tension hanging in the air. The teleportation circles flared, ready to send students into the dungeon. The system announcement sounded cold and clear. All candidates prepare. The dungeon begins. In an instant, 2 students with the warrior and assassin classes stepped into the dungeon set for 1 to 5-person teams. Next came the level 1 team Long Fai, Vong Fuang and Tun Qian, an elementalist and a shadow mage. They chose the 3-person difficulty challenge. Finally, it was Chu Gi's turn, and the examination hall buzzed. Oh, the protagonist is really different. Going big. A holy knight dares to take the nightmare challenge solo. Chu Gi stood there, eyes blazing with resolve, unmoved by the talk. He stepped into the teleportation circle, ready to face the harshest trial. The remaining group from Class 2, called Truong Vu Vong Lu and Tru Thien Hong, with classes Bao Archer, Fire Mage, and Swordsman, chose the 4-person difficulty challenge. Outside the exam hall, students and spectators chatted animatedly, the air buzzing with excitement. No wonder these are the vanguard classes. Aside from the 2 5-person teams, most chose to run the dungeon solo. Solitary runs yield more experience and higher exam scores, but the risk of death is greater. Only class leader Chu-gi would dare go that big, someone exclaimed with admiring eyes. As Chu-gi stepped through the teleport gate into the dungeon, countless eyes followed him intently, all filled with astonishment and worry. How dare he enter a nightmare-level dungeon alone? How lonely and brutal must that difficulty be? From a distance, the director of education gaped at Chu-gi. This kid is truly insane. Who does he think he is, daring to enter a nightmare-level dungeon by himself? He muttered in disbelief. Then he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "The Holy Knight's extraordinary support ability makes him a focal figure. What gives him the right to do whatever he wants? Why does he want to clear a nightmare dungeon alone?" The principal beside him also grew serious. Over the past month, Lijiang City had invested substantial resources in Chu-gi, all to ensure he achieved excellent results in this exam. If Chu-gi died in the dungeon, the city's reputation would suffer a heavy blow. He cannot fail, he thought, eyes anxious but still holding on to hope. Hearing this, Director Jia Dao could not contain his anger, his face flushing with fury. Chu-gi's actions are tantamount to disregarding the government's training, he barked in displeasure. But the principal, his eyes full of confidence, immediately replied, "Director Jia, rest assured. Only when he dies will things truly be over. Besides, how could he die? Moreover, he still has an ace up his sleeve." Inside the dungeon, after receiving a 7-point boost to strength and being equipped with a long weapon, Chu-gi became as agile as lightning. He activated the summoning system for Pure Blade. A white silhouette flashed, swift as a wind that cut through space. "Initiate weapon draw system," Chu-gi murmured, his gaze cold. A love cat lunged forward with viciously sharp claws. As quick as a cut, he summoned the cleaving temple blade. The massive blade radiated a dazzling holy light. "Love cat, come here," he shouted, then unleashed a powerful slash. The love cat took the blow and immediately collapsed, motionless. The system quickly displayed a status panel. Strength, 45.
Physique, 51.
Agility, 43. Intelligence, 52. Chu-gi curled a lip and thought, with these average stats after a month of training, I can still rank among the top 5 candidates. But at that moment, a monster hiding in the bushes behind suddenly lunged out to bite him. Not stopping there, 2 more love cats appeared, their eyes glowing blood red with ferocity. Chu-gi spun, his eyes blazing with combat intent. "If you won't come, then I'll take the initiative to eliminate you," he roared, gripping the blade tightly, ready to meet them. The love cats thought Chu-gi hadn't noticed them, but he gave them no chance to react. Without a word wasted, he immediately activated a new skill. C-grade blessing weapon. A brilliant light flared and enveloped him, increasing the weapon's physical attack and attack speed. Hit rate reached near certainty. With the agility of a young warrior, Chu-gi swung the blade like a whirlwind and charged straight at the 2 love cats. The combat results popped up on the score panel. Thanks to the S-rank talent Divine Protection, the blessing weapon skill was dramatically amplified. Pure Blade's power erupted, adding 20 points of damage. "Love cat, come here," he murmured and delivered a 180-degree horizontal slash as mighty as thunder. The love cats were almost instantly felled. The ground shook violently and dust and rocks flew everywhere. Chu-gi stood there, the corner of his mouth lifting in confident smile. "My power is truly terrifying. If the other students saw this, they'd surely be stunned." Under the S-rank talents effect, his 3-star blade, once a low-tier weapon, now performed like a 5-star weapon after enhancement. The gap between him and the other candidates had become an abyss. But while Chu-gi was still basking in thoughts of his feat, 3 love cats suddenly lunged from behind, their claws flashing viciously. Unfazed, he immediately activated the Pure White Shield skill. A holy light erupted, forming a solid protective wall. Moments later, Chugi spun and unleashed a lightning-fast slash, cutting down all the love cats in the blink of an eye. Why not kill a few more? He told himself, eyes blazing with battle intent. The system kept issuing notifications while the crowd outside continued to buzz with astonishment and doubt. With his remarkable judgment, Chugi had triggered pure white shield at the exact moment of the ambush. A love cat leapt from behind, claws swinging fiercely, but Chugi, as quick as lightning, immediately detected the danger. My reaction speed is now many times stronger than before, he murmured, eyes flashing. Combined with the S-rank talent Divine Protection, his power was vastly amplified. Chugi flung the pure blade. The blade streaked through the air, sharp as an arrow. A holy light burst like thunder, rending space and piercing the love cat's body, felling it instantly. The audience outside erupted. My God! It's too terrifying. There are no words. I've seen special orders at the trading center, but class leader Chu uses skills like he's playing. Another student exclaimed in shock. Could all his free attribute points be added into strength? That's not it. Look closely, Chugi's speed is extreme. Not only his skill release speed, but his physical attributes are hardly low. Another voice immediately countered with admiring eyes. Amid the chatter, Director Jia Dao stood with a stern face. He silently assessed that Chugi possessed an extremely strong combat consciousness, but his fighting style was overly direct and lacked necessary caution. Still, his eyes couldn't hide recognition of Chugi's exceptional talent. The first wave of love cats struck like a storm, depleting vast amounts of stamina in the nightmare dungeon. Not only was each monster's strength terrifying, but their sheer numbers were enough to topple even the finest mages. The cleaving temple blade, heavy as a mountain, posed an enormous challenge to any professional warrior. 1 or 2 slashes might be manageable, but continuously delivering hundreds of strikes would exhaust anyone quickly, only to be torn to pieces by the love cats in the end. In the nightmare dungeon, countless love cats kept appearing, dense like a sea of monsters. The crowd outside immediately burst into astonishment. So soon another wave of love cats has appeared? They don't even give a rest, it's brutal. Someone else said anxiously. There are over 100 love cats. Can class leader Chugi still hold out this time? But despite the overwhelming numbers, Chugi stood firm, his whole body erupting with power like a holy flame. He unleashed the exorcise skill, wiping out the love cats in an instant, making them vanish completely. Not stopping there, to conserve stamina, Chugi further refined his use of pure white shield, turning it into a sharper offensive weapon. With a decisive motion, he launched the cleaving temple blade outward. The blade shot like an arrow and slammed into the ground. A massive explosion rang out, hurling dozens of love cats into the air. Then the blade spiraled back to his hand, crushing the remaining monsters into fragments. This blade. Get close and you die, Chugi murmured, eyes blazing with battle intent. The final thunderous slash he reserved for the last love cat, completely ending the assault. At that moment, a spatial gate suddenly appeared. The vortex of light expanded, radiating a mysterious and dangerous aura. This must be the entrance to the next level, he thought, sensing that the challenge ahead would be far more difficult. Without hesitation, Chugi hoisted the blade onto his shoulder and strode into the gate with absolute confidence. His fighting will burned fiercely within him. The moment he stepped through the gate, Chugi was immediately confronted with a new challenge. A horde of vicious love cats had gathered ahead, their numbers like a sea of monsters waiting. He curled a smirk, eyes cold and proudly arrogant. All of you charge. I'll handle it. Entering the second floor of the nightmare dungeon, Chugi remained unshaken. Before him were countless monsters so numerous they couldn't be counted. Bearing the cleaving temple blade on his shoulder with a nonchalant air, he stood tall like a war god. The system quickly displayed information about the love cats. The strongest was a level 14 humanoid beast, possessing skills, Rage, Brutal Collision, Vashtump, Overlord. The others were levels 11, 12, and 13, with common skills such as Light Mastery, Healing, Fire Mastery, Fireball, Flame Wave, Chu-gi skimmed the data and thought, they're weak individually, but very organized in combat. Huin Kuang Yu was the cleric-type love cat, specializing in healing allies. Mages like Yem Yu and Dark Rune Yu combined with White Silver Yu human delivered devastating attacks, forming a complete battle formation. If the first gate was a chaotic mob, this second gate was like a trained army, increasing the death rate 100-fold. Suddenly, the monsters roared in unison, their momentum soaring. A lead beast bellowed, "Brothers, kill it!" Chu-gi tightened his grip on the blade, eyes ablaze with battle intent, ready to face the entire Love Cat army. The pack charged as one. Leading them was a fierce fishman boasting superior combat strength. Behind them, the Mayu Mage pack continuously cast dark runes and fire magic, creating a relentless storm of attacks. Immediately, Chu-gi was bound by dark runes, his hands and feet tightly restrained, his body freezing under the curse's effect. At the same time, blazing fireballs hurtled toward him, coordinated with the melee Mayu and the charging fishman. The situation became extremely perilous, with almost no way out. But instead of panicking, Chu-gi only faintly smirked, his eyes flashing sharpness. He calmly analyzed the beast's tactics, every move calculated. Chu-gi whispered an incantation, his deep, steady voice resonating. The moment the Holy Light Cross skill was activated, a giant cross symbol appeared before him, radiating brilliant holy light and an overwhelming presence. Facing the Mayu pack's fierce assault, Chu-gi slowly pressed his palms together, forming a glittering seal between his hands. In an instant, the dark runes on his body vanished, and a tremendous surge of power exploded forth. The stands fell silent as everyone held their breath, watching his every action. No one could predict what he would do next. Suddenly, the light from the Holy Light Cross erupted violently, spreading across the battlefield. Where the light touched, all demons were instantly incinerated, vanishing without a trace. The Mayu and fishmen, once filled with killing intent, let out agonized screams and thrashed wildly to no avail. The holy light grew ever brighter like a divine flame devouring everything. In the blink of an eye, all the beasts were swept clean, not a single one remaining. The system immediately announced, Holy Light Cross Skill Level 4B. Summons Holy Light to form a giant cross symbol, causing enemies within range to continuously suffer light damage per second. After witnessing Chu-gi wipe out the beasts in an instant, the entire stands erupted. Director Jia Dao, the head of the Education Bureau, and all the spectators leapt to their feet in shock. Too strong. All the low-level beasts have been completely annihilated. Jia Dao stood stunned, his heart profoundly shaken. Who told me the Holy Knight was merely a support class? His area attack skill, Holy Light Cross, is clearly reached Grade A. Skill talents are divided into many tiers. The higher the tier, the more terrifying the effect, meaning rarity and value far exceed imagination. Jia Dao looked at Chu-gi with resolute eyes, deeply shaken. Even government resources can only provide C-grade skills. Yet he possesses a B-grade skill. Chu-gi's ability is truly not ordinary. Inside the dungeon, Chu-gi stood tall before the last remaining beast, a gigantic fishman. With a confident expression, he sneered, "Come on then, it's just you left." Seemingly understanding the provocation, the fishman roared in rage and activated a skill. A colossal overlord silhouette appeared behind it, stomping down on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, debris scattering as a deep fissure lunged straight toward Chu-gi. But he remained completely unshaken. With a light spring, Chu-gi leapt into the air, dodging the attack with ghost-like agility. Giving him no chance to rest, the fishman dashed forward like lightning, aiming at the hovering Chu-gi. It used brutal collision. In overlord state, all its power erupted, making every strike deal maximum damage. Yet Chu-gi kept a terrifying calm, as if the fishman's attacks were child's play. He barely smirked, raised the war cloth in his hand, and activated Cleaving Strike. Light flashed violently. A devastating blow struck the fishman, hurling it dozens of meters away. Its massive body tumbled through the air. But Chu-gi did not stop. He pressed his hands to his chest and the holy light flared across the battlefield once more. Although Overlord state made the fishman nearly immune to critical damage from ordinary strikes, Chu-gi remained ice-cold and composed. The other beasts, when engulfed by the holy light, stood frozen as if petrified. Even wounded, the fishman screamed madly and charged toward Chu-gi one last time. But the moment it closed in, Chu-gi coldly unleashed a world-shaking slash. The blade ripped through the air and cleaved the fishman's body in two. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. Its giant body crashed to the ground, eyes still wide and staring at Chu-gi in defiance. The holy light blazed brighter, the divine flames incinerating all remaining beasts until they vanished in an instant. With a single move, the entire battlefield was wiped clean. Chu-gi slowly stepped forward and casually stamped on the fishman's head. That seemingly simple stomp crushed its skull like crushing a loaf of bread. The last beast was completely felled. At that moment, a shimmering gate appeared in midair, leading to the final floor of the nightmare dungeon where the final boss awaited. Outside the dungeon, the hall exploded with excited cheers. All eyes were glued to the big screen. Oh my God! One strike sent that giant fishman flying that far. Incredible! Shouts of amazement rang through the stands. Don't forget these fishmen are formidable. Such a crazy sequence of moves. A spectator yelled, Chu-gi! I like you! The second gate was cleared in merely 59 seconds. Old Dao, head of the Education Bureau, no longer wore his initial disdain. Instead, he gaped, intently watching every moment. Kyo-do beside him applauded. Very powerful, my good son. He turned to Dean La-hang, eyes glinting with pride. Principal, congratulations. The second academy has had an excellent exam. Seeing Kyo-do flip his stance so quickly, Dean La-hang merely smiled calmly and replied, It's over. The feng shui has changed. It's time our school has outstanding talents. He felt quietly pleased. Since the academy's founding, its best student had only ranked 721st in the province. Perhaps this time Chu-gi would elevate the second academy to a new height. Suddenly, a student pointed at the screen and shouted, Oh my God! Why not rest before entering the boss room? Hearing that, Old Dao pretended to be angry and scolded sharply. Good grief! You're being ridiculous again. How can you fight if you don't rest? Seeing Old Dao agitated and irritable, La-hang hurriedly reached out to calm him, sweat beading on his brow. Chu-gi has his reasons. Sit down and watch calmly. Don't lose your head. He thought to himself that in populous Dahang province, anyone hoping to break the provincial top 100 would choose solo runs in nightmare dungeons at this difficulty. To become the top scorer, you must clear the final stage in the shortest time. At that moment in the dungeon, Chu-gi stood proudly before the throne, facing the boss Joya sitting motionless. With a cold, thunderous voice the boss roared, You worthless wretch dare set foot in my palace. Do you know who you're facing? Before Chu-gi could answer, he sneered on, You didn't ask, but I'll answer anyway. I'm level 16A. My skills are unknown and extremely powerful, born with golden talent. Don't try to hack my info. It's a waste of effort. No sooner had the taunt ended than Joya swung his colossal hammer and yelled, Prepare to die! A terrifying strike descended, carrying immense force. Earth and stone exploded. The ground shattered into fragments. The air seemed torn apart by the blow's power. The system announced activation. Dawn's blessing, a gift of courage, the guardian god's grace. In his fishman form, boss Joya slammed the dreadful hammer into the ground, but missed his mark. Its eyes glowed red, full of spite, as if about to burst into tears from anger. Not far away, Chu-gi donned his gleaming divine armor, waved a taunting hand and laughed loudly. Hey you there! I'm right here. Instantly, Chu-gi activated all optimized skills of the novice holy knight. Light flared from the armor, enveloping him in a radiant aura. The fishman, also called Purple Pearl, glared at Chu-gi, murderous intent rising in waves. Without hesitation, he lunged straight at the boss with lightning speed, vaulted high into the air, both hands gripping the divine axe. He brought the axe down with full force. Boom! The sound thundered like a clap. When this hammer falls, you're going to have to go sell salt, he thought to himself, but the strike failed to leave any significant scratch on the fishman's steel-like body. The battle intensified. With its colossal frame, the fishman seemed cast from steel, unmoved by the axe enhanced by 4 amplification skills. Chu-Gi's blow only made it angrier, its eyes blazing with fury. Not giving him a moment to breathe, the fishman swung its giant hammer, launching a ferocious counterattack. A deafening explosion rang out, the space shook, and rocks flew in all directions. Fortunately, Chu-Gi nimbly twisted his body, dodging the terrifying blow, but the fishman gave him no respite. It brought down another hammer strike, the force so tremendous that Chu-Gi was flung away, smashing through scores of stone walls. Yet thanks to the divine armor and the protagonist's skill, he escaped without a broken rib, rose upright, and stood ready to face it. Suddenly, a flash ignited in Chu-Gi's eyes as if he'd realized something crucial. With intense focus, he swung his hand and summoned the Spear of Victory. Radiant spears of divine power shot toward the fishman, piercing its body and dealing horrendous damage. Not stopping there, countless spears appeared from the surrounding space, glittering like stars. In an instant they all launched, striking the fishman from every direction. But the boss sneered contemptuously and roared, "These puny spears can hurt me?" Immediately, the fishman swung its giant hammer, intercepting a volley of spears with a harsh clang of metal. Chu-Gi watched silently, thinking that this one's physique and strength were superior and couldn't be beaten by brute force. He realized the kiting tactic, constantly moving to wear down the boss, was many players' choice. But that took too long to claim the provincial top spot. The contest wasn't about hit and run. It was about demonstrating superior skill. There had to be another way to defeat this boss. In an instant, Chu-Gi activated the system to use the level 8 Sea Spear of Victory. His eyes flashed with acuity as he spotted the fishman's weakness. Its agility stat was too low. Attacking from many angles at high speed would make it hard for the boss to defend. Without hesitation, Chu-Gi launched a smart spear, streaking like lightning and piercing straight into the fishman's body. The system warned, "Mana value continues to drop. Please replenish mana in time."
Chu-Gi smile freely, settlely exit.
The opportunity had come. Besides being slow, the fishman had another fatal weakness: its poor ability to withstand consecutive attacks. In a flash, a horrific explosion tore open the fishman's flank. Flesh burst apart and blood spurted as Chu-Gi struck the critical weak point. The giant boss roared in pain and collapsed to the ground, the earth trembling under its weight. Chu-Gi analyzed quietly. The fishman had exceptional endurance and stamina, but was vulnerable to negative effects and heavy damage. He needed to concentrate power and continuously unleash high-damage skills in a short time. The system warned again, "Mana is relatively low. Please replenish mana promptly, or you'll be screwed." Without hesitation, Chu-Gi poured all his strength in, causing a barrage of spears from the Spear of Victory to rain down, attacking the fishman from every direction. Even the ferocious boss couldn't withstand the storm of relentless skills. This was the golden opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Chu-Gi inhaled deeply, eyes cold and calculating, carefully timing and pacing his skill use for maximum effect. At the decisive moment, with mana nearly depleted, he knew that if he didn't kill the fishman now, he'd lose the chance for the top provincial title. He activated the system and drew out a white sword gleaming with holy light. Sadly, there wasn't enough time to amplify its power. Without hesitation, Chu-Gi delivered a decisive slash. The blade tore the air and sent the fishman flying into the sky. The system's damage counter lit up, signaling tremendous damage. After many hardships, Chu-Gi finally destroyed the final fishman boss Joya with its last roar. The system announced jubilantly, "Congratulations on completing the Gloom Dungeon at Nightmare difficulty. Clear time: 9 minutes 24 seconds. Your exam result is rated SSS. Congratulations on setting the #1 clear record for the contest." Hearing this, Chu-Gi, exhausted though he was, couldn't hide his astonishment. He thought, the #1 human clear record. Could it be that I've surely become the provincial top scorer of Tahang? In a moment, from utter exhaustion, he erupted with overwhelming joy, shouting inwardly, "Amazing! I did it. Memories flooded back. He recalled a year of tumult since transmigrating to this world. His mother had died of illness. His sister was gravely ill, and all the suffering and humiliation he had endured. Though this achievement was only a beginning and filled him with pride, Chu-gi knew the road ahead was long. For his family, he would never give up. Step by steady step, Chu-gi walked into the newly opened time gate, ready to return. The system continued to confirm. Congratulations on collecting all rewards. 522 experience points, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Level increased from 11 to 13. Additionally, you received the Jungle Belt requirement level 10 plus 10 physique, B-tier energy, maximizes HP and energy regen speed by threefold, and triple stamina recovery speed within jungle environments. Next was the Advanced Jungle Outfit requirement level 10, plus 8 agility, minus 10 intelligence, reinforcing physical endurance and also tripling HP and energy regeneration rates. He also obtained 10 wild strawberries that restore mana when consumed, and the head of the Golden Robber Fish King, a minor magical material. After successfully enchanting it, equipment strength increased by 20. After collecting all the rewards, Chu-gi stood there with a determined look, ready for the next challenges. The whole hall erupted in joy as Chu-gi stepped out of the time gate.
Cheers rang everywhere. Welcome back, Chu-gi.
You're my idol. Chu-gi is so strong. Amazing. The crowd looked at him like a triumphant god, their gazes full of admiration. Chu-gi was briefly surprised by the enthusiasm. Suddenly, the snapping of cameras came from behind. It turned out a swarm of reporters had rushed in, jostling to capture the glorious moment. Principal La Hang and the director of the education department also stepped forward, each spending over 10 minutes congratulating him. The director, pride on his face, declared, "This is an unprecedented achievement in 100 years. With my years of research experience, Chu-gi can fully understand future market conditions. His prospects are extremely promising." Chu-gi bowed slightly and replied modestly, "You flatter me." Just then, a luxury car sped in, freezing the crowd. "Whose car is that? Why did it drive straight here? Damn, this can't be a dream, right? The F400 can switch between flight and drive modes. It really is an F400 top quality." People buzzed, eyes fixed on the sparkling luxury car. The director smiled and explained, "We highly value talent like Chu-gi. We've specially sent a luxury car to pick you up. Within 3 days at the earliest, you'll receive the official results. We'll notify you immediately then."
Chu-gi bowed in thanks.
Meanwhile, Principal La Hang approached and kindly said, "Go rest and await good news from us." The scene cut to the hospital where Chu-gi's sister, Chu Van, was being treated. Instead of going home, he hurried straight to the hospital to see his sister. In their last phone call, Chu-gi had promised to take good care of her. That promise was now coming true. Chu Van had been moved into the most luxurious medical suite, with a professional team monitoring her condition around the clock. When Chu-gi entered the hospital, a nurse greeted him warmly. "Hello, sir. You're here." With a bright smile, she added, "Money really does make people more attentive." Chu-gi smiled and replied, "You're right. I'm here to see Chu Van. I have good news to tell her." In the elevator, the nurse asked curiously, "I heard you had a big exam today. Your result must be great, right?" But when the elevator doors closed, the air suddenly turned icy, as if a frost had spread everywhere. The nurse shivered, her voice trembling. "How strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioning set too low?" The elevator stopped on the 26th floor. When the doors opened, a horrifying scene unfolded. The entire corridor was frozen, white ice covering it like a curtain of death. The nurse panicked, nearly wetting herself as she stammered, "What's happening?" Worse still, the other doctors and nurses were frozen solid, frozen in poses as if trying to flee before the frost trapped them. Chu-gi immediately worried for Chu Van's safety. Without hesitation, he dashed toward his sister's room. The nurse shouted his name but could not stop him. In an instant, she too was swallowed by the frost, turned into a cold statue. Like lightning, Chu-gi swung the enormous bronze axe, smashing through the icy wall blocking his way. He roared, Chu Van, in front of him, a gigantic ice dragon appeared, its eyes glittering with murderous intent as it stared at him. Inside the room, a mysterious girl was performing magic, an ethereal aura of mana swirling around her. Unclear whether she was trying to save or harm Chu Van. Suddenly, the ice dragon lunged forward, aiming straight at Chu Gi. He immediately channeled energy into his arm, ready to strike back. But at that moment, the girl shouted, "Chu Gi, stop! Don't attack!" Her voice trembled with urgency. That ice dragon is the magic that exists within that girl's body. Hearing the girl's shout, Chu Gi immediately stopped, his eyes sharpening as he looked ahead. He recognized the person opposite as Sister Tan and stepped forward slowly. She said in a low voice, while restraining that bone ice dragon, "I think if you recklessly hurt it, Chu Van's heart will also shatter." Chu Gi frowned, full of doubt. Why would such an ice dragon exist inside Chu Van's body? Sister Tan explained gravely that Chu Van's sudden cold outbreak caused the frigid air to spread, freezing people into pillars of ice. She added a warning. "Right now I can only suppress the cold on this floor. You should leave quickly." Chu Gi blurted out in panic. "What about Chu Van?" Sister Tan broke out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling. "Facing this power, without a high-level priest, my options are very limited." Seeing the giant ice dragon with its murderous gleaming eyes, Chu Gi gradually realized he had to act. Without hesitation, he activated the system, pouring all his skill points into slow recovery. The system announced, slow recovery skill increased from level 4 to level 10, allowing party members within a certain range to gradually recover physique and magical power, with effects lasting for a specified duration. Immediately, Chu Gi cast the skill, releasing a radiant aura of mana. Holy light filled the room, shattering the ice that imprisoned Sister Tan. She cried in alarm. Does the Holy Knight's skill and magic contain such potent mana? It even surpasses a level 23 priest like me. Unbelievable. As slow recovery spread, the hardened ice began to crack and break apart. Mana seeped deep into Chu Van's body, gradually stabilizing her condition. Chu Gi quickly turned to Sister Tan and said firmly, "I'll stay and support you. Notify Secretary True I want to meet him. We must get a high-level priest here." Sister Tan, anxious, replied, "The high-level priest schedule is very busy. Secretary True had an appointment with Chu Van next week. But now it may be too late." In the emergency, Chu Gi urged decisively, "Sister Tan, contact Secretary True immediately. If we can get the high-level priest here, I'll comply unconditionally with any terms. Absolutely no lies." His bold words made Sister Tan think inwardly, he's reliable. There was no other option. She nodded. "Let's give it a try," Sister Tan added in a sorrowful tone. The cold chi flare-ups are what Chu Van endures every night for the past year. Under the influence of Yin cold, the girl's whole body suffered unbearable pain. Living was worse than dying. Recently, the Yin cold had worsened and unexpectedly spread outward. Indeed, after long treatment, Chu Van's condition became increasingly critical. Chu Gi's body began to stiffen as the frost crept through his flesh. He hadn't expected the cold chi to be strong enough to affect the space outside the hospital. Even though he had poured in all his strength, the cold remained, gradually enveloping almost his entire body. Still, Chu Gi gritted his teeth and gave his all to save his sister. The bone ice dragon exhaled a frigid breath toward him, as if trying to freeze his very soul, its eyes glittering with killing intent. Suddenly, a magic orb flashed into being and flew over, continuously striking the dragon. After a series of attacks, the orb transformed into a magical chain that instantly bound the dragon's entire body. The mana inside the dragon erupted violently, brilliant light flooding the room and enveloping Chu Van's body. As the spell concluded, the female priest slammed her staff to the ground, dispelling the icy cold. She looked at Chu Gi and smiled with poise. "You think your body is weak? The mana from these artifacts is spreading everywhere." Then she continued, "So you're Chu Gi? I've heard of you for a long time. Now we finally meet." "Not bad." Having spoken, she immediately cast a spell. The frozen doctors and nurses were all released, returning to normal, their eyes full of astonishment and gratitude. The female priest smiled and introduced herself. I am Doi Leet Na, a level 35 transitioning priest of Kan Van City.
Chu nghi meditan bao et red pet phun. Chu nghi greet you.
He couldn't help but be surprised by her extraordinary power. Doi Leet Na continued. Director Dao specifically requested I come to treat your sister. If he hadn't told me this person could defeat the provincial champion, I wouldn't have broken protocol. She added that in the game Eternal, many players choose different races like the spirit race, giant race, or demon race, making the world more diverse than ever. Hearing this, Chugi asked nervously, his voice trembling, Teacher, what illness does my sister have? Can it be cured? Drawing on her extensive experience, Doi Leet Na answered, This is a phenomenon where cold chi invades and forms a mist, a sign of bloodline awakening. Those words startled Chugi, his heart pounding. A bloodline awakening? He recalled when Eternal launched. Only those with extraordinary power could withstand such cold chi for long. Director Dao wouldn't deceive me either, Chugi thought. Doi Leet Na elaborated. When the game merged with reality, heterodox players brought characteristic bloodlines. For example, those with spirit bloodlines have azure eyes and slightly long ears. The giant bloodline can make bodies 3 or 4 meters tall. Over the past 200 years, through intermarriage between heterodox races and humans, foreign traits have gradually faded, except in special cases when the bloodline awakens. She looked at Chugi, her voice lowering. When a bloodline awakens, blessing and disaster go hand in hand. If you successfully control heterodox power, leveling and learning skills becomes twice as effective for half the effort. But if you fail, you could be paralyzed at best and die instantly at worst. Your sister, Chu Van, has endured the torment of cold chi too long because her body is too weak to contain the bloodline's power. Doi Leet Na looked at Chugi, her tone calm but grave. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened a rare ice-cold bloodline. To adapt to this bloodline, her physiology must be changed. As far as I know, only a legendary treasure called the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus can alter a human body. It's exceedingly precious and not available on the market. The last time it appeared was 30 years ago at an auction, bought by a mysterious buyer for 1.3 billion. She paused, eyes full of worry. In 3 months, the cold chi in your sister's body will fully erupt and become uncontrollable. Another method is to use a grand sealing technique to directly seal the heterodox bloodline. You can use a token to contact me after you decide. However, the cost is that she will no longer be able to advance in the future. Time passed quickly. 5 days went by. Chugi continued training diligently, getting accustomed to his razor-sharp axe. The system announced, squats 200/200, push-ups 200/200, deadlifts 200 to 200, weapon use 200/200, daily tasks completed. Please choose your reward. Without hesitation, Chugi chose free attribute points. For a holy knight, physique and intelligence are core, but he didn't neglect other stats. He usually applied a 2:3 distribution across the 4 main attributes to ensure balanced growth and minimize mistakes. Unexpectedly, the system issued a new notification. Exam results have been released. Task complete. Congratulations on achieving first place in this major competition. Rewards will be granted based on performance. Congratulations. You have obtained S-rank skill, Divine Hand. Congratulations. You have obtained a 3-stage S-rank Divine Beast. Congratulations. You have acquired the S-rank Heavenly Art. Congratulations. You have received 30 free attribute points. Congratulations. You have received 30 skill points. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare A-rank skill. Chugi stood stunned, murmuring, These rewards? I just trained a little and they reward so much? Television continuously reported on Chugi, the top scholar of Lijiang City, likening his power to a ferocious lion. Astonishingly, this provincial #1 student had only reached level 10 when he conquered the dungeon raid. The transfer of power caused a shock. The provincial top scholar title unexpectedly went to someone no one suspected. A newly published article emphasized Chugi's superior strength. asserting that he was truly the brightest star of the competition. At the press conference, director Dao Din Dac responded to reporters. When Chu-gi changed professions and became a holy knight, I knew this boy would become a master. That's why I proposed the city government increase training for Chu-gi. All thanks to my keen eye. In a crowded restaurant, people excitedly discussed his achievements. One person exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? The provincial top scholar is a holy knight? This isn't a pay-to-win game. How can that be?" Another shook his head. "I don't read much. Don't joke with me." Holy knights clear dungeons slowly. Level 10 beating the nightmare dungeon? Are you kidding? Is it cheating? Just then someone pulled out a phone. Excited. They have video of that moment. The footage and facts showed Chu-gi truly possessed ferocious power. Rumor had it his holy light cross could rival an advanced fire mage's spells, or the blessing god's benediction and the courage blessing. Another person laughed loudly. "Who'll help me count how many muscle segments this provincial top scholar has?" Meanwhile, in a private room, a red-haired man and a robot watched the news about Chu-gi intently. The red-haired man muttered, eyes sparkling, "It's all thanks to my discerning eye." He couldn't believe Chu-gi cleared the dungeon in just 9 minutes 24 seconds. 20 seconds faster than him. He roared in fury, grinding his teeth. "This Chu-gi is interesting. He dares to steal my glory." His rage exploded, causing the nearby robot to explode in a ball of smoke and fire. With cold eyes, he swore to make Chu-gi pay for daring to challenge him. The scene cut to Chu-gi. A message had just been sent. Notice from Lijiang city government. 5 million yuan has been transferred to your account 702013. Please check and receive. Immediately another message followed. Notice from Lijiang City Education Department. 2 million yuan has been transferred to your account 702013. Please check and receive. Astonished by the huge sum, Chu-gi immediately called Secretary True, urgently asking, "What's this about?" Secretary True calmly explained, "Mr. Chu, after recognizing your excellence in the major exam, the government awarded you 5 million in cash and a luxury villa. Do you like this villa? Or shall we choose another for you?" Chu-gi pondered, realizing they knew he was the provincial top scholar. He replied, cheeks flushing slightly, "Please help me choose." Secretary True hurriedly answered, "I've heard recruitment officers from the top 3 universities are coming. Shall I send a car to take you to the schools?" Chu-gi politely declined, "No need. They're already here." Just then a man stepped forward, handed a business card and said, "Classmate Chu-gi. Hello? I'm an admissions officer from Vin Duong University." Chu-gi frowned in puzzlement. "What's Vin Duong University?" Suddenly a distant voice rang out reproachfully. "Watch out! I remember Vin Duong University once said classmate Chu-gi is too arrogant." No one expected the man in black, the admissions officer, to arrive by helicopter to greet Chu-gi. The crowd buzzed. Some commented, "Classmate Chu-gi really doesn't know his place. Why did they come again today?" The admissions officer hurriedly explained, Tru Tien couldn't see Mount Tai and was dismissed from the school. He turned to Chu-gi, full of enthusiasm. "If you choose Vin Duong University, we are willing to pay 4 million yuan. At that moment, a muscular man descended from a helicopter, booming a more attractive offer. "Whatever Vin Duong offers, Moto University will pay double." He looked at Chu-gi with confident eyes. "Chu-gi, Moto University is the best choice. You should come back with us soon. Your future will be broader." The Vin Duong admissions officer turned red with anger at being publicly outplayed by his rival. Suddenly, a girl appeared, her eyes cold as if determined to claim Chu-gi at any cost. In an instant she sprouted enormous wings, wrapped around Chu-gi and shot into the sky. The crowd stood stunned as she shouted, "Did you ask Peking University's opinion before trying to take him?" Her terrifying power sent the admissions officer sprawling, while Tru Tien could only stand helplessly as Chu-gi was snatched away. Up in the air, the girl drew close and whispered a tempting offer into Chu-gi's ear. "Classmate Chu, Peking University lacks nothing in cultivation resources. We'll provide all resources for 4 years of university. and each year supply an additional A-grade cultivation resource. Before she finished, a magic circle suddenly fired straight at her. She flinched, then quickly regrew her wings and wrapped around Chu-gi to shield him. Another voice rang out challengingly. The top scholar's choice is resources, prestige, and reputation. Whatever Tonkin University can offer, Tahang University can match. Show your strength right now. If you don't let him go, don't blame me for being rude. From below, Tru Tianfu suddenly shouted, excited. That's right. That's right. Forcing someone isn't a good thing. Classmate Chu-gi, our Tianfu University not only provides A-grade resources each year, but also supplies full golden equipment. He glanced at the winged girl with a provocative look. The winged girl, clearly annoyed, forced out, "You people really are out of tricks." Then she turned to Chu-gi, her tone softening. "I don't want to force anyone. I just want to get a little closer to classmate Chu-gi." A friendly exchange. "Classmate Chu-gi, please choose." Just then, a girl in black stepped forward, confidently introduced herself and joined the contest. Tahang University honors strength to become kings. If you strive at our school and climb the rankings, not only A-grade resources but even S-grade ones can be attainable. Moreover, after nearly 3 years of exchanges, Tahang University has consistently remained at the top. That proves our school produces the finest students. She spoke with pride. The pink-haired girl, representing Sun Nam University, angrily retorted, "Tamai, what do you mean? Getting cocky just from winning a few matches?" "Tamai," the girl in black, replied calmly, "I only want teachers and students to clearly see the competition between us. Tahang University's victory is indisputable." Chu-gi stood in silence, thinking. The 3 top universities weren't far apart in reputation, but each had its own strengths. Choosing a school was a pivotal decision, and he wanted a place that would best develop his combat capabilities. After careful consideration, he made a decision that stunned the others. Chu-gi looked directly at Tamai and said decisively, "I choose Tahang University." As soon as Chu-gi announced his choice, Tamai smiled radiantly and produced a contract shimmering with magical light. "This is to university's special contract. Take a look. If there's no issue, sign it," she said confidently. Tru Tianfu and the pink-haired Sun Nam representative could only sigh in regret. Once again, Tahang University had secured the student. The pink-haired girl muttered in dissatisfaction, while Tru Tianfu refused to give up. "If you don't like Tahang, quickly transfer to Tianfu University then." Tamai ignored him and softly chanted a spell. The pen on the table flew up and wrote exquisite strokes on the contract without anyone touching it.
Chu-gi stay in Amagen.
Magic without a wand. That's a skill only high-level mages can master. He thought to himself and asked curiously, "Teacher 2, what level mage are you?" Tamai smiled gently and replied, "I'm a level 42 mage." Chu-gi was startled. She looked young, not even 30 perhaps, yet had reached such an astonishing level. The world was truly vast. He inwardly vowed that at Tahang he'd surely encounter even more young powerhouses. Without hesitation, Chu-gi signed the contract, filled with confidence. With the system, he really couldn't find rivals among his peers. At Tahang University, he'd surely meet worthy opponents to grow stronger, he thought, eyes flashing with resolve. Tamai watched him and lightly curled her lips. "Interesting boy. Your fighting spirit seems to lack something, but I believe you'll make up for it." The moment his signature was complete, a magic circle flashed and engraved Chu-gi's name onto the contract. Mysterious light burst forth, signaling the agreement's success. Tamai looked at him seriously. "All right, pack your things within a week. I'll come pick you up in a week to enroll." Chu-gi asked, somewhat surprised. "To university arranges pickup that early?" Tamai laughed and revealed, "Of course. The university wants to receive you a week early under the highest training regimen. Your power will increase faster, so you can perform better in the National University Student Exchange Competition." The scene shifted to a magnificent villa, where Secretary Tru Van Ban was leading Chu-gi's family inside. Chu Van still sat in her wheelchair, looking up at the lavish house, her eyes sparkling with amazement. What a huge room, she exclaimed joyfully. When she noticed a strange device in the corner, she laughed and turned to Sister Tan. This is the latest nano-level smart robot. Secretary True smiled and stepped forward to introduce. Mr. Chu, this is the villa the city government gifted you. 3 stories. The second floor has professional training rooms. The third floor has a rooftop and a large relaxation area, with nearly 1,000 square meters in total. I won't stay long. Please, you and Miss Chu relax. Chu-gi nodded slightly, but as True Van Ban was about to leave, he quickly called him back. Wait a moment. I have something to ask of you. He looked at his sister, voice low. Chu Van hasn't fully recovered. Her body is still weak, even with Sister Tan caring for her. I hope you can help look after her for a short time. Secretary True immediately nodded and replied, It would be my pleasure. Before I leave, rest assured and leave Miss Chu in my care. If any difficulties arise, call me directly. He turned to Chu Van and instructed, Pastor Thoy always reminds you to eat on time each week. Don't skip meals. Every day have Sister Tan check your health. In a few days, Secretary True will arrange for you to go to school. You must obey him. Chu Van heard this, yawned boredly and mumbled, I know already. Seeing her like that, Chu-gi smiled and lightly pinched his sister's cheek. She grimaced and cried out, It hurts. It hurts. When they got into the car with Tamai to leave, Chu-gi still looked back, his gaze lingering on his sister. Tamai asked curiously, Is this your first time leaving home? He nodded briefly. Yes. Tamai smiled, speaking seriously. You need to be prepared. To Hang University will be a challenging journey. Chu-gi nodded, eyes blazing with determination, ready to face the future. In an instant, Tamai slammed the gas pedal, and the car shot off at a dizzying speed that startled Chu-gi, his heart pounding. The car passed through the time gate, light flashing as if tearing space apart. Before long, they had arrived in a Ning city, home of Tahang University. A stream of vehicles carrying new students poured into the campus, kicking off the grandest admissions season. Chu-gi's car also rolled through the time gate. The strange smell in the air made him briefly panic, thinking, I might miss spring back home. But he quickly calmed himself. No rush, he told himself. Tamai led him out of the car and explained, Large-scale teleportation arrays are usually used by the military. Even priests who want to use small teleportation arrays must get city government approval. Tahang University, cooperating with the military district, built a large teleportation array near campus, convenient and safe. Chu-gi looked up at the surroundings, unable to help being overwhelmed by the magnificence of Tahang University. The campus's scale far exceeded imagination. Thousands of new students hurried in, full of energy like a lively river of people. Tamai smiled and moved forward. Chu-gi, I'll take you to register and show you around a few places. But suddenly a figure flashed past him like lightning. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Chu-gi managed to dodge. He saw a young man hurled forward by a powerful kick from a woman. The girl's eyes were cold, as if shrouded in deathly intent. She shouted loudly, I told you, I don't want to get acquainted with you. Then she coldly strode through the crowd, her voice steely. That kick was only a warning. Don't provoke me. I won't hold back next time. The boys around fell silent. No one dared speak up. The young man was kicked away, foaming at the mouth, and rolled onto the ground. The crowd immediately buzzed with talk. Dang Thieu ran into La Sat this time. Every opening ceremony he lures the junior girls. Finally he met his match. Someone laughed loudly. Heaven has eyes. Another student chimed in, eyes full of satisfaction. Chu-gi stood silently observing, weighing things in his mind. Tamai noticed his look and lightly explained, Kwang So Nin. She carries heteromorphic blood. At Tahang University, quite a few students and teachers have heteromorphic blood. If you encounter them later, don't reveal any unusual reactions. Chu-gi nodded, his gaze calm. Don't worry. Even if they are all heteromorphic, as long as they side with humans, I won't hate or kill them. I won't lose my mind and hate all heteromorphs just because of my father's death. He replied, voice low but firm. Tamai heard this and smiled with satisfaction. That's good. Here is your student ID, she said, flicking her hand. A flash of magical flame covered the card and quickly faded, leaving the ID shimmering with mysterious light. Chu-gi took it, skimmed the information, and slightly frowned. Credit order, he muttered, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The two continued walking. Hermione began to explain. I'll go over the school's regulations. First is ranking. Each year, the school ranks students based on ability. The higher the ability, the higher the rank. For new students, initial ranking is based on university entrance exam results. Being first means you're the strongest new student, but it's only temporary. A month later, there will be a contest among new students. The rankings will be updated based on those results. From today on, you'll become a target. Everyone wants to take your position. Chu-gi curled his lip, eyes flashing with excitement. Fighting was exactly what he wanted. If I'm the valedictorian, I won't let this position be taken, he declared confidently, a fire unquenchable. Hermione continued guiding him, her tone calm but authoritative. Next is the rule about credits. New students receive basic credits based on the serial number of their student ID. Credits are used to buy food, equipment, medicine, skill books, and many other things. With enough credits, you can purchase any item, even skills or S-grade resources. She stopped and looked at Chu-gi. There are 2 ways to earn credits. First, register tasks through your student ID on the system page. Complete appropriate tasks to receive the corresponding credits. Second, earn fixed credits based on your monthly rankings on the Earth board and the Heaven board. She led him up a tall tower where they could see the teleportation gates to the secret instances. Tahang University has about 1,000 students. Those who want to get onto the Earth or Heaven boards must follow the rules and not be arrogant, she emphasized. Chu-gi nodded concisely. I understand. Hermione pointed toward the instance gates glittering with magical light. Also, the school has 3 instance dungeons. The second instance is the Distorting Tree Forest, level range 23 to 26. The third instance is the Forge Prison, level range 28 to 31. To enter, you need to meet the required level and pay a certain amount of credits. Before reaching the required level, you can train in the practice area, facing real people or robots. She added, top fighters here hold absolute sway and abundant resources. This is the path to survival. Hearing this, Chu-gi's eyes lit with excitement. I like this place, he thought, filled with fighting spirit. Just then, a group of students passing the training area recognized Hermione and Chu-gi. They buzzed, and one of them laughed loudly. Wow, I heard Dang Thew ran into Loss at this time. The laughter made the atmosphere lively, but Chu-gi's gaze remained cold and unmoved. Hermione sighed softly, a trace of fatigue in her voice. Tough luck. Then she continued explaining the school's rules to Chu-gi, her tone calm but authoritative. The surrounding students looked at him with gleaming respect. A few whispered, who is he that the teacher is escorting him? We're all being led on tours in groups of 5. Why is he walking alone? Chu-gi heard it but didn't bother to explain. He just walked on silently, composed. Suddenly another group of students approached, led by Vong Loi Han. He shouted, so you guys didn't know? The valedictorian of the intake will be escorted by a teacher for special enrollment procedures. One reason is to help them quickly get used to the school environment. The other is to attract future top students when choosing a school. The girl who caused the earlier commotion, Kwang So-nin, was also in the group. Hearing this, she nodded, glanced at Chu-gi and said, then he must be this intake's top scorer. Another student, curious, pushed forward. Bak Hugh is handsome. What's his background? Tell us more. Vong Loi Han laughed loudly and continued. Chu-gi, top scorer of Tahang Province. Sacred Knight level 13. Those words left the students stunned, buzzing with chatter. What? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. There's no mistake. Knight is just a support profession. I clearly remember second place was Tam Nin Fong, warrior level 14. How could a support like him beat a warrior? Another student objected, eyes full of doubt. But the girls in the group swooned. He's so handsome. He could be a celebrity. Someone else snapped irritably, "Hey, what are you saying? Don't you believe me?" Bak Hu's reputation isn't for nothing. Kwang So-nin, the girl with heteromorphic blood, stood silently watching Chu-gi. Her gaze was cold with a hint of jealousy. A young man beside her realized and ground his teeth, whispering, "I think that top spot is just for show, it means nothing." Valedictorian among the new students? Huh. Let's see how long he can hold that spot. Noticing Chu-gi's gaze on him, the young man grew more confident. He stepped forward, puffed out his chest, and introduced himself. Knight Lu Kin, level 13 student, rank 38. I doubt you have what it takes to be first. I want to challenge you. Right after the declaration, another student from behind patted Lu Kin's shoulder in a steady voice. Classmate, arranging challenges is a private matter. Don't delay everyone. Chu-gi stood silently, thinking, this idiot is supposed to help new students earn credits for me. So what are you causing trouble for? But Lu Kin remained resolute, brushing off the other student and stepping closer to Chu-gi. Sorry guys, I'll keep it secret, he said, confident but with a provocative look. A nearby teacher, hearing this, couldn't help but be angry. This idiot. Rank 1 is decided by the principal and teachers from the 5 major schools. It cannot be wrong. He thought to himself, but let Lu Kin continue to make a fool of himself. Let him act foolish a bit and he'll reap the consequences. The surrounding students grew excited and began chatting. One whispered to a senior, "This will be fun to watch. Let's wait a bit longer." Another student laughed loudly. Lu Kin wants to challenge the top to boost his fame? Sacred Knight isn't a strong profession. It's not surprising he'd try to steal the top spot. Lu Kin approached Chu-gi calmly but challengingly. So what do you base your acceptance of my challenge on? Chu-gi curled a lip, his eyes flashing cunning. Lu Kin blustered. 1 credit. If I lose, that credit is yours. If you lose, it's no big deal. Chu-gi looked at the crowd, recognizing the curious and taunting gazes all focused on him. He thought to himself, these chickens just want to make trouble. But for peace later, I must accept the challenge. I'll kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, so they remember this lesson. He stared straight at Lu Kin, voice cold. Your stake is too low. 300 credits. If you have them, I'll fight you. Chu-gi's raised stakes declaration turned Lu Kin pale, a flicker of fear passing through him. The crowd buzzed. One student whispered, I'm rank 40, and it only costs about 400 credits. Lu Kin at 38 probably isn't much different. If he loses, even slightly, it'll be brutal. Another interjected, challenging so early in the term. He's clearly not an ordinary supporting character. But despite his worry, Lu Kin still glanced toward Kwang So-nin, the girl he liked, wanting to use this chance to impress her. I'm hesitating. I don't know what to do, he mumbled, voice full of hesitation. Chu-gi suddenly turned, pretending to leave. If you won't dare, then I'm off, he said, eyes glinting with craftiness. Lu Kin gritted his teeth, no way out, and shouted, 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. Chu-gi sneered, looking at his opponent like a fish on a chopping block. You have some nerve, but there's no need to go up to the ring, he replied, brimming with momentum. If you don't kneel within 3 moves, I'll concede. Both quickly stepped onto the arena. To my knee, stern-faced, stood as referee. Count down 3 seconds, then you may start. But under no circumstances may you kill the opponent. She reminded them in a sharp voice. After the 3-second countdown, Chu-gi's and Lu Kin's eyes met, cold as ice, fearless. Lu Kin, calling himself the close combat king, lunged forward like lightning, intending to finish the fight in 1 strike. But his expression tightened as he realized the weakness of the Punisher Knight class. Both were knights, but Lu Kin's Punisher leaned toward violent offense, while Chu-gi's Sacred Knight excelled at support. As long as Chu-gi doesn't switch to rapid attack mode, I can easily beat him, Lu Kin calculated inwardly, gripping his blade and charging with fierce momentum. Meanwhile, he glanced at Kwang So-nin, eyes burning with determination. If I restore my honor, she'll see me differently, he thought. He shouted, activated his blood rage skill, and unleashed a powerful downward sword strike. Chu-gi, you're finished, he roared confidently, full of vigor, but facing the sharp blood-imbued slash hurtling toward him, Chu-gi remained unervingly calm. As Lu Qin closed in, he slipped aside with lightning speed and then delivered a powerful strike. The Sacred Knight's power erupted, sending Lu Qin flying like a brick, crashing into the wall. A thunderous explosion rang out, rocks and dust scattering. The outcome of the duel laid bare before everyone. Exhausted, Lu Qin knelt motionless, blood pouring, looking pitifully miserable. The battle ended so quickly the crowd stood stunned. Chu-gi shook his head slightly, evaluating inwardly. I thought he could take 3 moves. I didn't expect him to fall in one, a nearby student whispered in astonishment. We thought the opponent had a special move. Who knew he couldn't even withstand one attack? Amid the dust, someone stepped forward cautiously to check if Lu Qin was still breathing. A bespectacled student hurried to report to my knee. The opponent has 5 broken ribs. Internal bleeding, currently unconscious. To my knee waved her hand, voice cold. Let the priest tend to the injured. Then she turned to Chu-gi and produced the credit card. 300 credits have been transferred to your student card, she said, eyes briefly showing admiration. The surrounding crowd continued buzzing about the lightning-fast duel. Punisher Knight's sudden advance, blood rage erupting continuously, normally hard to stop. One person exclaimed, with a single light strike, Chu-gi felled Lu Qin. That's the power of the top-ranked. Another student gasped, isn't that too strong? A different voice interjected, eyes full of admiration. The girl widened her eyes in amazement at Chu-gi's overwhelming power. Their strength attributes must differ by at least 20 points. She thought, eyes sparkling with admiration mixed with challenge. Stepping up determinedly, she called out loudly, Chu-gi, please fight me. Since entering Tahang University, her attention had been captured by him. Knowing she carried demonic blood, Chu-gi frowned slightly, realizing she not only had heteromorphic blood, but also held an heirloom weapon. First time seeing an heirloom weapon, I want to test its power a bit, he thought, his sharp gaze settling on her weapon. The sword in Kwang So-nin's hand was Ko-am Noyet, a 3-star heirloom quality blade, restricted to the Terran race and the swordsman profession, containing a mysterious effect. Without hesitation, Chu-gi accepted the challenge. The two stepped onto the arena, tension hanging in the air. He opened the system and drew out the Huin Kwang War Mace, a 3-star gold quality weapon that granted plus 18 Constitution and plus 24 Intelligence, with an effect that raised all light skills below rank B by 1 tier. The crowd below erupted, buzzing with comment. Oh, freshmen are already clashing. Just chickens pecking each other. Someone laughed loudly. At that moment, a debonair young man stepped forward. Lai Dongtang, minister of the Aurora Club, ranked 29. He bowed to my knee. Hello, Teacher 2. What brings you here? The countdown clock began to run, signaling the duel was about to start. When the time struck, Kwang So-nin drew Ko-am Noyet. The blade flashed with electricity. She surged forward like a gale, using the skill Shadow Strike to attack Chu-gi with lightning speed. A sharp thrust aimed straight at him carried an unstoppable force. Chu-gi gathered his strength and unleashed an explosive punch with the Huin Kwang War Mace, the 3-star gold weapon granting plus 18 Constitution and plus 24 Intelligence. The power from both sides collided, producing a terrifying explosion as brilliant light illuminated the entire arena. Both Chu-gi and Kwang So-nin were pushed back, their bodies radiating formidable presence. Kwang So-nin gripped Ko-am Noyet as it crackled with electricity, sensing the opponent's tremendous power. It's like a monster, she thought, eyes flashing with astonishment and resolve. She activated Dark Chi Slash, the blade erupting with shadow magic, sending a sharp dark attribute strike straight at Chu-gi. He curled his lips into a mysterious smile. Still holding some restraint, he inwardly felt more excited than ever. Good. Finally someone dares to face me head-on, he shouted provocatively and charged on, constantly challenging. Come and taste danger. Kwang So-nin regarded him as arrogant, nimbly dodging to avoid the attack. She immediately counterattacked, unleashing the skill triple rift slash. A powerful upward cut generated razor-like shockwaves that sent everything around flying. She didn't stop there. She executed Ice Mountain Strike, lowering her stance and lunging forward to slam Ko-Am Noyet into the ground. The attack detonated in multiple stages, the final slam powerful enough to topple an enemy. But Chu-gi, with lightning-fast agility, still stood firm, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. The crowd below the arena gaped, eyes wide at the fierce duel between Chu-gi and Kwang So-nin. "Are these really two students fighting?" someone exclaimed in amazement. Lai Dong-tang observed silently with sharp eyes. He judged that a bonded spirit swordsman like Kwang So-nin would lose quickly without a trump card. A bespectacled young man nearby immediately objected. "What? I think they're evenly matched." Lai Dong-tang shook his head, remaining calm. He analyzed that initially Dao Van was merely defending, bolstering her block to absorb frontal damage. She had blocked one of the Sacred Knight's 3 strikes. But when Chu-gi delivered 2 additional consecutive blows, she was forced to use Ko-Am Noyet to brace herself. A massive weapon like Chu-gi's Huin Kwang War Mace combined offense and defense. He tried not to swing it excessively to preserve endurance. Lai Dong-tang thought inwardly, eyes flashing with acuity. He realized Chu-gi didn't care about conserving energy at all. Either he was stupid or he was utterly confident in his abilities. Chu-gi's war mace continuously restricted Kwang So-nin's movement, preventing her from being as agile as a bonded spirit swordsman. Pressed, she had to draw her sword to block the storm of attacks. Despite her beauty, Kwang So-nin held nothing back, pouring full force into each strike. However, a mighty blow from the Huin Kwang War mace struck like thunder. She was shoved back dozens of meters, her body shaking, unable to resist. If a brave knight dares to face him like that, it's truly bold. A student whispered, eyes full of admiration mixed with astonishment. Suddenly, Chu-gi stunned the entire arena by revealing that he had only been warming up until now. Now he would truly act. He opened the system and activated a series of skills. Angel's Gift, Weapon Blessing, Dawn's Blessing, and Guardian's Present. As the skills activated, a dazzling golden light burst forth, unleashing terrifying power that surged straight toward Kwang So-nin. Facing this overwhelming momentum, the pink-haired girl gradually realized this was his pinnacle state. Chu-gi casually waved his hand and cast the skill spear of victory, Demon Shadow Slash. He moved with lightning speed and unleashed a powerful strike that tore through the ground, creating a tremor. Kwang So-nin, thanks to her sharp reflexes, narrowly avoided the killing blow. Seeing her try to close in, Chu-gi curled his lip in a sneer. "I knew you'd use this trick." A blinding golden light suddenly flared before Kwang So-nin, leaving her stunned. Before she could react, Chu-gi drove the Huin Kwang War mace in close with speed too fast to parry. Kwang So-nin could only stand frozen, silently praying. Then, unexpectedly, he stopped, his gaze radiating mercy. "Do you want to continue?" he asked, voice deep, steady, and authoritative. Kwang So-nin hadn't expected Chu-gi to be so merciful. She looked at him like a hero gleaming with gold. She knew her place, stood up, and shook her head to refuse to continue. The outcome wouldn't change, she thought, eyes showing clear respect. Chu-gi's overwhelming power had completely subdued her.
Chu-gi Flowens Fly, Assessing Inwali.
She still hadn't used her full strength. The skills of a bonded spirit swordsman and the potential within her demonic bloodline seemed not to have been unleashed in this fight. Meanwhile, Kwang So-nin suddenly broke into a radiant smile, eyes sparkling. "You've seen through me. It was just a trial. I certainly won't use my trump card," she teased. She then took out her phone and looked at Chu-gi meaningfully. "Besides, you haven't used your full power either. I've watched your audition video. Add a friend. We can discuss things later. Okay?" Chu-gi paused for a few seconds, surprised that this strong girl had actively asked for contact information. "Didn't expect a pretty girl to ask for my number," he thought, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. After exchanging phone numbers, Kwang So-nin left happily, her steps light but unchallenged by anyone. Chu-gi turned to my knee and suggested continuing their journey. She immediately nodded, eyes showing amusement. earning 600 credits on opening day and exciting the entire freshman class. You're really interesting, Chu-gi. Hermione thought. She led him to the mountain dormitory area and explained. The new students' dormitory is on the small mountain peak. Ordinary students live at the foot and slopes, while specially admitted students have independent villas on the summit. The luxury and facilities depend on ranking, with only minor differences. She stopped before a magnificent villa and declared solemnly, "From now on you'll live here." Chu-gi took out his student card and swiped it lightly to open the door. Upon entering, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the luxurious space. Everything radiated class, befitting his top scorer status. Hermione looked at Chu-gi as if reading his thoughts. "I heard you're searching for the extreme cold ice lotus, right?" she asked calmly but with heavy implication. The question startled Chu-gi. He hadn't expected her to know his intention. Hermione continued, "A squad in the Wind Mountain vein once encountered the extreme cold ice lotus. However, there were high-level magical beasts guarding it, so they withdrew. That report was from 6 years ago. I can't vouch for its accuracy." Back at the villa, Chu-gi immediately booted up his computer to look up information on the Wind Mountain vein. With just a few clicks, he found relevant data. The Wind Mountain vein was a vast mountain range formed after the Eternal Tour game merged with Lam Tin, stretching over a huge area. It harbored countless precious terrestrial treasures and rare herbs, but was also teeming with ferocious magical beasts. Even third-tier professionals dared not venture in lightly. Although Chu-gi knew the danger, he remained undaunted. Instead, he began calculating inwardly. With my current strength, if I meet a high-level magical beast, my only option is to run to save my life. However, he quickly recalled the system rewards after completing quests and the life-saving skill test that allowed resurrection even upon death. His fighting will ignited, and he didn't hesitate to click, opening the system to buy more skills and gear in preparation for the upcoming journey. Immediately, a list flashed across the system screen displaying numerous skills and equipment. Holy Light Hammer, Holy Light Protector recognized you as special admission number 001. A-type Sacred Knight skills could be learned for free. Notifications kept popping up. Holy Light Shield Pierce, Holy War Reappearance, Holy Light Wind Orb, Holy Healing. With each scroll of the mouse, Chu-gi quickly confirmed learning skills that granted immunity to physical and mental damage, as well as a ranged attack skill that required no weapon. Amazing, he thought to himself, unable to contain his joy. Excellent. His shout echoed through the room, but very quickly Chu-gi calmed himself and muttered, "Nothing is truly free." Although A-rank skills were learned for free, he still had to spend credits to claim the jungle set rewarded from the exam. After a few operations, Chu-gi possessed the new gear set and was ready to head to the Wind Mountain vein. No sooner had he set foot in the range than an earth-shattering explosion roared, a surge of force that immediately caught his attention. "What's happening? Go check it out," he told himself, eyes gleaming with excitement. The jungle set he bought with a considerable number of credits helped him almost blend into the wild scenery of the Wind Mountain vein. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller was Kwang So-nin, the girl who had asked for his contact earlier. She quietly messaged to get acquainted. "I'm Kwang So-nin, hello."
Chu-gi quickly replied, "I'm Chu-gi."
Kwang So-nin, shall we train together tomorrow? Chu-gi declined. "Can't. I have something to do." Kwang So-nin frowned and asked, "Going out? Where to?" Chu-gi sighed softly over the phone. "Wind Mountain vein." Seeing her look sad, her friend beside her curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Kwang So-nin's eyes showed slight disappointment as she answered, "This is the third time." She glanced at her phone and sighed, filled with emotion. Her sparkling eyes revealed to her friend, "I met a man. He's very special." Though she kept a calm exterior, she couldn't hide her impression of Chu-gi. Sighing in frustration, she said, "Yesterday I challenged him and released part of my demonic power during the fight, but he remained completely unmoved, not even a hint of infatuation." Her friend pondered. His will must be terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, Kwang So-nin shouted, startling her friend, "I've decided. I want to go to the Wind Mountain vein too." At the same time, at the Wind Mountain vein, An armored vehicle sped at terrifying speed, crashing straight into a magical beast and sending it flying. Not just one, but a host of magical beasts appeared, charging ferociously. The driver was a professional mechanic girl who tossed out a series of explosive bombs. The bombs hit their targets and detonated violently, forming a rain of explosions that shook the entire forest. A nimble magical beast leapt up to avoid the blast, roaring madly as if trying to tear the space apart. In another corner of the forest, Tian, a talented summoner, stood proudly. She waved and summoned the Ice Nanny spirit, ready to confront the horde of magical beasts. A ribbon of glittering light flared from the spirit, countering each of the monster's attacks. But suddenly another magical beast lunged in at terrifying speed, its sharp claws ready to tear everything apart. Lin, with quick reflexes, pointed toward 9 o'clock and shouted, "Now act fast!" Chu Dan, a veteran gunner, immediately took aim and fired consecutive shots at the horde of beasts. A bullet pierced through, bringing down one of the monsters instantly. Not stopping there, he swung the gun and unleashed bursts like blazing fire, incinerating several beasts until they dissolved into the underbrush. From afar, a magical beast raised its paw to shield itself against the rain of fiery bullets without hesitation. Spotting the weak point, Chuden roared, "Support now!" A streak of blue light flashed and hurtled forward at incredible speed. Lin, the female swordsman, seized the moment to cast Phantom Slash, repeatedly cutting into the beast. Inside the armored vehicle, Chu Thiu, seeing reinforcements arrive, cried out excitedly, "They're here!" But moments later, Tian quickly retreated and summoned the ice spirit again, creating a sturdy ice shield to protect Lin. Suddenly, a massive flame erupted and rushed straight at them. The group froze, stunned by the overwhelming force. The fire shattered Tian's shield, slammed into the vehicle, and gouged out a large crater in the ground. Many vehicles were heavily damaged, and the group of girls collapsed, wounded all over. Only Chu Thiu, exhausted, managed to struggle to his feet while his system blinked severe error warnings. Lin and Tian, eyes panicked, shouted in unison, "Is everyone okay? Be careful!" From behind, a horde of demons appeared, belonging to one of the 5 major extraterrestrial races. They were brutal, bloodthirsty, and liked to hunt and devour living creatures. Tian clenched her fists, determination flashing in her eyes to face the new threat. Facing the savage demons, Chu Gi's squad threw everything into the fight, using every tactic to take down 4 monsters. But now Tian and her teammates seemed at the brink of life and death, wondering if they would truly die here today. One demon roared, gathering strength to unleash a flame that would incinerate the group. Suddenly it spewed a colossal sea of fire aimed directly at Tian's team. At that moment, Chu Gi appeared, riding a wind wolf that tore through the wall of fire at terrifying speed. Unafraid and undeterred, he and the war wolf crossed the blaze, ready to save their teammates. In an instant, Chu Gi activated the skill Holy Tempest. A blinding holy light burst forth, stopping the demon's flames and protecting Tian's group from imminent death. From behind, holy crosses suddenly appeared, spinning wildly to form a chaotic vortex that encircled the monsters. The demons panicked, unable to resist, scorched by the holy light and screaming in excruciating pain. Dark spiritual energy radiated from the demons, but Chu Gi remained unflinching. He continued casting skills, and the storm surged beyond its basic threshold. A terrible invisible power suddenly erupted, completely overwhelming one demon until it could not resist. Seizing the moment, Chu Gi launched a radiant cross, shining like a cosmic explosion. A thunderous blast tore the demon apart in dazzling light, shaking the battlefield. The destructive force of the holy tempest spread, causing the demon to disintegrate instantly as if swallowed by the light. Chu Gi easily defeated a monster, then rode the wind wolf like a triumphant warrior advancing toward the light. The image resembled a peak action movie scene, freezing the surrounding space in a biting chill. The wind wolf roared and unleashed a surge of power, sweeping the remaining demon away and leaving it no chance to resist. After the battle, Chu Gi dismounted and faced the 4 girls of the Tan Lone team. Their eyes sparkled with admiration for his bravery and authority. Earlier, when flames still engulfed the battlefield, the girls had been trembling with worry and fear at the demon's power. But thanks to the continuous restorative spirits from Chu-Gi's skill chain, they quickly recovered as if blessed by a healing miracle. Feeling her strength return, Tan Lin suddenly jolted awake. A sense of unease made her rise from calmness. She hugged on Tien Wan tightly, unable to contain her emotion, and exclaimed, "Chu-Gi, thank you, fellow student. I didn't expect you to know us." Chu-Gi smiled and replied, "The Tan Lone team is one of the school's top 3 squads. It's only natural I know you." Hearing that, Tan Lin laughed, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. But then she squeezed on Tien Wan's hand, her expression serious as she warned, "Your light attribute skill counters demons, but demons are too dangerous. We should return to the supply base." Chu-Gi pondered and nodded in agreement. "True. Over the past month, we've explored the entire outskirts but found no sign of the extreme cold ice lotus. The convention is in 3 days. We can only wait until it's over and continue searching." After a moment's thought, he decided to return to the base with Tan Lin's group. Tan Lin glanced at Chu Thieu, her eyes conveying something unspoken. Chu Thieu acted immediately, summoning 2 mini robots with his miraculous power. A temporal matrix doorway opened with echoing incantations. A metallic, icy sound rang like the roar of war machines. Spirit of speed, challenge the metal. A giant spider robot emerged, its body glittering like steel. Both Chu-Gi and the Wind Wolf stared in astonished delight. Even though no more demons appeared, Chu Thieu kept urging, "Hurry up!" Tan Lin watched the display and thought to herself that he acted even better than an Oscar-winning actor. The giant spider robot began to move, leading the group away from the danger zone. Chu-Gi turned and asked, "Senior, have demons always existed in the Wind Mountain Vein?" Tan Lin answered solemnly, "We've been in the Wind Mountain Vein for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered them." Chu-Gi nodded and said in a low voice, "If these evil forces don't originate deep within the Wind Mountain Vein, they very likely escaped from recent interdimensional rifts." Tan Lin nodded in agreement with Chu-Gi's speculation. "Right, we need to return to base and report to the military district immediately." Hearing that, Chu-Gi asked with slight puzzlement, "Doesn't the military district have mage towers monitoring the entire area?" Tan Lin calmly explained, "The Wind Mountain Vein contains countless magical beasts. To prevent them from leaving the area and attacking towns, the army built a supply trade base right at the entrance. The Mage Tower there constantly monitors the movement directions of magical beasts within the Wind Mountain Vein." She continued, "However, the ranks of these demons are too low." The remark surprised Chu-Gi. He frowned and asked, "Low? A level 20 white-silver demon can't be considered a low-level creature." To explain further, Tan Lin drew on legends and ancient records. The tower mainly monitors epic or legendary tier beasts deep within the Wind Mountain Vein. The interdimensional light they emit is below the concentration threshold the Mage Tower is set to detect, so they very likely went unnoticed. She paused, then added, "White, silver, and golden ranks are actually the lowest tiers we're facing." Hearing this, Chu-Gi gradually understood and nodded slightly. "So that's it." But Tan Lin still looked worried, her voice slowing. "If they truly came from interdimensional rifts, why would only low-rank demons be sent here?" She pondered, eyes sharp. "Demons do not act without reason. If the military base detects them, they will be destroyed immediately. An interdimensional rift could easily take in level 30 demons, even level 50 and above. Waves of activity from the otherworld would not only be pointless but would also readily reveal the rift's location." Tan Lin shook her head slightly. "Forget it. This isn't for us to ponder. Just bring the news back to base." Elsewhere, the starving demons howled relentlessly, eyes blazing red when they spotted humans before them. They crazily lunged forward hunting prey, attacking with uncontrollable frenzy. From afar, Chu-Gi and Tan Lin suddenly noticed a dazzling force beam striking the ground, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion that shook the space. They looked at each other, filled with doubt. "What's happening?" Chu-Gi tensed as he sensed a familiar aura.
Thanh lai ni mà đi tàng sao tét, Demon.
Someone is being besieged by fiends over there. Curiosity mixed with worry, Chugi shouted, "You all go on ahead. I'll return right away." Tan Lin cried his name in alarm, hastily blocking him. "We don't even know how many demons are over there. It's too dangerous to go." But Fong Lang roared, its powerful strides charging straight forward, ignoring all warnings. Chu Gi didn't hesitate. He and the war wolf dashed toward the explosion, determined to search for traces of the extreme cold ice lotus. A question rang in his mind. What was that just now? Suddenly Chu Gi realized the familiar power belonged to Kwang So Nin. Why is she here? He wondered, full of suspicion. At the forest's edge, a group of people whispered in low voices. "Over 20 white-silver demons. That girl can't hold out long. Should we help her?" Another sighed, "Or we leave. Even protecting ourselves here is hard. If we can use her to attract the demons and escape, we still have a chance to survive." After that, they all looked ahead with sorrowful eyes. In the distance, a chaotic scene unfolded. Alone, Kwang So Nin stood defiantly against the demons. Each of her sword strokes carried a razor technique. The heirloom blade in her hand radiated a terrifying aura that none dared underestimate. After some fighting, she quickly realized the demons were extremely cunning. They seemed to know her charm's effect was time-limited, so they only surrounded without attacking directly, deliberately prolonging it to wear her down. Suddenly, the demons all went berserk and surged in from every direction. Kwang So Nin immediately realized more than 10 demons had dispersed across the plain. If she cut down 8 in front of her, the ones behind would promptly fill the gap, leaving her no chance to retreat to the supply base. In that life-or-death moment, she swung her blade fiercely, temporarily breaking the encirclement. But she knew well the charm was weakening. Once its power vanished, she would surely fall into peril. Just then, a radiant holy light suddenly illuminated Kwang So Nin's face. From the distance, Chu Gi appeared, unleashing the Thunderlight skill. A thunderous blast resounded. A blinding beam descended like divine judgment, ripping the demons apart. Under that destructive power, each monster disintegrated into dust before Kwang So Nin. In an instant, the plain became a sea of golden smoke, dazzling light filling the space. No demon remained around her. Kwang So Nin stood stunned, utterly unable to comprehend who had wrought this miracle. Immediately after, Chu Gi rode Fong Lang over, his figure majestic like a war god stepping out of holy light. As Chu Gi arrived and noticed some demons still alive, he immediately activated Thunderlight and shouted, "Kwang So Nin, dodge now!" Ahead, a demon leader roared and launched an attack. A crimson, seductive power erupted, so fierce that even Kwang So Nin winced under its terrifying pressure. Chu Gi stood at a distance, quickly thinking of how to save her. At that moment, the demons all transformed simultaneously, and together unleashed the Flame Bloom skill. The fierce fire flared up, incinerating everything around. The demons charged straight at Chu Gi with savage momentum. Kwang So Nin realized their combined strike was terrifying and shouted, "Chu Gi, get away!" That's the cooperative power of the demon tribe. Facing that desperate situation, she bit her lip, thinking inwardly, "The evil power has surged. Chu Gi is no match. If I self-destruct, there's probably a 9 in 10 chance to kill them and protect him." But Chu Gi paid no heed to the warning. He and the Wind Wolf charged straight into the demons, ignoring Kwang So Nin's frantic shouts. Suddenly, the demon leader struck a fatal blow, causing the ground to shake violently and crack open in a thunderous explosion. Yet before that evil force, Chu Gi remained undaunted. He yelled and unleashed the Thunderlight skill. The sky instantly lit up. Blinding bolts descended like an angel's wrath, scattering the demons until they exploded everywhere. After unleashing the destructive skill, Chu Gi laughed heartily. No wonder everyone wants to be a mage. Wiping out monsters from afar really isn't bad. However, in reality, Chu Gi's Thunderlight hadn't inflicted massive losses on the demons. They continued to rush madly forward, attacking him from all directions. Not just dozens, but hundreds of demons. Exactly 180 had surrounded Chu Gi and Kwang So Nin on the plain. Chu Gi quickly tallied them, a shock passing through him. 180 demons in total. We could use an area attack, but they're too widely scattered now. Kwang So-nin looked around tensely. That noise was huge. Every demon on the plane must have gathered here. Suddenly Chu-gi gave a decisive order. Kwang So-nin, lure the demons to the left. Don't join the fight. Kwang So-nin asked in surprise. Puzzled, why split their forces? But Chu-gi didn't explain and immediately activated multiple support skills. Golden Dawn Fusion, Laming Blessing, Weapons Blessing, and Divine Favor were cast simultaneously. As those skills merged into her body, Kwang So-nin instantly felt a colossal power erupt within her. She checked the system panel and exclaimed in shock. Every stat and power had increased uniformly by 25%. With the enhanced skills, she felt as if wings had been given. Chu-gi urged her to quickly start drawing the demons. Without hesitation, he charged toward the horde, beginning a thunderous battle. The demons prepared to counterattack, but it was too late. Chu-gi delivered a powerful strike. His superior strength made them suffer, screaming in unbearable pain. The plane trembled, and light from his skill flashed like a holy flame burning the darkness. Not stopping, Chu-gi pressed into the remaining demons. Each blow shook the earth, destructive power erupting and forming a dazzling zone of holy light. From afar, Kwang So-nin watched, unable to hide her astonishment. The skills were increased by 25%, effectively nearly doubling his power. To her knowledge, no second-tier knight, not even a level 16, could do that. While she was still thinking, demons suddenly appeared before them. The Wind Wolf immediately roared and leapt forward, biting into a demon that had no time to react. Kwang So-nin also swung the heirloom blade, cutting straight into the monsters. She thought to herself, now is not the time to hesitate. I must follow Chu-gi's instructions. He continuously landed critical strikes, sending the demons to their deaths in an instant. Suddenly, Chu-gi sensed danger from behind. A cunning demon sneaked up from the rear, its cold blade nearly grazing his throat. But at that moment, with just a slight flick of his wrist, a burst of power struck the creature away. He gathered energy, forming a demonic whip shimmering with darkness, lashing the enemy and dealing heavy damage with a shadow effect. Kwang So-nin turned her head, eyes surprised at the call. After a moment's thought, Chu-gi hurled a brilliant fireball toward her, taking advantage of the demons clustering together. He thought to himself, it's time to use this move. Countless demons on the plane were drawn to the radiant light of his holy light profession. Seizing the opportunity, Chu-gi activated the B-rank Holy Light Protection skill. The system announced that all party members were placed within a designated range. Inside the gleaming halo, they were immune to all physical damage for a set time, thus keeping his teammates safe. Clad in the shimmering Holy Knight armor, Chu-ngi continued to cast Holy Light Cross. A brilliant golden cross appeared, radiating divine power like sacred light. The system chimed. Holy light summoned and spreading, drawing energy from behind him, continuously damaging enemies within the light, with an effective range of up to 200 meters. Without hesitation, Chu-ngi amplified the cross's power, creating a terrifying source of energy. The demons hiding in the darkness could not withstand the destructive force and disintegrated one after another under the blinding light. Kwang So-nin stood frozen, mouth agape at that terrifying power. The remaining demons recklessly charged toward Chu-ngi, fearless. Facing them, he stood tall and declared clearly, all darkness will vanish under the light. Chu-ngi wasted no time and unleashed the skill Radiant Valiant Holy Light, Grade B. A storm of holy light erupted, concentrating at a point and dealing magical and light physical damage to all enemies in the area. Two gigantic crosses descended from the sky, plunging straight into the horde of demons. When they struck the ground, they caused an earth-shattering explosion that made the ground tremble violently. In an instant, the crosses merged, forming a gigantic vortex that swept the demons high into the air. Each monster dissolved into nothingness, wiped out completely by the holy light vortex. The entire forest became a blazing light, like hell being burned by illumination. There was no sign of any demon left. From afar, a group watched stealthily, whispering in panic. Who is that? A person or a monster? Another trembled. Boss, should we go greet him? The boss pondered, eyes full of calculation. Our team has someone at level 26. The rest are level 24. Don't even mention fighting him. We couldn't even beat the monsters. He swallowed dryly and continued, this person is terrifying. And so young. We must befriend him. But another immediately panicked. Befriend him how, with that kind of power? At that moment, an ancient vehicle emerged from the void. A girl stepped out, voice full of excitement. We're Chu Ngi's juniors, here to support him. The sudden appearance startled Chu Thu's group, and they all turned to look in unison. Chu Ngi and Kwang So-nin turned around, their eyes filled with utter surprise. At that moment, the system announced, congratulations, you have reached level 17. You received 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. You received 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. After wiping out the demons, Chu Ngi took out a potion, opened it, and drank it in one gulp. His body gradually returned to its original state, and the holy light on him faded. System summary, level 18, experience 1324/42, 000, strength 160, constitution 171, agility 162, intelligence 172. A total of 180 demons were killed, yielding 60,000 experience points. He thought to himself, it's a pity the fake profession only grants experience capped by level. Otherwise this battle could have yielded much more. His stats increased significantly and his strength was enhanced, but he still felt insufficient to fully utilize higher level skills. Back at school, he planned to discuss with his teacher to find a solution. She will surely have an appropriate fix. Members of the Tanlone team approached, eyes full of amazement. Chu Ngi, did you do all this? Your power far exceeds what I imagined. Before anyone could reply, Kwang So-nin, exhausted, sat down heavily, luckily leaning against the sturdy frame of Fong Lang. Seeing this, everyone anxiously asked, is she okay? Tan Lin checked and replied, I think it's from overexertion. She's completely drained. She asked further, when you killed the demons, did you encounter any that were especially hard to handle? Chu Ngi nodded, his voice calm. The demons I killed were strongest at level 23, golden rank. Suddenly the system issued an alarm, continuously detecting that the interdimensional mana concentration exceeded the limit. Analyzing data, Tan Lin fell into thought, her eyes full of worry. Chu Ngi asked curiously, what's wrong? Tan Lin said solemnly, both the demon army and the human army have leaders. Without a commander here, most of the demon forces wouldn't have appeared. This place isn't safe to stay long. We must return to base immediately. The group departed at once, not lingering another minute. From afar, a group hiding in the bushes whispered among themselves. One asked, boss, it looks like they're about to leave. Shall we go out? The boss nodded. Yeah, go out. But just as they were about to step out, a terrifying power descended from the sky. The group panicked, shouting in unison, boss, what's happening? The boss looked up, sweat pouring, voice trembling. The density of demonic chi is rising. The sky darkened. A ferocious demon hovered in midair, shrouded in thick black smoke. A silhouette riding on the back of a dragon gradually appeared. The system announced, Demon Monster level 34, Legendary grade, Skills unknown, Notes unknown. Mount, Fire Dragon level 24, Golden grade, Strong attack skill. Suddenly the system continued the emergency alert. Interdimensional mana concentration exceeds the limit. Analyzing data, complete. Interdimensional invasion level, grade B, location. East of Feng Mountain Vein, longitude 111.454 E, latitude 15.3 N/S. The information was broadcast across the region. Interdimensional invasion level B. All Legion members assemble immediately and prepare to fight. The warning echoed through the air, repeating continuously, signaling a large-scale crisis about to erupt. All Legion members, Assemble now and be ready to fight. The Snow Dragon Legion's Knight unit completed training at once and moved quickly to the assembly square. The Legion's clerics prepared carefully to protect their bodies against demonic power. The logistics team reallocated resources, supplying mana cores and mana shards. The mage team checked the coordinates longitude 111.454 E, latitude 15.30305 N/S and rushed to erect a massive teleportation formation. In the blink of an eye, everyone had gathered, standing before the teleportation gate, ready under the command of an officer. The officer reported, "Report to the Legion Commander. All personnel have assembled and are awaiting orders." The Snow Dragon Legion's commander from Wuzhou stepped forward, sword in hand, pointing at the troops. His gaze pierced every obstacle, silencing all. He declared in a voice like thunder, like a blade cutting through barriers, like a shield protecting a direction. The crowd responded in unison, their morale soaring, like a blade overcoming all obstacles, like a shield defending a front. At the same time, a tense discussion was underway within the Demon Legion. A demon growled, "Every demon in the Legion was selected and screened by us over half a year since arriving at Lamb Star. We didn't lose many, but at the last moment, before returning to the Holy Realm, over 100 kin were hunted down and killed." Another demon sneered, "Only half a day left before we return to the Holy Realm. Before we go, we should show some arrogance." At the command to engage, the demon army immediately surged with fury, screaming wildly. A demon leader roared, "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. I will never forgive. I will seize their souls and burn them in hellfire." Accompanied by summoning magic, the demon's son cast a skill that caused a host of demons to rise from the void. Before everyone's eyes, countless demons appeared. Silver demons, golden demons, and even legendary-grade demons. So numerous they could not be counted. Tan Lin activated her scouting ability, eyes horrified. A legendary-grade demon, plus a golden-grade demon knight and a silver-grade demon cleric. She turned to the Tan Lone Squad, voice decisive, "Chu Ngi, Tan Lone Squad will protect you for a while. If anything happens, break through the encirclement immediately and get out of here." Another member emphasized, "That's right, Chu Ngi. You must survive for everyone." Everyone knew Chu Ngi was the most demonic genius they'd ever met. His talent deserved protection at all costs. The team's eyes blazed with determination toward the monsters. Suddenly, a spatial portal flashed open in the sky, heavy footsteps echoed, and figures gradually emerged. Kwang So-nin stood bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening. While teammates cheered excitedly, the Snow Dragon Legion, every member level 30 or above, rushed in to break the encirclement. A resonant voice, "Break the encirclement and leave. Yes, Chu Ngi, you must live on for everyone." In an undefined space, the demon leader teleported over, laughing madly. "Ha ha! Humans, rest easy. The magic barrier doesn't cover us." The youth and the army were shaken to their core, unable to believe it. As everyone prepared to teleport through the portal, a thick bone-white mist suddenly rolled in, obscuring their sight. One member exclaimed in panic, "What's inside? Why is the teleport point so far away?" Another strained to scout, voice tense, "This is a forbidden-grade magic array of the AM High and Veem Bitch demon clans. Once deployed, the area is sealed, no teleporting from the inside, and attacks from outside are blocked. It would take cooperation of at least 2 legions to break it. Otherwise, we must wait for it to dissipate." The Snow Dragon Legion commander, Tu Vu Chu, touched the edge of the space and asked gravely, "If we wait for the array to dissipate, how long will it take?" The scout replied, "It could take about 5 minutes." He silently looked down at the teammates who needed help. "Count them and record their information," he thought to himself. Suddenly, after detecting the legendary demon's appearance, the system issued a new mission. Eliminate the legendary demon. Failure will be punished with no reward. Success grants an S-rank talent and the Zifuk Lin potion. Chu Ngi stood amid the troops, smiling with confidence. The new mission had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to stop everyone. Seeing this, The teammates asked in worried choruses, "Sir, what are you going to do?" The legendary demon pointed his gleaming sword at Chu Ngi, demonic chi thick in the air. "It seems you've slain our kin. To show respect, I will tear you into 100 pieces and make you die in endless agony," he ordered, and the fire dragon roared, gathering a fireball in its mouth, ready to strike. Chu Ngi showed no flinch, eyes blazing, summoning power to prepare for an earth-shattering battle. In the sky, the fire dragon spat a scarlet flame beam, charging straight at him. Tan Lin clenched her hands and silently prayed, "Chu Ngi, go for it!" Chu Ngi swung both arms, summoning a holy light staff and launching a burst of power to meet it head-on. The two skills collided in midair, light and flame exploding in blinding brilliance. Chu Ngi's skill pierced through, severing one wing of the fire dragon. The dragon screamed, lost balance, and plunged to the ground amid a horrifying explosion. The legendary demon, enraged, ordered his army to continue the assault, leaving only him unscathed. Chu Ngi immediately rushed in and delivered a killing blow. But the demon was not easy to deal with. He swung his sword in a strike that sent rocks flying and split the ground. However, he froze as he realized Chu Ngi had vanished. Using lightning speed and the dust screen to obscure sight, Chu Ngi slid behind him, delivering a powerful strike at the demon. He quickly raised his sword to block, then retreated out of attack range. Seeing Chu Ngi's terrifying destructive power, the demon muttered in astonishment, "Unbelievable. How can this be? This human is only level 18. How could he have the strength to contend with me?" Chu Ngi set his hammer down, eyes cold, ready for the next move. "You defended well. That said, you're the first legendary monster I've met." Insulted, the demon snarled fiercely and lunged at him with the blade. "Damn human!" Chu Ngi nimbly leapt up to evade, immediately unleashing the cross-shaped strike, a brilliant force that stunned the demon. Quick as a flash, he activated pure white radiance, gaining an enhanced state to ensure the next attack would hit. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ngi concentrated his energy and cast the radiant field. A pillar of golden light descended from the sky, aiming straight at the demon. He panicked and hurriedly activated a defensive skill to resist the strike. "Try to withstand my attack." The surrounding ground shattered, dust flying, demonstrating the terrifying power of both. But the demon's defensive skill was superb, easily stopping the radiant field and allowing no damage through. Chu Ngi was stunned. Even the radiant field couldn't penetrate. He realized ordinary tactics weren't enough to fell this legendary demon. He had to use the system reward skill from the Great Trial. Focusing all his energy into his palm, he prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Seeing this, the demon panicked and cried out a command, "My beloved warriors, kill him for me." The battle cries rolled like thunder as an army charged into the fray regardless of life or death. In the sky, Chu Ngi concentrated all his energy and began to cast his final skill. A layer of shimmering light enveloped his body, so brilliant that everyone had to look up, utterly astonished. Even Wu Chu, the Snow Dragon Legion commander, couldn't hide his admiration. Chu Ngi raised both hands, concentrating the light into a gigantic hand from above that crashed down on the horde of demons. The monsters howled in panic, sensing an unpredictable cataclysm about to occur. The light grew ever more dazzling. The giant hand descended, instantly causing the surrounding demons to disintegrate. Chu Ngi's companions were stunned. One exclaimed, "Am I dreaming? Is that Chu Ngi's skill?" Kwang So Nin felt unease. The magical veins in her body trembled before the might of that light. From above, Wu Chu murmured in amazement, "This power is as strong as a mana artillery." He ordered that they find out who was trapped inside. Someone hurriedly reported, "They are all students from Tahang University. The one who just displayed the skill is this year's top graduate, claiming to be a holy knight." Wu Chu sighed upon hearing this. Top graduate. What a pity. The level gap between the sides is too great. With more time to grow, he could have slain that demon with this skill. On the ground, the legendary demon was gravely wounded, bleeding profusely, its jaw shattered. It roared in anger. How dare you insult my great existence? The demon grew more ferocious and ordered his legion of lesser demons to charge. He cast flame curses and a barrage of spells that empowered the monsters, causing them to rise repeatedly from the shadows. Hundreds, thousands of savage demonic beasts advanced, accompanied by hidden legions of lesser demons below. Facing the vast army, Chu Ngi still stood firm without a hint of flinching. The demons sneered contemptuously. Just a level 18 knight. I fought in many great battles. How could you possibly beat me? The magical power in your body must have been exhausted long ago, he crowed. With no magic left, facing our 300-strong force, sheer numbers alone will grind you to death. But secretly the demon was worried. The divine hand skill had nearly drained his magical power, equipment recovery was too slow, and now he could only rely on himself. Chu Ngi spotted the opportunity and activated the Supreme Azure Deity Secret Art, S-rank. The system announced the Holy Knight Temple's secret, a one-time mana-free release unaffected by curse-slowing skills. Upon use, part of the Divine Radiance's power is granted based on bodily endurance. For attributes increase, all holy and light skills gain 5 temporary levels, and HP, stamina, and mana recovery rates are multiplied by 20. The effect lasts for a time but leaves the user in a debilitated state afterward. Brilliant light erupted from Chu Ngi, enveloping him like a god, ready to face the entire horde of demonic beasts. A radiant beam descended abruptly from the sky, piercing inner defenses and tearing through every barrier as if to burn everything away. The dazzling light shrouded Chu Ngi's body, transforming him into another being, suspended in midair. Before the horrified eyes of the monsters and the demon, he muttered in doubt, "What is he doing now?" Within the radiant light, an archangel descended, its resplendent wings softly beating as if embracing Chu Ngi, bestowing upon him a source of divine power. The monsters could only stand rooted, unable to look away from the majestic sight. Pure white feathers gently drifted down. The monsters, curious, reached out to touch them, but the moment they made contact they were burned by a sacred flame, screaming in agony before turning to ash. Those feathers also softly settled on Tu Vu Chu's arm, leaving him astonished. That is Descent Divine Art, a high-level secret art held only by holy-class professions. He spoke in a deep, respectful voice. "What is Descent Divine Art?" someone asked. He explained, "It's an advanced skill of holy-class professions that can tap into the full energy at the threshold of divine radiance. I once saw a cleric demonstrate Descent Divine Art. A single move could restore a legion's condition to peak. Because of Descent Divine Art, only the chorus troops could endure waiting for support while besieged by 3 demon legions. Divine energy is as abundant as the ocean. Without it, he alone might well have been able to slay the demons." When the demons witnessed this secret art, fear rose within them. One shouted with a trembling voice, "No, this can't be. Clearly this is the highest level secret art. He's only a level 18 knight. By what right can he use divine energy?" A frantic retainer ran over, voice shaking as he warned, "Your Highness, all demons follow orders. Only using matching divine energy can cut through. Otherwise our entire legion will be annihilated." Suppressing his fear, he quietly observed the ritual. A demon beside him, voice low, tried to soothe him. "Your Highness will be able to return safely." In the gloom of the valley, the demon stood before a gate casting a spell. A close aide asked, "Your Highness, regarding the dark seal in the valley, how long will it take to erect the teleportation array?" The demon answered immediately, voice full of confidence. 1 minute. Both sides will trade blows immediately. It's just one skill." His subordinate nodded. "Now is the time for you to show your loyalty." The demon's words ignited like a blaze, stirring the will of the monsters. He roared, his voice shaking the battlefield. "When the Descent Divine Art is invoked, give everything you have to Lord Demon Oma." The declaration fell like thunder, heard clearly by every creature. Immediately they separated, each demon's soul flaring like a demonic flame shooting toward the sky. A lead demon, voice hoarse but resolute, knelt and swore, "O great demon Lord Oima, I am Raskin. I offer myself wholly to honor you. Hundreds of demonic souls harmonized, forming an eerie chant that fused into a surging stream of energy. That power grew ever stronger, upgrading and transforming the demon, making him more powerful than ever before. Meanwhile, the divine light still wrapped Chu Ngi like a resplendent protective veil. A deity quietly manifested beside him, granting miraculous power. The lowly creatures, once suffering and weak, were now imbued with divine energy. That power flowed into Chu Ngi's hands like a miracle, turning him into an invincible knight. When the ritual completed, Chu Ngi opened his eyes, his cold gaze fixed on the demon lord. He raised his hand and pointed at the enemy, voice echoing, "Where we go, there must be light." Instantly, a blinding beam of light erupted and shot toward the demon lord. The surrounding earth and rocks crumbled. The smoke veil dissipated, revealing that the demon lord's form had changed dramatically. His body now burned fiercely, shrouded in a blood-red haze. Status displayed. His level surged from 23 to 43, transforming him into a mighty fire demon, chest heaving as he concentrated auras of blazing flame. The demon lord roared and unleashed a demonic fire beam toward Chu Ngi. The screaming fire struck hard against the column of light surrounding him. Not stopping there, he unleashed another move, forming a gigantic fireball that condensed the fire element to its peak. Surface temperature reached 15 million degrees Celsius. Demonic flame, he whispered in a deep voice. The strongest genius skill. Without the people's sacrifice, we could never perform it. The fireball hurtled toward Chu Ngi, the air seeming to be incinerated. Only 1 minute remained. Chu Ngi, the holy knight, stood motionless before the oncoming fireball. At the moment it was about to strike, an earth-shattering explosion from his skill erupted, shattering the ball in an instant. The fire demon collapsed after the attack, panting, his energy depleted. Chu Ngi's team members watched steadfastly, ready to support, their eyes never leaving their leader. When the smoke cleared, Chu Ngi still stood tall in the air like a god, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Recognizing defeat, the fire demon panicked and attempted to flee, but time was short. Only 1 minute remained to complete the teleportation formation. Stepping into it would finish the ritual. Chu Ngi whispered, eyes unwavering, ready to end everything. Before the demon lord could finish speaking, Chu Ngi from above delivered the decisive blow. Eyes icy, he shouted, "I proclaim myself the god of judgment. Your sentence is death." A cataclysmic slash descended, a brilliant light like a divine blade piercing straight into the fire demon. Cries of agonized pain rang out. The ground along the beam's path cracked open, rocks splitting in two, facing death. The fire demon thrashed in despair, screaming, "I have completed my mission. My glory returns to the holy realm." But his power dissolved, his body collapsed and turned to ash. The remaining demons, witnessing the Lord's fall, were stunned with terror. One panicked demon cried out, "What will we do now? The demon lord is dead. The formation is broken. How can we return to the sanctuary?" From the sky, Chu Ngi silently watched, his sharp gaze bearing witness to the enemy's death. But his body had reached its limit. His energy was depleted. "It's finally over," he whispered as his strength left him, causing him to fall freely from the sky. Chu Ngi's teammates rushed over, shouting his name in alarm. He lay there, powerless, anxious voices echoing in his ears. Despite his tired eyes, Chu Ngi still heard a teammate's decisive orders. "Cleric, check Chu Ngi's condition immediately. Team 2, urgently search for survivors around the mountain area. Remaining legions, follow me and advance." After an indeterminate time, Chu Ngi awoke, his limbs heavy and his breathing labored. "So heavy, I can't breathe," he muttered, head hazy, feeling as if something was pressing down on him. "Ugh. Can't move, sleep paralysis? Am I about to die?"
Panic dồn tét Chu Nghi uprai.
A pungent stench filled his senses. While his eyes were still blurry, a voice called at his ear. "Chu Ngi!" Kwang So Nin cried with worried eyes. "You're awake. You were unconscious for 2 days and nights. I'll go tell everyone." Anger flared in his mind. If I'd woken any later, she would have crushed me for sure. Kwang So-nin suddenly grabbed his sleeve, voice gentle. Yes. Right? Thank you for saving me. Then she unexpectedly placed a sweet kiss on his cheek. Chu Ngi was stunned, watching the embarrassed girl run off, an indescribable swell of emotion rising in him. He instinctively reached up to touch his cheek, where her lips had left a mark. Suddenly, the daily quest board appeared before his eyes. 200 push-ups incomplete, 200 squats unfinished, 200 sit-ups still undone. Chu Ngi frowned and muttered, I slept for 2 days? Missed the daily rewards. What a waste. He hurriedly opened the notifications to check, hoping to make up for it. A message appeared. Congratulations on completing the demon-slaying quest. Corresponding rewards have been granted. Congratulations, you have acquired the S+ talent skill. Resistance to death. This skill allows the body to resist death and recover rapidly from any injury. He read on, eyes lighting up. Congratulations. You have received an S-grade magic potion. Medic Blessing Spirit. After drinking, the user's luck surges for 12 hours. Chu Ngi muttered, a talent for injury recovery. Every class has that, but an S+ named Resistance to Death must be special. Eager to test the new skill, he drew a knife and lightly sliced a small cut on his arm. To his astonishment, the wound healed in just 2 seconds. Heals that fast? He exclaimed, eyes shining. In combat, with this ability, ordinary damage would hardly trouble him. His survivability had skyrocketed. He was about to summon a larger weapon to test a more serious injury, but then shook his head. His legs still trembled from the battle's aftereffects. No, don't be reckless. I nearly died. He muttered with a soft laugh. Heh, that was lucky. He opened the system and looked at the S-grade Medic Blessing Spirit bottle. Drinking it boosts luck for 12 hours. How much would it increase, he wondered. He smiled, imagining finding a legendary weapon, meeting a roadside old woman who turned out to be a third-rank alchemist, or buying top-tier gear from a street vendor. One vial of divine medicine, endless possibilities. He carefully stored the potion, knowing he would use it someday. Then he turned his attention to the next skill, the A-rank Tan Diem Kwang. The display showed Tan Diem Kwang can condense into a blazing sword of light. When spun, it activates fire element control, increasing fire and light-type skill damage by 20% for himself and allies for a duration. Chu Ngi frowned, suddenly recalling that this skill resembled the protective skill of the Holy Angel. He muttered, Tan Diem Kwang belongs to the light element, guarded by angels. Fire and light damage can increase up to 40% if activated correctly. If combined with radiant punishment, could I become a dual-element lightning fire mage? A flash of excitement lit his eyes as his mind began calculating new possibilities. Lost in thought, Chu Ngi was startled by a rapid knocking at the door, urgent as if urging something. A voice called, Someone wants to see you. He left the room and stepped outside to find a man waiting. The man smiled and introduced himself. I am Vong Luong, Deputy Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, a mage. Classmate Chu Ngi, you timely slew the monsters and destroyed the teleportation formation. Otherwise, we couldn't have captured so many prisoners. Chu Ngi scratched his head and replied bashfully, Sir, I just did some chores. What do you need from me? Vong Luong smiled and explained, The commander should have personally thanked you, but he's busy, so I speak for him. Your final strike, though it destroyed half of the Blight Valley, preserved the demon traces perfectly. The Legion discovered their secret. The commander is reporting the matter to superiors. Unexpectedly, Vong Luong produced a spatial projector. Light flashed, drawing them both into a vast treasure trove. Countless weapons and materials were piled up, glittering with magical light. Vong Luong pointed and declared heartily, These are resources accumulated over hundreds of years by the Snow Dragon Legion. Don't hesitate. Tell me what you want. Chu Ngi widened his eyes, astonished by the hoard. Are there any S-rank national treasures? He asked, his heart pounding. Is there an S-grade Polar Frost Lotus in the store? Vong Luong nodded and searched the vault. After a while, he held up an item emitting a cold light, then frowned and said, There is an S-grade polar frost lotus, but its value is 100 million contribution points. What do you think? Chu Ngi heard this and beamed. Exactly. Seeing this, Vong Luong gritted his teeth, set the polar frost lotus down, and muttered, "All right, I'll think about this. 100 million contribution points is 3 years of my salary. I'll have to ask the commander to cover it." He double-checked and then retracted the spatial orb, returning to the original room. Vong Luong told Chu Ngi, "The polar frost lotus is currently at headquarters. You'll need to wait a few days. If you get bored, I'll arrange people to accompany you on a beast hunt in the mountain vein." In his mind, he calculated sending the younger members with Chu Ngi to hunt beasts to build camaraderie. If the team became the strongest, the Snow Dragon Legion would benefit. The plan was perfect, but as he was about to leave, Chu Ngi hesitated and said, "Sorry, I must return to campus tomorrow for a student competition. Please send the polar frost lotus to my dorm." He added in a near whisper, "Don't forget, I'm still a student." Vong Luong nodded and laughed loudly. "Rest assured, the polar frost lotus will be delivered to Dorm 01 at Tahang University within 2 days. If you later encounter problems you can't solve on the mountain vein, contact the Snow Dragon Legion." With that, he closed the door and left. Chu Ngi relaxed and sat down to breathe a sigh of relief. Tu Van has been saved. I really must thank that demon. Without it, I wouldn't have had the chance to get the polar frost lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's vault. He glanced at the time and jolted. It was almost noon. He had to finish his daily tasks today. In another corner, Tan Lin, captain of the Tan Lone squad, stepped out of the bath. A thin towel fluttered in the breeze, gently wrapping her figure. Chao Dan leaped up from downstairs, caught Tan Lin fresh from her bath, and broke into a mischievous grin. "Heh, Captain. We want to invite Chu Ngi to join the Tan Lone squad. What do you think?" Tan Lin slightly frowned, speaking calmly. "I'm afraid he won't agree easily. With that strength, hunting beasts solo might be more effective. But you'll never know until you try. Besides, the commander himself wants him to join. Doesn't he?" Chao Dan laughed. "I've seen you sneak to visit Chu Ngi a few times." At last Tan Lin dressed neatly, walked to Chu Ngi's door, and knocked softly. Chu Ngi had just finished his workout, sweat still soaking his body. Seeing her, he was briefly surprised. Tan Lin smiled and went straight to the point. "Chu Ngi, do you want to join our Tan Lone squad?" Seeing him silent, she perceptively guessed his thoughts, but still smiled, voice tinged with shyness. "Chao Nin and Chao Dan will be upset for a while." Then she changed tone playfully. "Are you teasing again, senior?" "Yes. This is a special thank you for saving us in the mountain vein." Unexpectedly, she stepped closer, embraced him tightly, and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Before Chu Ngi's astonished eyes, she nimbly dashed out the door and waved goodbye. Chu Ngi touched his cheek and muttered, "A special reward, a special thanks. Girls are bold these days." He smiled softly, feeling an indescribable surge of emotion. Elsewhere, beyond Vu Chao Dan's region, an important meeting was underway. According to the investigation, this demon incursion into the otherworld differed greatly from the one 3 years ago. They appeared continuously, alternating at the mountain vein. Someone frowned and said in a low voice, "Are you sure? Do you realize the implications of this report?" Vu Chu, who led the meeting, solemnly explained. So far, otherworldly creatures could only invade Lam Tin through large spatial rifts. Those rifts are rare, so the invasion risk wasn't too severe. But if they can use medium-sized spatial rifts, which are countless on Lam Tin, that would be a catastrophe. Lam Tin would face extinction. He paused, eyes sharp. The investigation results had been checked many times. Fortunately, they found that only creatures below level 3 could pass through medium-sized spatial rifts. If this information is correct, they must urgently devise countermeasures. Vu Chu turned to Counselor Duong, voice decisive. "Counselor Duong, notify all legions nationwide immediately and instruct them to investigate every medium-sized spatial rift in their garrison areas." Counselor Truong An was tasked to attend this session of the United Nations Parliament, report these findings, and monitor other countries' reactions. Vu Chu lowered his voice and revealed that this intelligence came from an 18-year-old teenager. Yes, the young hero Chu Ngi, the rising holy knight, top scorer in the Tahang Provincial College entrance exam, and top student at Tahang University. His use of the descent divine art to defeat demons and destroy the teleportation formation brought them great benefit. Upon hearing this, the hall suddenly trembled. People reacted in astonished whispers. A holy knight becoming the top scorer of Tahang province. That's rare. Someone spoke up. Moreover, Chu. Could he be a descendant of the Frozenbone Chu clan? Another turned to Counselor Vong seriously. Counselor Vong, when you return to the school, keep an eye on Chu Ngi for us. If he's a promising talent, don't hide it. Report to us immediately. The person mentioned was Vong Hui, president of Tahang University. Vu Chu observed everyone's reactions and thought to himself that these were the country's most powerful figures. If he won their trust, Chu Ngi's future would surely be wide open. Time passed, and at Tahang University the atmosphere grew lively. An announcement rang out. The university entrance exam will begin at 10 a.m. Students, please proceed to the sports field to assemble. Today's admissions opening ceremony featured the presence of Deans Tong Kai from the Weapons Institute and Chu Hoa Duong from the Elemental Institute, Truong Lin from the Tactics Institute, and No Kok Kan from the Logistics Institute, and No Man from the War Institute. No Man stepped onto the podium and boomed, "Hello everyone. I am No Man, Dean of the War Institute. Welcome to Tahang University. This admissions exam will be divided into 2 stages. Stage 1 is the Hidden Cave Challenge, ranked by difficulty and completion time. Stage 2 is the Free Challenge. Each candidate has 3 opportunities to challenge someone ranked higher. If you win, you swap positions. The crowd immediately buzzed with whispers. What? It's time and Chu Ngi and Kwang So Nin still haven't shown up? If they don't arrive now, they'll lose the right to participate in the entrance exam. Someone sneered. Where's Chu Ngi? I don't see him. Maybe he forgot the exam. Another added gloatingly. Finally, Chu Ngi has been gone for a month. Good, one less strong competitor. He didn't train seriously. Now he doesn't even dare to enter the entrance exam. What a missed opportunity. No Man mounted the stage again, voiced like a general before battle. Everyone, bring your best gear, talismans, and weapons. The exam officially begins. He introduced the first challenge, the Silver Moon Secret Realm instance, the largest and most difficult ever, designed to fully test the candidate's potential. Besides easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, we've specially added the Abyss level. Below the stands, the candidates whispered and discussed. The Abyss level will definitely be far more terrifying. Someone shouted confidently, I'll sweep the Abyss. Now this is interesting. No Man raised his hand, voice thundering. Danger Zone. Bear Monster Cave. Levels 12 to 19. Difficulty options. Easy, hard, nightmare, or Abyss. Team size. 1 to 6. Begin. In the gloomy, shadowed forest, packs of savage bear monsters lurked, their roars chilling to the bone. Legend says even a small bear monster can swallow a human whole and still be unsatisfied. As soon as the information was announced, the candidates were instantly teleported into the instance. System notifications rang continuously. Candidate entered instance.
Séquence 015 Chan et lien unlocked Nightmare Difficulty.
Seken 002 tham iPhone Unlock Mythic Difficulty. Seken 035 Liming Unlock Nightmare Difficulty.
Sequence 007 Vo Ka Unlocked Mystic Difficulty. Sequence 016 Cao Tin Unlocked Mystic Difficulty.
Seken 022 Li Tinh Hu Unlock Nightmare Difficulty.
No Man stood on the podium, smiling with satisfaction. This year's exam is excellent. The candidates are full of energy and enthusiasm. Truly promising young talents. At that moment, a girl came running from afar, voice worried. Report to the dean. Numbers 001 and 003 went to train at Windy Peak earlier but still haven't arrived. No Man frowned, annoyed. Why are numbers 001 and 003 missing? Youth relying on high ranking to behave undisciplined. The girl hurriedly explained, Dean, Chu Ngi isn't that kind of person. But no man cut her off decisively. No need for further explanation. Students like that need character training. If they don't show up, they're not allowed to participate. Drop them to the bottom of the list. Just then, a shout rang from afar. Wait! Chu Ngi appeared, face bright, rushing in like the wind, carrying a girl on his shoulder. He panted, Quick! Hurry! Sorry, teacher, we're late. The teachers who witnessed this were stunned but quickly restored order. The system announced again. Sequence 001 Chu Ngi unlocked the instance at Abyss difficulty. Little Noi, with sparkling eyes, leads the team to pioneer the Abyss difficulty. Chu Ngi smiled brightly at the girl beside him. Just in time, the scene shifted instantly and the team stepped into the dark instance. A cold announcement rang out. You have entered the Bear Demon Cave. Selected difficulty: Inferno. Note: monsters on Inferno difficulty are extremely ferocious. Be careful when using return scrolls. Blessings from Tubin Min. May your courage receive divine favor. A gentle radiance enveloped the group as if the gods had granted protection. Chu Ngi gripped his weapon, eyes blazing with battle intent, and roared with excitement. This is the feeling of combat. I can't wait any longer. Immediately the monster info appeared clearly. Bear Warrior Demon, level 17, 2-star silver talent, possessing fur armor and frenzied charge. Next, Bear Hunter Demon, also level 17, 3-star silver talent with pursuit slow skill. Finally, another Bear Warrior Demon, level 18, 2-star silver talent, with a strong protective ring skill and crushing manifestation. Without hesitation, Chu Ngi raised his blade and activated his power. A burst of fighting aura radiated from him, as if tearing through all limits. Beside him, the beautiful girl quietly activated the Divine Phantom Breaker skill. Her sword flashed like lightning, unleashing a series of razor-sharp combos that pierced the bear's defenses. At the same time, the red-haired boy with a careless grin focused all his energy. Flames erupted from his fist, forming a brilliant punch that lunged at a bear demon, dealing devastating damage in a single blow. Further away, another contestant with a calm, lake-like demeanor used the wind dance heart-soothing shot. He spun nimbly, delivered a powerful kick, and sent the enemy flying, knocking them down instantly. Outside the instance, the examiners watched the screens intently, smiles of satisfaction on their faces. This year's candidates are quite excellent, said No Man, voice full of enthusiasm. He discreetly signaled, Bring up the window for number 001. I want to see what he can do after a month wandering Windy Peak. The view switched to inside the instance. Chu Ngi now gripped his magic staff, demeanor proud as if strolling through a nightmare-level instance. An announcement sounded, Congratulations to candidate Chu Ngi for clearing the first stage, killing 16 demons within 5 seconds. Heavens! Unbelievable! 5 seconds? One examiner exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. How did Chu Ngi, using only the supportive Holy Light Ring skill, defeat them in a single sweep? The destructive power from the burning effect left everyone stunned. Perhaps Chu Ngi's intelligence stat is exceptionally high, another examiner remarked in awe. Or maybe an attribute has been enhanced, or he's using a rare item. One run isn't enough to conclude. No Man was still in shock, murmuring, Even with my combat experience I can't recognize what Luke Veen Quanglan is. He paused, eyes flashing. This guy didn't waste his month. Truly noteworthy. Inside the instance, Chu Ngi unleashed the skill light of punishment. Brilliant light exploded and quickly faded. He immediately assumed stance, standing tall amid the battlefield. The system announced in a cold yet authoritative voice, Congratulations, you cleared the second gate, killing 200 demons. Time: 1 minute 23 seconds. Spectacular success. The announcement continued, Congratulations on clearing the third gate. Congratulations on completing the Abyss level. Time: 4 minutes 57 seconds. Rating SSS. You have been confirmed as the top of the leaderboard for this level. The rewards displayed with an excited tone. Skill book, Hammer of Regret, 13.2 experience points, 25 free attribute points, 25 skill points. The system described the reward, Hammer of Regret, a gigantic hammer forged from sacred power, dealing enormous damage to any enemy struck. Not only that, a new announcement added to the excitement. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new achievement for being the first to clear this level. Choose one of the following 3 abilities. 1. Focused Light A. Increases neural reaction speed by 30%. 30% chance to avoid interruption when activating skills. 2. Sprint A. After entering combat state, movement speed gradually increases up to 50%. 3. Steadfast Guard A. When using a shield as a weapon, resistance increases by 30%. Chu Ngi smirked slightly, eyes sparkling with confidence. Indeed, in some cases, completing a stage or special quest can unlock new abilities or enhance a character's power. It's a very interesting progression mechanic in the game. He murmured excitedly. Player skills and talents are crucial in determining a character's strength. At first, I could only activate the Holy Paladin profession during the class change ceremony thanks to an S+ aptitude. Maybe that's a privilege of Platinum tier maps and above. Thanks to outstanding talent, Chu Ngi broke records on the white copper maps during the major exam. But this reward was not as expected. Still, offering a choice of 3 is humane. No need to worry about getting a useless ability, he thought to himself, eyes sharp as they scanned each option. Steadfast Guard fits a paladin build, but it's unnecessary for me. Not bad, but inferior to Focused Light. Calculations ran through Chu Ngi's mind like lightning. From the moment he detected an enemy to the counterattack, everything had to be measured in heartbeats. The stronger the enemy, the faster their strikes, making neural reaction speed a decisive factor. The aura of concentration, which reduces the chance of skill interruption, could become the trump card. Used skillfully, it can even turn the tide in an instant. Suddenly, the system sounded a cold announcement. The Abyss level playthrough has been completed. Would you like to open an additional substage? Chu Ngi did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Immediately, a heavy, pressurizing aura rose from the teleport gate. Hopefully the substage will be more exciting. This is getting a bit boring, he murmured, a confident smile touching his lips. Outside the instance, the veteran stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Not bad, very good. Excellent combat tactics and impeccable elemental control. No Man nodded enthusiastically. Ha. Quick thinking, good reactions. The Abyss playthrough is indeed harder than I expected. Another examiner exclaimed, extreme adaptability. Abyss is already very difficult. He paused, eyes widening in astonishment. Chu Ngi is not only strong in magic, but also has impressive enhancement capabilities. His melee combat is astonishing too. In the observation room, Dean Truong Lin pondered, Chu Ngi's skills are too comprehensive, but being too broad can lead to suboptimal growth point allocation. No Man nodded. True, that's an issue. After the exam, I'll speak with him directly. Another examiner interjected. Everything depends on which institute Chu Ngi chooses. Only then can a clear direction be set. Indeed, someone added. The institutes will certainly start competing for outstanding students. At that moment, a long-haired man stepped forward, smiling broadly. Pity I arrived late and didn't witness the full extent of this kid's power. The scene shifted to the dark space inside the instance. Chu Ngi stood silently, eyes coldly observing the scene before him. He thought to himself, has a ritual of the dark god taken place here? His footsteps moved forward slowly, his voice low as if speaking to himself. Every world has gods of light. Naturally, there will be corresponding dark gods. Dark gods are not merely shadowy entities but a general term for deities of chaos and madness. Unlike gods of light or darkness, which require only faith and devotion, worshipping dark gods demands fresh lives and souls as offerings. As he finished, Chu Ngi frowned slightly, his gaze scanning the lingering occult traces. Although that figure had been destroyed by legions and inspectors, the millions of souls devoured by the evil god could not be restored. He had secretly devised a cruel plan, willing to sacrifice an entire mid-sized city. Millions perished in a single night, propelling him from level 54 to 899 in an instant. Though defeated, the ritual's aftereffects still spread. Since then, the Central Xia Kingdom enacted strict bans. Heretical worship was a capital crime, punishable by immediate execution. Yet the occult allure of heresy continued to spread at a terrifying rate. Many, disregarding the danger, risked everything to tread this forbidden path. A low voice echoed in the darkness. Of course, it isn't only humans who believe in heresy. Beast folk, elves, even angels, can fall into that faith. At that moment, a horrifying entity before Chu Ngi gradually took shape. A bear wraith, level 19. Once the former elder of the bear clan, now turned into a monster after a demonic ritual. It roared, voice dripping with bloodlust. The scent of fresh flesh. Your scent is delicious. Chu Ngi curled his lip, eyes flashing with challenge. Not a bad final boss. He continued calmly. You're an immortal being, immune to physical damage? If other fighters faced you, they'd freeze. His tone immediately shifted to excitement. For me, this is the real challenge. Delicious. Come then. Without hesitation, Chu Ngi summoned the radiant light. A pillar of blazing golden light erupted, surrounding him like a vortex of radiance, ready to strike the bear wraith. The monster sneered and roared contemptuously, truly like throwing eggs at stones.
Chu Nghi túc tan.
Behind him, the radiant circle shone brilliantly, emitting an overwhelming aura. His eyes were cold, locked onto the target. The bear wraith continued to roar arrogantly. Human, I admit your holy radiance is strong, but before the immortal power Lord Xia bestowed upon me, all is futile. How potent is that holy radiance? It seems you intend to use a finishing move. You can't do it. All you do is futile struggle. The bear wraith laughed scornfully and screamed on. After using your finishing blows, how much strength will remain in your body? Wait until I revive next time. That will be when you die. Chu Ngi only curled his lip, a challenging smile on his face. Oh? Is that so? Try it then. He raised his hand without hesitation. A cataclysmic explosion rang out, the ground below cracking open into deep fissures. The bear wraith roared repeatedly. Foolish humans! I told you, you cannot kill me. Chu Ngi smiled faintly, a gleam of mockery in his eyes. Nonsense! Before he could finish, Chu Ngi performed the fan dance. Countless afterimages of arms appeared, each strike carrying terrifying force, raining down like a storm. The ground shattered into fragments. The bear wraith, though proud, had reached its limit and kept screaming in despair. Lord Xia, my power, humans deserve death. Suddenly, the system announced coldly, Congratulations, you have completed the instance. Completion time, 1 minute 2 seconds. Clear reward, 7,113 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you have obtained the golden malevolent beast horn. Holding the item he had just received, Chu Ngi couldn't help but exclaim. It was indeed a fine piece of equipment. Chu Ngi walked to stand before the instance gate, his gaze contemplative as if piercing the mist. He thought, indeed, limitless resurrection is just an illusion. Exhaust its power and it can be killed. As soon as he entered this space, he felt a raging power enveloping it. It wasn't an ordinary element. When casting several spells, he noticed a strange similarity. Therefore, he inferred it was the residual power of the dark god. He murmured, eyes sharp. Each time the malevolent soul titan revives, that stream of demonic energy weakens a bit. From that, Chu Ngi concluded, its number of revivals is limited. The way to clear it is to defeat it repeatedly, draining the dark god's energy in the space until it is completely exhausted. The scene shifted to another subinstance where the challenge was harsher. Substages truly are the hardest part. You have to kill the malevolent soul titan 10 times before it can be permanently destroyed. Chu Ngi murmured, the corner of his mouth lifting in a confident smile. Ha ha! Luckily I just leveled up twice. I can control the clear time within 8 minutes. Alright, now let's show this boss what we can do. Outside, God Chi Tui narrowed his eyes, a sly smile spreading across his lips. I didn't expect Chu Ngi could use a 5-star skill. He just bumbled around and found a shortcut? Ha ha! You actually dare to let new freshmen imitate this kind of shortcut? Another examiner nodded, voice admiring. True, it seems this holy paladin has his own secrets. An S-rank skill isn't something a student from a barren district can easily access. Could it be, outside the instance? An examiner coughed a few times and pondered. Unbelievable, at this level already. A nearby girl laughed, astonished. Wait, isn't something off about his level? Level 19. Really? This person is terrifying. Someone else exclaimed, eyes incredulous. According to the leaderboard, Chu Ngi had only been level 13 earlier. Even for a high-tier instance, jumping 6 levels in a short time is nearly impossible. Teacher Ta smiled faintly and explained, it's not hard to explain. After reporting, Chu Ngi left the school to hunt monsters and level up. In Fengshan Vein, he harvested quite a lot. He entered this instance at level 18. With the Holy Paladin profession at level 19, the freshman tournament is child's play for him. If it weren't to verify resource allocation, he probably wouldn't even need to participate. Just then, a staggering figure stumbled out of the instance gate. The red-haired man was exhausted, his flame cloak still draped over his shoulders. Seeing Chu Ngi standing there, he startled, eyes full of doubt. Why is he here? Could he have beaten it before me? Impossible. He must have failed the substage and retreated early. He brushed past Chu Ngi, face full of disappointment, muttering, I carry the great honor of the Zhongning clan. I absolutely cannot lose to a poor northerner. Chu Ngi stood silently, briefly surprised by the outburst. He smiled coldly. Oh, that angry? Could it be? You were eliminated. Suddenly, a cry for help rang from above. Help! Save me! Chu Ngi immediately rushed over, moving like the wind, catching a falling girl. The girl beamed, eyes sparkling. Big brother Chu Ngi, you really cleared it faster than me. Ah, in the sky, countless instance gates opened at once, brilliant light pouring out. Chu Ngi replied teasingly, all right, I'm only a few months older than you. Shouldn't you be calling me big brother? Suddenly, a stream of students began to fall freely from the instance gates. Screams for help echoed everywhere. Ah, help! The healing team sprang into action at once, urgently administering aid. Quickly heal them, hurry! Someone shouted amid the chaos. A while later, Teacher No Man raised his hand to the sky, his voice booming like thunder. Stage 1 is officially over, now announcing rankings and clear times. The nearby red-haired man ground his teeth and laughed smugly. Ha ha! Finally they're announcing it. I can hardly wait. The system began to announce, cold but clear. Stage 1 results are as follows. Top 1, Chu Ngi. Instance clear time 4 minutes 57 seconds. Substage time 7 minutes 12 seconds. Top 2, Shen Lingfeng. Instance clear time 13 minutes 35 seconds. Substage time 7 minutes 42 seconds. Top 3, Kwang Sonin. Instance clear time 7 minutes 23 seconds. Substage time 8 minutes 12 seconds.
Top 4, Tong Ha Lang.
Instance clear time 18 minutes 26 seconds. Substage time 9 minutes 12 seconds. Top 5, Tan Feng. Instance clear time 20 minutes 45 seconds. Substage time 10 minutes 10 seconds. Hearing this, the red-haired man froze, his mouth twisted, eyes filled with disbelief. He murmured, voice trembling and incredulous. He actually cleared the Abyss instance before me, and he's a full 15 minutes faster than me. This must be an illusion. A few seconds later, the red-haired man ran around like a madman, muttering non-stop. Chu Ngi, you stole my top scholar accolade. Now you steal the freshman contest's top title. No matter what you did in the next second phase, Chu Ngi watched silently, a flash of contempt in his eyes. He thought to himself, Why climb so high? I'll surely crush you under my feet. The scene shifted to the free arena, where Phase 2 officially began. A round of applause thundered. Countless beams of golden light flared up, forming a magnificent arena. The system announced the rules in a cold voice. Each person has 3 challenge attempts. After each challenge, there is a 5-minute rest period. The atmosphere grew lively. A contestant shouted, "Phase 2 is finally here. I want to challenge rank 154. Another replied, "My class isn't suited to fighting monsters, but it's ideal for dueling others. I want to challenge rank 86. Suddenly, the red-haired Tam Ling Fong yelled excitedly, "Come on, Chu Ngi. Let's see who's stronger." All eyes turned to the arena. Tam Ling Fong, ranked 2nd, hailed from the Zhongning clan and possessed the rare flame dragon bloodline. Chu Ngi's appearance shattered his dream of being first, leaving him with deep hatred. Kwang So-nin whispered to Chu Ngi about Tam Ling Fong's status and strength, his origin and flame dragon bloodline, and the grudge he held for being surpassed. After hearing this, Chu Ngi's mouth curled into a cold smile. He leapt onto the arena with a light but powerful movement. Upon landing, he stared at his opponent and said in a steady voice, "I hope you can give it your all." Tam Ling Fong was no less, immediately unleashing his power. The flame dragon bloodline erupted, his presence like consuming fire. The holy paladin faced the flame dragon. Both were ready to fight. "Let's see who is stronger in the end." Tam Ling Fong roared, eyes burning with determination. As the signal sounded, Tam Ling Fong launched Red Flame Fist, charging at Chu Ngi like a blazing inferno. Combining Blood Rage and Red Flame Storm, he poured everything into the opening strike, surging with momentum. The examiners in the stands watched intently, eyes fixed on the 2 fighters. One excitedly noted this was a berserker signature skill, and Tam Ling Fong aimed to end the match quickly with a decisive blow. He activated Blood Rage. Red Flame Fist exploded to neutralize Chu Ngi's enhancement. Dealing with the Zhongning air is no simple task, but Chu Ngi remained motionless, his gaze calm like a still lake. The red-haired man couldn't believe his eyes and bellowed, "Holy Radiant Guard? Since when did you unlock the B+ level Holy Radiant Guard skill? It can resist physical damage. This is a skill I don't want him to use." Still one step too late. Seeing his attack ineffective, Tam Ling Fong hurriedly pulled back to gain momentum. Chu Ngi curled his lips, a cold smile tinged with contempt. He drew his magic maul and said in a steady voice, "You chose well. Your attack is indeed very fast. But once I deploy Holy Radiant Guard, it only takes 1 second. I hope you can present a different kind of match. I purposely didn't attack first, but sorry you can't interest me." Not giving his opponent time to react, Chu Ngi swung the maul. A blinding beam of light shot straight at Tam Ling Fong. The red-haired man hastily activated the flame-armored shield, but in an instant the shield shattered into pieces, fragments spraying like errant stars. Tam Ling Fong froze, unable to believe his flame-armored shield had been destroyed by a single blow. The attack's terrifying force sent him flung into the air. How can he have such power? He wondered, panic in his eyes. From below, an ominous aura rose, signaling that Chu Ngi was ready for the next strike. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ngi appeared right beside Tam Ling Fong, as fast as a phantom. "This time you won't be able to evade," he muttered, raising his magic maul and plunging down. Tam Ling Fong only managed to scream, "No! I cannot lose." A powerful strike from above slammed down, shaking the entire arena. At that moment, Tam Ling Fong activated Flame Dragon Scale Guard. A dazzling layer of scales enveloped his body, just in time to block Chu Ngi's maul. Chu Ngi slightly frowned, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Flame Dragon Scale Guard. Indeed the energy hidden in your bloodline." Chu Ngi moved nimbly, continuously evading the counterattacks. He murmured with a hint of admiration, "Kwang So-nin too, Tam Ling Fong as well. Before those who truly possess bloodline power, they can all control this energy. It's admirable." Suddenly, Chu Ngi reached out and grabbed Tam Ling Fong's blazing fist. "Once you've activated your bloodline power, you're no longer my match," he declared, swinging his other hand and bringing them all down. A thunderous explosion rang out as Holy Radiant Guard flared, illuminating the entire arena. But this time, Tam Ling Fong reacted extremely quickly, immediately backing away and dodging the attack. Chu Ngi frowned slightly. He could still avoid that?
Tham Lang Phong lau ghét lao ly. Ice Burning Willy.
The flame dragon bloodline erupted violently, surrounding him like a storm of fire. "My flame dragon bloodline isn't limited to close combat. Today I'll show you the power of flame dragon scale guard." Immediately, he unleashed dragon breath. A torrent of crimson flames spurted forth, racing straight toward Chu Ngi. The crowd below held their breath, eyes fixed on the arena. An examiner exclaimed, "Oh, it's dragon breath, the bloodline skill of the flame dragon." Another worried, "Tam Ling Fong is forced to use his trump card. Chu Ngi hasn't used a special bloodline. This could put him at a disadvantage. Is Chu Ngi about to lose?" But at that moment, Chu Ngi calmly activated Holy Purifying Light Wheel. A radiant ring of light appeared behind him, exuding a divine aura, as if drawing in all of Tam Ling Fong's flames. The dragon breath struck the light wheel and was swallowed. All of its destructive power dissipated. Tam Ling Fong froze, horror flashing in his eyes.
Impossible.
He roared and unleashed another stream of dragon breath to test it. Chu Ngi only curled his lips, voice cold. "Useless. Your fire cannot escape my control." He raised his hand, as if squeezing the opponent's skill, causing the flames to dissipate without causing any damage. "This fight should end here," Chu Ngi murmured, eyes sharp. He swung the magic maul, a wave of intense light exploding forth.
Ru Sinh bắt tao quát Tham Lang Phong.
The red-haired man screamed, voice full of resentment. "Use my fire to defeat me? Dream on." No sooner had he finished speaking than his flame unexpectedly turned back on him, reversing course toward its owner. The terrifying force hurled him far away, only stopping when it crashed into the protective barrier surrounding the arena. The system announced coldly, "Tam Ling Fong has lost consciousness. Congratulations. Victory belongs to Chu Ngi." The crowd erupted in commotion. Medical team immediately rushed to Tam Ling Fong's side to examine and treat him. An examiner stepped forward and murmured, "Tam Ling Fong acted recklessly and the whole match was crushed. Chu Ngi's true power hasn't been fully revealed. If he used his full strength, how terrifying would it be?" Another person nodded. "His combat knowledge and rank are both very strong.
Defeating Tham Lang Phong is understand.
But who would think he could level up 5 ranks in just 1 month?" The other teachers standing together also nodded in praise. Truly worthy of the top rank. Suddenly, a girl jumped onto the arena, looking confident under everyone's gaze. She smiled brightly and announced, "I'm Song Halan, Spirit Path Acolyte Level 17. Pleased to meet you." Chu Ngi observed her, curiosity flitting across his eyes. He thought to himself that Spirit Path Acolyte is a rare class in Ha Nation, specializing in talismans and seals. Previously, when determining Little Van's strange illness was caused by awakened bloodline, the priest suggested using seals to restrain it. Unexpectedly, a Spirit Path Acolyte appears here today. She stepped forward, voice steady. "Paladin level 19, Chu Ngi. You're surely not using your full power yet, right? Wait, once the fight starts, I might sense a breakthrough of your full strength. Don't worry. I won't interrupt when you activate enhancement skills." The crowd below burst into discussion, all astonished that Chu Ngi had already reached level 19. Someone frowned and muttered, "I'm not sure if I can use appraisal magic to investigate him. Turns out he's 3 levels above me." She glanced at Chu Ngi, eyes showing surprise. Indeed, when Chu Ngi fought Tam Ling Fong, he didn't use enhancement skills at all. It's unbelievable. An examiner nearby interjected, "Isn't Song Halan the noble daughter of the Song family in Guiyun province? The only clan certified for external ventures?" Chu Ngi smiled, voice steady but confident. "No need to yield. I will follow your lead." Song Halan laughed radiantly. "Then it's decided." As the match announcement sounded, Chu Ngi immediately displayed his power. He cast Radiant Bamboo Grace, his aura exploding like a sacred flame. A brilliant light surrounded him, valor blooming, protective aura spreading and making the air vibrate. He declared, "This is my current flourishing state. Let's experience this battle together." Song Halan watched, determination flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself it was time to use full strength. She nimbly summoned shimmering talismans that spun around her like a vortex of light, ready for the fight. Chu Gi wasted no time and launched an attacking skill. Even though he closed the distance, Song Halan did not flinch. She waved her hand, and talismans rose up, combining to form a line of ancient script. She murmured, "Heaven's mandate pearl, summon the guiding spirit, manifest the sacred body, obey my command." A thunderous explosion rang out from the collision. Rocks shattered, and dust filled the air. Song Halan deftly shifted to another position, avoiding the strike from behind. But when she turned, Chu Gi had vanished. She muttered, her eyes scanning the arena warily. "Where did he go?" Suddenly, a deep cold voice sounded behind Song Halan. "You think changing position is enough to escape my pursuit?" Hearing that, Song Halan jumped, eyes wide in shock. Immediately after came a swing of the magic mace, a blinding light tearing through the space. Fortunately, Song Halan quickly activated defensive talismans, forming a glittering shield. She stepped back, bewildered and astonished. When did he get here? Despite deploying full defenses, the shield only held for a few seconds against Chu Gi's overwhelming power. Song Halan gritted her teeth, tossing out pea-sized spheres while forming seals at lightning speed. She muttered the incantation. "Divine might resplendent, transform incantation into soldiers, heaven and earth conform. Heed my command." Instantly, humanoid figures emerged from the pea-like beads, encircling her like a protective army. Chu Gi curled his lips slightly, his eyes flashing with admiration. "Interesting, I didn't expect the Taoist bean soldier formation." He gripped the magic mace, the halo of holy light around him blazing, ready to counterattack. The army charged forward, but Chu Gi dealt with them easily. These soldiers weren't hard to fend off, but they could regenerate like vengeful spirits, causing some trouble. He thought to himself that cutting off their source of magic was the only solution. Fighting his way forward, Chu Gi steadily closed in on Song Halan. She gasped, voice trembling. "This is impossible. My Taoist soldiers should be enough to hold back a level 30 practitioner. Yet he handles them so freely?" Suddenly Chu Gi accelerated, sliding behind her like a ghost, raising the magic mace high to deliver the finishing blow. Song Halan felt the killing intent closing in, and hurriedly raised her hands in surrender.
Chu Nhi,
"I concede. You win." As soon as the words left her mouth, the thin smoke dissipated into the air. Chu Gi's eyes were cold as he said, "You didn't want to try your full strength, did you?" Song Halan withdrew the remaining talismans and replied, "We were never on the same level. I admit defeat with respect." But deep inside, she bit her lip and tears fell silently. She murmured bitterly, "This freedom duel is more than a match. If I stubbornly press on, the outcome will be like Shun Lingfeng's." Before leaving, she looked back, her expression softening briefly. "If there's a next time, I'll ask you to teach me." On the thunder stage, Chu Gi stood proud, magic mace in hand, his aura blazing. He looked down at the crowd, his voice booming like thunder. "If anyone disagrees, come up and challenge me." The crowd buzzed, but none dared step forward, only exchanging wary glances. Then another voice spoke up, tinged with displeasure. "Oh, I ate too much this morning. My stomach feels uncomfortable." Does someone use strength to hit others? You're not that kind of person, are you? The one who spoke was Kwang So Nin, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chu Gi. She beamed. "We've known each other since childhood. I remember your number was 156 and mine was 172. Let's duel. Just you and me." Beneath the thunder stage, she stood there, joy evident in every gesture, thinking to herself, as expected of him, Chu Gi. Tamai stood not far away, watching with a complicated expression. Sharp analyses formed in her mind. His superior physical power overwhelms both agile warriors and the intellect of mages. Chu-Gi's true strength far exceeded all imagination. She shook her head in disbelief. A person from an ordinary northern family, lacking resources and not from a noble house, yet topping the freshman rankings. Genius didn't suffice, this was a monster. Far off, Teacher No Man observed quietly, his eyes keen as if seeing through everything. He thought, the second round is about to end, and the academies will begin recruitment. Chu-Gi will surely become the target of every institution's competition. At that moment, Tamai turned slightly to ask the dean beside her, her voice full of curiosity. The dean nodded lightly, confident. Don't worry, we're prepared. We must have this Chu-Gi. Time passed quietly while the matches on the Thunder stage remained intense and relentless. Vong Lich, with lightning-fast footwork, launched a brilliant yellow dragon kick at Tam Lin Fong. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, he clasped both hands and drove his knee hard into Tam Lin Fong's abdomen. A decisive blow sent Lin Fong crashing down, his body trembling, unable to resist. Vong Lich won, his rank soaring to 10th, while Tam Lin Fong fell to 16th, drenched in sweat. Vong Lich stood tall, looking down at his opponent with a challenging tone. Admit it, classmate Lin Fong. Lin Fong lay there, eyes bloodshot with anger, screaming inside. Damn it! They took advantage of me when I was weak to challenge me. Everyone wants to climb over me. Just wait. When my strength recovers, they'll all know regret. Half an hour later, an announcement rang out, the authoritative voice spreading across the arena. First place still belongs to Chu-Gi. Second was Kwang So-nin. Third was Song Ha-lan. The free-for-all round officially concluded. The freshmen, whether exhausted or elated, had their rankings rearranged. The host continued. All contestants have completed the competition. Now everyone will be assigned housing and receive progress points. Even with a low rank, don't worry about scores. The school has many evaluation methods. As long as you try, opportunities remain wide open. Next, the institute's presentations began, and the atmosphere turned solemn. 5 deans stepped forward in turn to present each institute's educational philosophy and distinguishing features. Each institute bore its own emblem, like an undying flame from the dark era when extra-dimensional creatures once invaded. Although that era has passed, countless warriors still perish on battlefields each year. The Dean of the War Institute boomed. That is the motto of our War Institute. Here we forge sharp real combat abilities, training students to endure brutal battlefields where life and death are separated by a moment. Next, the Dean of the Elemental Institute, eyes glittering like magical flames, said, "We will guide you to explore the secrets of elemental power." The Institute accepts students proficient in elements, helping them unlock the deep potential of earth, water, fire, and wind. The Dean of the Arms Institute, holding a gleaming long sword, confidently said, "Persevere with your weapon, and you will attain ultimate power." Here we focus on training weapon skills, turning each student into a master of arms. The Dean of the Strategy Institute, calm but forceful, emphasized, "In war, excellent tactical warriors can minimize casualties, leading armies through danger with intelligence and strategy." Finally, the Dean of the Logistics Institute smiled warmly and spoke, "Greetings, logistics majors. Though not prominent in combat, our institute trains the logistical foundations essential for every victory. When you mature, warriors may rely on us." He spoke with pride in his eyes. After the introductions, Teacher No Man cleared his throat twice, drawing everyone's attention. He declared solemnly, "All information about the institutes has been fully presented. Now students may log into the system to choose the institute they prefer." At that moment, Kwang So-nin stepped closer to Chu-Gi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She asked softly, "Chu-Gi, which school do you want to choose?" Before he could answer, Teacher No Man quickly interjected, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "If you choose the War Institute, I will be your personal tutor." Chu-Gi looked slightly surprised, his eyes narrowing a fraction. "A personal tutor?" he murmured. With eager intensity, Teacher No Man explained, Each tutor may choose one outstanding student for private guidance. The resources a tutor controls will be prioritized for that student. He paused, smiling mysteriously. Moreover, I have prepared a welcome gift for you, 3 A-grade skill books and an A-grade resource exchange token. Before Chu-gi could reply, the dean of the Elemental Institute waved aside Teacher No Man, his tone calm yet magnetic. Hold on. Chu-gi, choosing a personal tutor is not a small matter. You must think carefully. He stared at Chu-gi, his eyes blazing. If you come to our Elemental Institute, I guarantee to equip you with a set of legendary gear in the shortest time. At that moment, a figure strode forward. The dean of the Arms Institute, exuding a powerful presence, spoke confidently. Chu-gi, if you join the Arms Institute, any external resources beneficial to boosting your strength may be freely selected and used. Hearing this, Teacher No Man nearly leapt up, shouting in protest. But I came first. You can't say that. Unity is what matters. The 3 deans launched into a heated dispute, each determined to win Chu-gi over. Chu-gi stood there, unexpectedly flooded by a familiar memory, as if this scene had played out before. The surrounding students looked at him with envy. The 3 deans openly vying for a freshman was a rare privilege reserved for the top candidate. A tutor position was like becoming a direct disciple of a prestigious clan, with exclusive access to valuable resources. But the terms offered by the 3 deans left everyone stunned. A-grade skill books were already rare treasures, and the dean of the Elemental Institute had been even more lavish, promising an entire set of legendary equipment, something any warrior would crave. Teacher No Man's face flushed with anger as he hissed inwardly, "Old shoe, old song. Are you really going all out? The Arms Institute is one thing, but the Elemental Institute grabbing a holy knight, what are they thinking?" Just then, a solemn voice unexpectedly rang out from afar, drowning out the murmurs. "Second place, become my direct disciple." Teacher No Man turned and immediately recognized Dean Vong. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he declared, "I will perform the Bloodline tempering technique on you once." Chu-gi frowned slightly. "What is the Bloodline tempering technique?" Dean Vong smiled, his voice deep and compelling. The Bloodline tempering technique is a forbidden magic that blends the blood of other races to perform. It comes with 3 A-grade skill books and an A-grade resource exchange token. This technique will significantly enhance your physique. Each upgrade grants you more free attribute points and skill points. It can even allow you to acquire a special bloodline. The crowd immediately erupted. A high-level forbidden technique right from the start? Outrageous! Someone exclaimed. If Chu-gi becomes Dean Vong's disciple, he won't just receive direct instruction but also gain a vast network of backing. It's like soaring straight to the top. Everyone knew Dean Vong's top disciple was the head of the Heavenly Martial Guild, the strongest guild in Central Ha. Nearby, a red-haired girl clenched her fists and ground her teeth. That guy is so lucky. If Chu-gi hadn't topped the freshman, I would have had that backing. It makes me furious. Beside Chu-gi, Kwang So-nin stood, her cheeks flushed and a sheen of sweat on her brow. She thought to herself, changing bloodlines. He's about to get even stronger. Teacher Hoa Duong, standing farther away, stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing as he smiled mysteriously. Disciple, there are many more surprises within Chu-gi. Ha ha. Chu-gi's allure was indeed formidable, enough to unsettle even esteemed deans. Dean Vong's eyes flashed as he proclaimed with authority. This is a reward the Snow Dragon Legion's commander specially asked me to bring to you. Immediately, a gleaming golden medal appeared before Chu-gi, radiating light so brilliant it seemed to illuminate the entire space. The nearby red-haired girl gaped, sweat beading on her forehead. She muttered in astonishment. How is this possible? Even the Tam family among the 8 great clans of Ninghan never owned one of these. A golden medal? What virtue does this Chu-gi have to possess such a rare treasure? The girl in yellow beside her covered her mouth and exclaimed, Am I seeing this right? Is this the Medal of Honor? Meanwhile, Kwang So-nin's face beamed as she slipped her hand into Chu-gi's and smiled brightly. It really is the contribution medal. Ha ha. I've heard even those who fought for years on the front line only receive silver contribution medals. Chu-gi held the medal in his hand, eyes thoughtful. He wondered inwardly what great contribution he had made to Central Ha that warranted this. Upstairs, Teacher No Man suddenly spoke in a sonorous voice. We honor those with outstanding contributions who paved the way for Central Ha's civilization. I know all you did at the Kungfong Mountains. This golden contribution medal is a fitting reward for you. He then hesitated, his tone deepening. However, defeating the Demon Legion alone should not be sufficient to receive a contribution medal. Could there be something else behind this? Chu-gi looked at the medal in his hand, his joy unmistakable, and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Dean. Teacher Hoa Duong standing nearby laughed heartily. Why so formal? Student, are you still calling me Dean? Ah, Chu-gi hurriedly bowed in return. Sir, I am honored to become your disciple. At that moment, Dean Vong channeled his chi, golden light enveloping his whole body with an overwhelming presence. He decisively said, There is no time to delay. I'll take you with me first. Teacher No Man, sweat beading on his brow, muttered inwardly. Must he go in such a hurry? Is Dean Vong afraid we'll snatch Chu-gi away? As the golden light flared, he realized the opportunity to recruit Chu-gi had slipped away. He turned to speak to Kwang So-nin, but before he could open his mouth, Teacher Tong interjected, Kwang, if you agree to become my private disciple, I will extend to you the same dayur I offer Chu-gi. Teacher No Man flushed crimson and shouted, You old Tong, are you deliberately confronting me? He pointed at Kwang So-nin, eyes blazing. He's already been invited by the dean, but Kwang So-nin is not someone I will concede to you. Scene shifts to Dean Vong's private villa, a magnificent space concealing countless secrets. He led Chu-gi inside, his voice warm and deep. This is my private villa, primarily used to store valuable items. If anything comes up, come here and find me. Chu-gi glanced at shelves glittering with jade and gaped softly, inwardly amazed. They were all treasures and rare support medicines. Dean Vong smiled, a gleam in his eyes. Ha ha! Now I'll take you to choose the materials needed for the bloodline tempering magic. The villa was essentially his personal treasure trove, with pathways created by instantaneous teleportation magic. He explained, when performing bloodline tempering, you will achieve a fundamental transformation in your bloodline. However, most people get caught up in the power of forbidden magic and forget that the new blood source is the core factor. Before Chu-gi was the opportunity to change his bloodline, the potential hidden deep within his own body. Dean Vong continued, Mortals are often limited. As rank increases, the gains from each level gradually diminish. When a profession no longer has hope of advancing, many choose to use the blood of other species to increase their power. Chu-gi asked softly, So at your level, are you still worried about advancing? Dean Vong smiled lightly. Of course, after a profession evolves through 3 phases, each subsequent level requires massive experience. I'm currently at level 64. Creatures from other worlds at the same level are often the strongest lords, nearly impossible to defeat easily. He paused, his expression turning serious. I've prepared 3 blood sources for you: Angel, Giant, and Dragon. These are all divine races. However, the bloodline tempering can only grant you 1 unique bloodline, so you may choose only one of the 3. He pointed to a vial of radiant light. This is angel blood, extracted from the corpse of an angel. Angels are a divine race of light. If you merge with this bloodline, you will attain an exceptionally high harmony with the light attribute. Dean Vong continued, his voice deep and compelling. Giants worship the storm deity and are born with dominion over thunder. If you merge with them, all lightning-based skills will gain significant power. As for dragon blood, it is the direct lineage of the dragon god, possessing pure and overwhelming power. After merging, you will be able to dominate all beasts. He paused, his gaze sharp. Angel, giant, dragon. All are high-tier races, at least level 60. Chu-gi felt a momentary dizziness upon hearing this. He inhaled deeply, speaking calmly but with visible concern. Sir, in your opinion, which blood source would best suit my current situation? I'm just starting out and my knowledge of this world is limited, so I don't want to decide hastily. Dean Vong smiled, eyes showing approval. Faced with 3 rare blood sources, young people are often swayed and make emotional choices. But Chu Gi remained composed, thought clearly and sought counsel, enough to prove his mettle. Considering your close connection with the light attribute, choosing angel blood is the most reasonable. You might achieve a level of perfection beyond expectations. Chu Gi nodded, his eyes lighting with determination. Yes, sir. Then I choose angel blood. He looked at the shimmering vial as if it had been made for him. Dean Vong nodded with satisfaction. Angel blood truly suits you. He continued. You will be my 5th student. I previously had 4 others. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to them. Chu Gi bowed slightly, then suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, Sir, I have a question. Why was I awarded the Outstanding Contribution Medal just for defeating the demon army? Dean Vong laughed, his eyes glittering. You know, destroying the demon army is extremely difficult. Even someone at level 40 might not accomplish it. I won't hide from you that your actions in the Kung Fong Mountains accidentally exposed their plans. Because of that, the military discovered that creatures from other worlds can appear through medium spatial rifts. He paused, his tone dropping. Chu Gi, the reality is much more serious. Chu Gi asked quietly, Sir, doesn't that mean many creatures from other worlds are already hiding in Central Ha? Dean Vong nodded, his expression grave. Yes, after preliminary investigation, we found hundreds of traces of otherworldly creatures appearing through medium spatial rifts across Central Ha. He looked at Chu Gi with expectation. Bloodline tempering magic requires some preparations. Go and rest well. Then he produced a small box that shimmered with metallic light. This is a transmission device. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, use it to come see me. Dean Vong explained in a low, meaningful voice. This is a battlefield maintenance chest. It can contain equipment or valuable items to support you in your adventures and battles. Opening this box, you may find necessary materials or important tools to develop your skills. He took out a small vial, the liquid inside gleaming. This potion, Fortune Sap, will boost your luck for 12 continuous hours. It's very useful in special situations, especially when facing crucial challenges or tasks. Chu Gi looked at the vial before him. Without hesitation, he picked it up, tipped his head back, and drank it in one gulp. He thought to himself that in this case he had 2 options and needed to consider carefully which best suited his goals and needs. Suddenly, a notification rang in his mind, a voice as clear as a bell. Congratulations, you have received a celestial-grade item from the Heavenly Relic. This fruit developed from the corpse of a giant dragon. When used, it will significantly enhance your body and magical power. Chu Gi stood stunned, joy welling up inside him. So lucky. A celestial-grade item, he muttered, eyes shining. Previously the maintenance chest only yielded mundane things, but after using Fortune Sap his luck had changed. He laughed. Seems now is the perfect time to visit the dean.
Don Vuong is truly generous. Ho ho.
The scene shifted to a conversation between Dean Vong and teacher Hoa Duong in a quiet room, the air full of solemnity. Vong's eyes were deep as he murmured, I understand angel blood is extremely rare. Obtaining even a quantity of it is exceedingly difficult. A vial like this, if exposed, would send legions scrambling to seize it and spark a brutal conflict. Just then, Chu Gi entered, speaking respectfully, Sir, teacher Hoa Duong. Vong nodded, a faint smile appearing. Very good. It seems you've adjusted your body to its best state. Haven't you? He gestured. Come here, I'll introduce you. This is the bloodline tempering formation I've prepared. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the formation. Chu Gi complied, removed his shirt, and sat properly in the center of the formation as instructed. Suddenly, a surge of heat erupted from his body, as if an invisible flame were burning. Vong turned to Hoa Duong, his voice decisive. Please activate the formation.
Hoa Dung nốt đét.
Understood. He stepped forward, raised his staff, pointed it at Chu Gi, and shouted, Bloodline tempering magic, Activate. Immediately, the formation beneath Chu-gi flared to life. Countless magical sigils turned like a river of light. A bitterly cold chill radiated from Chu-gi's body, causing the surrounding space to feel frozen. Vong's eyes were sharp as he turned and spoke with anticipation. If Chu-gi becomes a mage, with this tremendous ice power, he could absolutely become a top-tier ice mage in the future. Hoa Duong stroked his beard and nodded, adding, I know Chu-gi's sister is awakening an ice bloodline. Perhaps he carries a similar bloodline. Angel blood is one of the highest-tier bloodlines and typically suppresses lower-quality lines. So at first I wasn't overly concerned. But looking now, clearly angel blood and ice blood have a special relationship, both antagonistic and mutually supportive. He hesitated, eyes briefly worried. I fear Chu-gi's background is not ordinary. Vong pondered, human heterodox bloodlines might originate from the earliest players of the Eternal game. When the world and the game intertwine, those who reached high levels could pass on more complete bloodlines. The ice power within Chu-gi's body could counteract the angel bloodline. In other words, his ancestors were very likely a high-level player from the early era of Eternal. He looked at Chu-gi, his voice lowering. If he isn't a descendant of a high-level player, it's hard to see how he could manifest the ice bloodline at this level. Without the ice bloodline restraining it, the angel bloodline might have fully invaded his body. He paused, eyes complex. Right now the two bloodlines are in opposition. Even if the ice bloodline eventually fades, the angel bloodline will no longer retain its original purity. Director Chu's tone grew heavy. Losing a large amount of primordial angel blood could have severe consequences, not comparable to using an A-grade heavenly relic. At present we can only rely on fate. If we are forced to sever the fusion ritual, Chu-gi would suffer a painful death. Silence fell, heavy and oppressive. At this moment, the energy flow around Chu-gi gradually stabilized. His gaze grew hazy, as if being drawn into another space. Suddenly, a notification sounded in his mind, cold and clear. The gate of consciousness has been activated. Do you wish to enter the mental realm? Immediately after, an image appeared, a dark door radiating a mysterious aura. From the darkness, a gentle yet enchanting voice rang out. Son, you have finally arrived. Enter your mental realm, our son. Congratulations on receiving the deity's blessing. The god has sent me to bestow you with true energy. You will not be bound by morality, nor limited by rules. Simply follow your desires and will. So are you willing to accept that energy? A figure appeared, eyes twinkling mischievously as it looked at Chu-gi, but instead of being drawn in, he felt a chill run down his spine, as if instinct warned him of something wrong. He thought to himself with rising unease, as soon as I saw her I wanted to summon the holy light mace to destroy her immediately. The impulse was so strong he nearly acted on it at once. The voice continued sweetly but with hidden meaning. You would summon the holy light to kill me right away, wouldn't you? Rest assured, when you receive the bestowed reward, you will possess unprecedented power. The figure reached out in a beckoning gesture, but Chu-gi felt nausea surge up. Without hesitation he made his decision. A brilliant beam of holy light erupted from his hand, transforming into a sharp mace that drove straight at the other's face. Humph, that's much better now, he muttered, feeling relieved and thinking it was right to follow his instincts. After the blow, he held his cheek and murmured to himself, what did I just do? In a shadowed corner, an angel watched the scene, the corner of her mouth curling into a smile. Ha ha, she laughed, eyes sparkling with meaning. Beside her, a little girl stood waiting for orders, confused by the angel's smile and not understanding what had happened. The angel turned, gently ruffling the girl's hair, saying, It's okay. I just found someone very interesting. Then she waved and bestowed another miracle upon Chu-gi in a warm, deep voice. Kid, don't disappoint me. Suddenly, the one Chu-gi had struck changed expression. His voice grew cold and authoritative. How dare you offend the divine? The god will punish you, leaving you no place to hide. Kneel now and beg forgiveness. I may intercede on your behalf in place of the merciful god. Chu-gi did not waver. He raised his holy mace high, holy light flaring, his voice steely. No need. The figure immediately revealed his true form, his evil nature surfacing as he roared. How foolish! You don't know right from wrong. Suddenly, invisible chains rose from the void and tightened around Chugi's body, binding him so he could not move. Around him, thousands of soulless eyes appeared, all turned toward him, accompanied by murmurs like bewitching whispers. Ha ha! This is the consequence of not respecting the master. The other laughed loudly, his tone full of contempt. Are you my master's lackey? Instead of babbling, you've successfully caught the attention of your lord. Having said that, the holy light from the mace flared again, as if trying to tear apart the surrounding darkness. The one who claimed to be the master's lackey smiled slyly and reached out. The master specially sent me to cleanse you, son. Do not fear. The master will guide you in the right direction. As soon as the words ended, a jet of pitch-black air surged into Chugi's body, like a cold blade tearing through flesh. He howled in pain, his insides churning. In his mind, he sensed the evil energy screaming, trying to devour his consciousness. The image of a malevolent god materialized behind him, a giant dark shadow raising talons and exuding a destructive aura. Outside, both Teacher Vong and Hoa Duong noticed the anomaly. Vong frowned, his voice low. What is happening? The forces of the dark god manifested within the angel bloodline? Unless that angelic remains were slain by the dark god and tainted by evil chi. He tried to use a skill. Light flashed, but when it touched the evil energy stream it was instantly repelled, forcing him to step back several paces. Director Chu's face turned grave as he murmured, "Not good. Chugi is in danger this time. The dark god's forces will stop at nothing to destroy the angel bloodline." But suddenly, Teacher Vong Hui widened his eyes, his voice a mix of astonishment and excitement. Wait! It seems the angel bloodline in Chugi is not weakening. On the contrary, it's growing stronger. Inside the mental space, Chugi gritted his teeth, his body trembling on the brink of life and death. Two opposing energies tore at each other without cease. The brilliant golden light of the angel bloodline wrapped him, cracked but stubbornly resisting the evil chi. Suddenly, a beam of azure light rose up, spreading throughout his body like a cool stream that washed away invisible shackles. The divine energy fused with the blue light, forming a massive sphere that erupted violently. The dark god's henchman widened his eyes and cried in horror. I intended to devour this soul. How did such a powerful divine force suddenly appear? Just one beam of energy froze him instantly, his body stiffening in the biting cold. Chugi's body brimmed with divine energy, encased externally in a shell of bitter, freezing ice. He drew out an ice mace, eyes icy as he aimed it at the dark god's henchman and roared, Die! When the mace descended, divine energy exploded like a tsunami, tearing apart the surrounding space. But the black, evil chi stubbornly surged on, infiltrating his mind as if to swallow his will. The dark god, speaking through his henchman, let out a dreadful laugh. Bah! Brat, don't hit like that. Are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance is merely a minor annoyance to my plan. Having said that, he swung his hand, and countless crimson chains shot forward like venomous snakes, targeting Chugi. Chugi stood firm, gripping his spear tightly, his presence radiating like a god of light. The chains barreled in, shattering the icy protective layer. That's right, he chuckled smugly, but the smile froze and his pupils constricted. What is this? He turned, only to see Chugi like a ghost flash past his back in a split second. Instantly, a blue circle appeared beneath the enemy's feet. From it, countless sharp ice spikes shot upward, piercing the dark god's henchman's body. He screamed in pain, but instead of collapsing, his eyes gleamed with red bloodlust, his excitement growing frenzied. He laughed loudly, delighted. Ha ha! I record this grand ceremony. While splitting his body to dispel the attack, he sneered contemptuously. What you call human energy is nothing but a tiny spark of light bestowed by the god. Immediately after, the henchman's body rapidly recovered as if never harmed. He opened his eye wide as hellish energy erupted violently, roaring arrogantly. I am the most devout follower of the master. You should know that what I call energy is something lowly mortals like you can never comprehend. Behold, countless blazing red eyes surged forward, surrounding Chu-gi in a blood-soaked space. From those eyes, myriad red laser beams fired out, aiming straight at him. Chu-gi did not yield. He flashed like lightning, dodging each deadly beam. Suddenly, the henchman shot out invisible chains that tightened around him. He sneered viciously. Got you. Just a bug that knows how to flee. Chu-gi was bound, motionless in midair. The henchman immediately unleashed an immensely powerful strike. A purple light streaked with concentrated lightning surged forward, as if to rend everything apart. But Chu-gi, with an unusual calm, raised his hand. A radiant holy light shield appeared, stopping the blow. Boom! The explosion reverberated, shaking the entire space. Without hesitation, Chu-gi acted. His holy light wings spread wide and he dashed toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. The henchman couldn't believe his eyes and yelled, "You dared to block that attack?" He immediately fired a barrage of lasers, but Chu-gi evaded them all, his movements as agile as a phantom. Outside, the girl witnessing this felt joy rising. Her lips unconsciously curved, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chu-gi was now very close to the enemy. He raised a finger, light flared at his fingertip, growing brilliant like a small sun. Boom! A blinding beam shot out, enveloping the henchman and burning him in divine flames. He clutched his head and screamed in agony. How is this possible? Where did you get such powerful energy? Despite his pitiful cries, the light continued to surge forward. The ground beneath him crumbled, and his body dissolved into nothingness. Chu-gi landed on the ground, his body radiating light like a god. He looked up, sweat beading on his brow. He murmured anxiously, "I wonder what will happen next." Suddenly, a gleaming gem slowly descended from the sky. Chu-gi reached out and gently caught it, still filled with doubt. He returned to normal, looked up at the sky, then down at the radiant gem in his hand. Abruptly, a dazzling column of light erupted, enveloping his entire body as if to swallow all surrounding darkness. Outside, Teacher Hoa Duong watched the scene, mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment. Really? This is the power of the angel bloodline. It has completely dispelled the dark god's energy. Principal Vong stood nearby, his face beaming, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Ha ha! The angel bloodline fused with the cryo bloodline. What an ingeniously unexpected combination. Within the column of light, the figure of a girl gradually appeared, hovering just above Chu-gi. On his chest, a radiant hand seal shone. The girl smiled softly and then slowly dissipated, merging into Chu-gi's body. At that moment, he opened his eyes wide as if waking from a long dream. The transformation process was complete, his body exuding powerful aura, the golden mist around him gradually dissipating, revealing a completely transformed Chu-gi. The two teachers stood looking at the scene before them, joy welling up. Teacher Vong laughed heartily. Chu-gi's fate is truly fortunate. At the crucial moment, he received the blessing of the divine light, turning danger into safety. He turned, voice full of expectation. Chu-gi, how do you feel now? Chu-gi's eyes shone brightly as he replied confidently, "Sir, I feel my strength has taken a leap forward." Suddenly Chu-gi jolted, his eyes widening to the maximum as he stared intently at the announcement board that had appeared before him, his voice trembling with excitement. Special bloodline, six-winged angel, angelic radiance divine pattern A+. With the angelic radiance divine pattern, you'll have exceptionally strong affinity with the light and ice elements. As the bloodline further evolves, links to other elemental magics will also gradually increase. He read on, increasingly astonished. Heavenly Blessing Bloodline Magic Immunity B+ grants a certain degree of immunity to spells and skills, including damage, purging, and non-damaging practical skills. Clenching his fist, Chu-gi laughed loudly, his voice resounding. Ha ha! A six-winged angel bloodline, and it inherits two more heavenly blessings. Teacher Hoa Duong standing nearby nearly fainted, eyes wide, mouth agape. Incredible! A six-winged angel? Your bloodline has fused so successfully, and it's even the supreme bloodline among the angel clan. Moreover, the heavenly blessing you inherited from the six-winged angel bloodline can evolve to S+ as your rank rises. Filled with joy, Chu-gi suddenly froze, his face showing surprise. A new notification appeared before him. He stammered, unable to hide his astonishment. Teacher, another secret S+ bloodline has appeared. It's called the Divine Domain Angel. The notification read, the secret bloodline technique Divine Domain Angel releases part of the stored bloodline power within the body, transforming it into an angelic prodigy. The higher the level, the greater the released bloodline power. Note, before level 50, angel bloodline power is not fully absorbed and refined. After casting this technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Teachers Hoa Duong and Vong looked at each other, eyes full of amazement and pride. Teacher Vong laughed. Chu-gi, your fate is truly extraordinary. A secret S-class bloodline technique. Your future will likely surpass all expectations. Principal Vong Hui's eyes glittered with hopeful anticipation as he gazed at Chu-gi. Now try to use the technique so I can see what level your power can reach. Chu-gi nodded, voice full of determination. All right, he took a deep breath and shouted, secret bloodline technique. Divine Domain Angel, release. A brilliant light flared up, enveloping his whole body, then converged at his chest, condensing into a gigantic luminous sphere. The light spread, radiant like the sun, causing the entire space to tremble. Director Chu witnessed this, mouth agape, exclaiming in astonishment. The elemental oscillation energy is so strong. Behind him, Principal Vong Hui remained serious, carefully observing. As the light gradually concentrated above Chu-gi's head, forming a vortex that radiated energy in all directions. At the same time, behind Chu-gi, golden wings of light unfurled, magnificent like a descended god. Teacher Vong Hui laughed heartily, his voice full of excitement. Excellent. After Chu-gi cast the bloodline technique, his power even increased fivefold. He turned, eyes shining brightly. Although this technique clearly raises your strength significantly, but Chu-gi, his body filled with unprecedented energy, cut in excitedly. It's truly unimaginable. His whole body seemed overflowing with power. In his two arms, each contained a different elemental energy source. One blue, one gold. A combination of light and water elements. He could control and master them. Just then, a sensor in the room emitted a rapid warning. Alert! Alert! High-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense state. Red lights flashed continuously throughout the space, as if the entire room was trembling before the terrifying power of Chu-gi. Under the room's gentle lighting, Principal Vong Hui smiled radiantly, exuding happiness. Behind him, the angelic wings glittered as if containing divine power, though they were not a pet of elemental energy as some mistakenly believed. He looked sternly at Chu-gi. Quickly retract the technique, or the room's defense system will attack you. Chu-gi startled, hurriedly channeling his power, trying to suppress the surging energy within his body. Gradually, that energy withdrew, dissolving into the air like mist vanishing under the sun. At the same time, his body felt lighter, the stifling sensation easing. The final warning from the defense system quietly disappeared, restoring the room's original silence. Chu-gi bent his head to look at his hands, unable to hide his amazement. This energy is truly overwhelming, he thought. The afterglow of power still lingered in every muscle fiber. Director Chu, standing nearby, noticed the odd expression on his face, frowned slightly, and asked with concern, "Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" Chu-gi shook his head, his gaze still fixed on his hands. The recent scene left even Director Chu stunned, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. Still, he replied in a low but steady voice. The spectacle amazed Director Chu, but he had never experienced a battle that lasted so long. Pausing, he winced slightly, feeling his body ache as if it had just weathered a storm. "My whole body aches right now." Vong Hui then stepped forward, his tone calm but carrying the authority of a teacher. He explained, "The secret bloodline technique can boost your combat power, but the six-winged angel bloodline is too potent. You're currently overexerting your energy, so keep it as a last resort and only use it in decisive moments. Director Chu stood nearby, deep in thought. With the six-winged angel bloodline combined with the two great celestial talents and an S-level secret technique, the divine domain angel is what every new student would covet. But to activate and master it perfectly, even geniuses could only treat it as a distant dream. He looked at Chu-gi, a gleam lighting his eyes, then said, "Based on how your bloodline awakened, I believe the cryo bloodline in your sister is likely not inferior. To best stimulate her bloodline, you should use the refined absolute cryo. The Academy's alchemy department can assist. You can order the refinement directly through the school system." Chu-gi nodded, voice steady. "Yes, I understand." Vong Hui smiled softly and patted his shoulder. "All right, go back and rest well." After the conversation, Chu-gi silently left, leaving the two elders to continue their talk in the quiet room. Principal Vong Hui was pensive, worry showing in his eyes as he asked, why was Chu-gi targeted by the dark god's energy? If anything unexpected happens to him, not only our Tahang University but all of Central Lower Country will suffer a great loss. Director Chu frowned slightly and replied calmly, "Chu-gi survived thanks to the blessing of the divine light. I'll launch a thorough investigation and leave no possibility unchecked." Meanwhile, after teleporting back to his room, Chu-gi's mind was already turning to refining the absolute cryo pill. Besides the key material, refined absolute cryo, he also needed an A-rank heavenly treasure, the frost lotus herb. He muttered, eyes brightening. Soon, the Snow Dragon Legion will send the refined absolute cryo. As for the frost lotus herb, he opened his point system to check quickly. Bronze medal awards 500 points, silver medal 1,000 points, and the highest gold medal awards 2,000 points. With his current points, buying the frost lotus herb at the Academy's general store wouldn't be difficult. Suddenly, a rapid knock echoed down the corridor, cutting off his thoughts. Chu-gi frowned, wondering who would be looking for him at this hour. He hurried out to open the door, his eyes briefly surprised at the familiar figure. "Miss, what brings you to me?" he asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Hermione entered, her eyes sparkling as if scrutinizing him. The moment she stepped into the room, she startled, sensing a different aura. In just one day, Chu-gi seemed significantly stronger. The oppressive presence emanating from him didn't come from leveling up, but from the noble, irresistible bloodline hidden within his body. Then Dino stepped forward, his gaze kind but no less stern, and said to Chu-gi, "I brought the resources the War Academy promised to send you." He was stunned, eyes showing surprise, blurting out, "You didn't choose Teacher Vong Hui? Why would Dino send you resources?" Hermione smiled faintly, sat down leisurely, her eyes sweeping the small room before replying, "Principal Vong Hui is my personal tutor, but I usually study at our academy. Besides, these resources are centrally allocated by the War Academy. All new students can use them." Chu-gi nodded but couldn't hide his curiosity. He frowned and asked, "Oh, our War Academy isn't missed to a mage?" Hermione laughed, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "Why? Are mages not allowed to teach at the War Academy?" Chu-gi flushed slightly, scratched his head and stammered, "Allowed, of course." She waved her hand lightly without hesitation. A flash of light filled the room and immediately the place was piled high with shimmering resources like treasure. Hermione gestured, "Check your resources." A series of notifications appeared before Chu-gi, transforming into a clear, easy-to-read list. He skimmed it, his heart stirred. A-rank heavenly treasure, heavenly mountain dragon root, frost lotus herb A-rank weapon, primordial severing sword B-rank gear, buy to a golden pellet, black bear armor B-rank auxiliary materials, gale dragging belt, earth dragon immortal blood C-rank skill books, cold ice strike, ice guard, radiant gain. Without hesitation, Chu-gi reached out and touched the frost lotus herb. A description appeared, bright as if engraved in the air. Combine with refined absolute cryo to craft the absolute cryo pill. This pill can greatly increase the chance to awaken the cryo bloodline. Under the room's soft light, Chu-gi finished reading the resource list, his eyes shining as if he'd found treasure. "This is truly a God-sent opportunity," he murmured, realizing the absolute cryo pill would be the key to awakening the cryo bloodline. Once the refined absolute cryo arrives from the Snow Dragon Legion and he buys a few auxiliary ingredients, he can begin refining. He quickly signed to confirm, smiling brightly. "Thank you so much, Miss Tu." Hermione nodded, her expression both gentle and stern. "All right, after you finish your main tasks, I'll guide you properly." But then she suddenly turned, her face hardening, eyes flashing with anger. A sharp scolding poured out like a downpour. "Your strength is greater now, so training in the mountain ranges isn't really an issue, but entering the inner zones is playing with fire. You can die at any time. You must ensure you can protect yourself before acting." Chu-gi bowed his head, silently admitting she was right, but kept the thought to himself. His secret defensive system could handle dangers in the mountain ravines and spirits, but how could he let Tamai know that? He nodded quietly, keeping the secret. After scolding him, Tamai's voice suddenly grew somber, her eyes briefly sad as if lost in memory. "You must know, many geniuses graduate from Tahang University every year, but becoming a truly brilliant gem is extremely rare. Many talents face unpredictable dangers outside, even dying young on the road. Don't call me long-winded. It's better to be cautious." Chu-gi looked up and replied sincerely, "I understand your good intentions, Miss Tu. I'll remember this." He then smiled slightly and added, "Miss Tu, one more thing. I want to ask. Now that my strength has increased, could you suggest some safe places for practical combat training?" Tamai's eyes glittered with surprise and amusement at his question. She laughed, half teasing, half serious. "You really are a monster." The surroundings suddenly shifted, transporting Chu-gi and Tamai to a vast arena enclosed by metallic walls that glittered under a cold light. Tamai walked confidently and turned to him, speaking clearly. "You can summon training robots for live combat drills and set different difficulty levels for challenges," she explained, her eyes sharp. "These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10. Each additional robot significantly increases their fighting strength. At combat stance level 10, a robot can defeat a level 20 expert." She pointed at a floating visual orb in midair. "Your challenge will be fully recorded, with detailed footage captured by surrounding observation robots. The system will also monitor all your combat data and generate an analytical report after completion." She paused, looking at him seriously. "Although you can pause at any time, I still advise starting from a low difficulty." After speaking, Tamai turned to leave, then looked back, her tone gentle but firm. "You have class now. Take it step by step. Control your strength. Don't overexert yourself." She smiled encouragingly and added, "All you need to do now is command the visual orb to begin the challenge." As Tamai's figure faded, Chu-gi turned his gaze to the silver-glinting visual orb. "Visual orb start." Immediately, the orb trembled slightly, emitting a pale blue light and moving nimbly as if receiving the order. A mechanical voice rang out. "Command received. Program acknowledged." At once, the arena space shook. The training robots, once motionless like statues, began to activate, each rising with precise, programmed movements. The combat level activation made the entire arena spring to life. The robots lined up neatly, forming tidy formations, ready for battle. From above, monitoring images flashed continuously and alarms sounded.
Combat monitoring initiated.
50 training robots have been fully deployed. Please note, combat pattern level 7 has officially begun. No sooner had the announcement finished than a sphere of light flashed and shot straight toward Chu-gi. He winced, twisting his head with lightning speed to dodge a dangerous skill strike. Before he could steady himself, a barrage of fire, combined with brilliant beams of light, continuously fired, slicing the air with a whoosh. But Chu-gi remained unfazed. His footwork was as agile as a phantom, easily weaving through each stream of fire. To test his new power, he tapped into the cryo bloodline, concentrating an icy chill into his arm. A powerful punch landed, piercing a robot's metal plating like tearing paper. Suddenly, from another robot, a beam gun fired, aiming straight at him. Chu-gi swung his arm, transforming it into a solid layer of ice to block the attack. A surge of exhilaration rose. He looked at his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting in delight. This feeling is amazing. Noticing the Cryo Strike Force was ready, he smiled, thinking, Cryo Strike Force seems usable. Suddenly, a blast of frigid air swirled around him, forming a blue vortex that spread across the arena. Might as well change things up a bit, right? Holy light forever gets boring, he muttered, his eyes glinting mischievously. Immediately, he unleashed the skill Frostwind Burst. Massive pillars of ice surged up from the ground, freezing everything within their reach solid. The arena gradually became coated in a glittering layer of ice. Each robot was frozen stiff, motionless. Chu-gi continued to channel his power, clenching his hand and shouting, Frost Skill! The cold aura erupted from his hand, spreading throughout the area and locking all the robots into a solid layer of ice. When everything settled, Chu-gi exhaled deeply, sweat beading on his brow. At that moment, an announcement sounded in a clear mechanical voice. Chu-gi, congratulations on successfully passing the Level 7 Combat Pattern Assessment. Training result statistics. A total of 50 Level 7 robots were defeated in just 3 minutes 40 seconds. Overall evaluation, excellent. Staring at the glowing results board, Chu-gi thought to himself, his heart full of excitement. Cryo Strike Force is indeed effective at restraining foes. Was Level 7 combat pattern really that easy? He frowned slightly, curiosity flashing in his eyes. I wonder if the highest difficulty will force me to go all out? Without hesitation, he turned to the floating visual orb beside him and said firmly, Start combat pattern level 10 immediately. The visual orb trembled, its blue light flickering as if analyzing. A mechanical announcement rang out. Confirmed. Excessive training robot damage detected. Combat pattern level 10 is being initialized. Immediately, the arena space shook. The surrounding robots seemed to self-upgrade, metal clanging harshly as they prepared to transform into level 10 combat forms. Suddenly, a loud noise made Chu-gi turn his head. A giant robot appeared, imposing, its metal gleaming under the arena lights. The visual orb announced again, Robot number 10 in the Transcendent Combat form has taken over combat duties. The attributes of the Transcendent level training robot are equivalent to a level 25 common simulated operative, activating supreme functional privileges. Additionally, if the fight threatens your safety, issue a ceasefire immediately. Chu-gi looked at the robot, eyes shining, a thrill curling his lips. This is what I need. Finally, I can fight with everything I've got. The visual orb began a countdown, its mechanical voice reverberating. Match preparation time begins. As soon as the countdown ended, robot number 10 fired a blinding column of blue light, charging straight at Chu-gi with no warning. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged, easily evading the attack. But the robot didn't stop. It moved fluidly, continuously unleashing pursuit skills. Suddenly, a beam struck his leg and stalled him. Chu-gi immediately used his familiar cryo power, slamming a heavy punch into the ground. Ice shattered, dust billowed, and the arena shook violently. From the dust, Chu-gi sprang up, gripping his hammer. The robot couldn't react in time as he activated Ice Light Mirage Body, light and frost intertwining to create glittering crystal clones that made it hard for the enemy to tell real from fake. Seizing the opponent's momentary confusion, he swung the hammer down hard from above, aiming straight at the robot's weapon. Crack! A breaking sound rang out. The enemy's weapon flew off and slammed onto the arena floor. But robot number 10 was not easily subdued. It quickly retreated, its metallic eyes flashing, moving nimbly like a predatory beast. A brilliant surge of energy gathered on its arm, aimed squarely at Chu-gi. He was suddenly hit, sending his hammer flying out of his hands. The robot's cold voice rang out challengingly. Analysis complete. Copying your weapon. Chu-gi froze, a flash of astonishment rising. How can it copy my skill? Has the visual orb synchronized combat data with it? Without hesitation, he shouted, Visual orb, explain. The mechanical voice immediately replied, Offensive systems have been synchronized. Combat effectiveness increased. At that moment, the robot's energy erupted, forming a hammer identical to Chugi's weapon. It hurled the hammer forcefully at him. With reflexes like lightning, Chugi turned his arm into a radiant metal light layer, blocking the attack. The two weapons collided, spraying dazzling sparks. The visual orb announced again, "Weapon model optimization complete, returning online." Suddenly, the cannon Chugi had just destroyed trembled, transforming into a mechanical wolf with glowing eyes. Chugi gaped. The cannon turned into a mechanical wolf? The wolf lunged instantly, fangs gleaming, aiming straight for Chugi. With no time to think, he channeled power to turn his other arm into a protective layer of metal light, stopping the wolf's attack. Yet he couldn't help but be startled. Even Tat Fong Lang can be copied. Looks like direct combat is the only option. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from Chugi's body, sweeping everything around before bursting outward. He had transformed into his most powerful form, activating the angelic domain. He sneered, thinking to himself, "Care to try copying this?" Outside the lab, a hand pressed a fingerprint. The system confirmed, "Information verified." Kwang So-nin, after meeting the requirements to become Dean 2's direct disciple, received a large amount of rare resources. As a result, her cultivation progress leapt forward significantly. Previously, she always failed the level 7 combat pattern test. Try once more now. But the alarm computer chimed. Last time, Kwang So-nin's best challenge result was at combat level 6. Sorry, the current training robots are severely damaged. Please return to challenge tomorrow. She flinched upon hearing this. This training area is for new students. People usually don't get past level 6, and trying level 10 isn't easy at all. So, who is in there? Inside, the number of chains appearing grew increasingly dense. Chugi used holy light binding chains to restrain the enemy's actions. The chains tightened, restricting all movement. He snorted coldly. "Humph! These binding chains once held me. Now it's your turn to taste suffering." With that, he swung his hand and the chains lunged toward the robot. This time, instead of restraining it, he set them free, shattering its body into countless component fragments that flew everywhere. But he didn't stop, continuing to rush toward the final boss. The number of chains kept increasing, wrapping tightly around its body. The robot continuously tried to copy his skills to escape. Abnormal skill analysis, data mismatch, analysis failed. It was Chugi's turn to act. His eyes flashed like two blazing crosses as he activated true sight observation. In an instant, he saw through the opponent's weaknesses and hidden abilities, as if every secret of robot number 10 was laid bare. Combat instructions formed in his mind, and he immediately recognized the fatal weakness right at the front of the robot's main energy core. Without hesitation, he shouted, "There! Your weak point is the energy core at your chest." His hand condensed a blinding holy light, forming a sharp spear tip. A full-force punch slammed directly into the energy core. An explosion of light burst forth, illuminating the entire arena, accompanied by terrifying damage that made the space tremble. The robot's energy core shattered. Its internal systems sounded alarms, initiated final protocols, and began the self-destruct sequence. Soon after, a tremendous explosion from robot number 10 radiated outward, shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The booming blast shook the whole room. Outside, Kwang So-nin felt the violent aftershock as thick dust billowed out from the training area. Before she could recover, an announcement rang out. Combat pattern level 10 has been successfully defeated. Passage privileges have been reactivated. Due to severe destruction of the training field, please return to challenge next week. Kwang So-nin was startled, filled with dread. Level 10 combat pattern. Defeated successfully? Who inside could possibly be so godlike? Though reason urged caution, curiosity and determination pushed her forward. She took a deep breath and stepped into the dust-filled area. When she reached the training ground, Kwang So-nin froze, her eyes wide. This what happened? In front of her was a wasteland, the ground littered with metal debris. The center collapsed into a deep crater. Chugi stood there, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily but with eyes still shining with resolve. The results board before him lit up. Congratulations to student Chugi for successfully passing the level 10 combat pattern trial with a time of 5 minutes 32 seconds. Overall evaluation, excellent. Highest physical attack, 27.34. Highest magical damage, 56,021. Highest combined damage from a single skill, 106,221. Chu-gi wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking inwardly. He still felt a twinge of regret. If not for the wolf robot's surprise attack, he could have won even more easily. He shook his head and told himself, "Looks like I don't need to rush to sign a contract with a familiar to fight alongside me." Suddenly, Kwang So-nin jumped down into the pit from above, her eyes sparkling, voice full of excitement. "Brother Chu-gi,
Bro Chu-gi,
you completed the bloodline tempering? How did you get so strong in just one day?" Chu-gi beamed proudly and replied, "This morning I finished bloodline tempering. Now, I've become a six-winged angel bloodline." Kwang So-nin's eyes lit up, mouth agape, unable to hide her joy. "Amazing, this is an extremely rare divine descendant bloodline. My demonic bloodline is only of relatively high quality."
Chu-gi lau ghét, ti sinh ly.
"Of course, now can you take me to the familiar market? I want to sign a contract with a familiar to boost my combat power." Hearing his request, Kwang So-nin smiled brightly, her eyes narrowing with delight. "Of course, it's not far. I'll take you now." The surroundings shifted, transporting them to Huinlin Alley, where the familiar market bustled with activity. Vendors' calls rang out lively, blending with the bustling atmosphere. One seller shouted, "A juvenile white-silver red-striped tiger that can grow to level 20. Only 100 study points to own it now." Another merchant added, "A level 19 dragon-scale horn, carrying royal blood." Suddenly Kwang So-nin received a system notification. "First come, first served. Familiar certificate. White-silver-winged golden tortoise sculpture. Bargain price." She turned with a mischievous look and asked, "Brother Chu-gi, is there any familiar you like?" Chu-gi frowned slightly, replying in a low voice, "I tamed a Tat Fong Lang on Tempest Mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating the beast I fell into a coma and missed the chance to sign a contract with it." He paused, his eyes flashing with determination. "I want to find a juvenile Tat Fong Lang with wind aptitude to contract with." At that moment, a passerby who overheard them stopped, excitedly. "A juvenile Tat Fong Lang? I happen to have one." "Fellow students, hello. I'm a third-year student at the Logistics Academy, majoring in medicine, and also a level 22 breeder. I have a juvenile Tat Fong Lang that I've raised since birth. Would you like to see it?" Kwang So-nin smiled and explained to Chu-gi, "The trainer is from the life skill department. This student is also from our Tahang University. Compared to other sellers in the market, the familiars he offers are usually of better quality." Chu-gi nodded, his eyes brightening. "All right, I'll take a look." The third-year student nimbly lifted a cage and introduced, "This Tat Fong Lang was born about 10 days ago. Its mother is a white-silver-winged Fong Lang. I've verified via appraisal methods that it's white-silver bloodline. If you want to buy it, it's only 60 points." Hearing this, Chu-gi frowned, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "White-silver only. So, is there a golden rank one?" he asked skeptically. The third-year student smiled lightly and replied, "If you really want a golden rank juvenile Tat Fong Lang, I can notify you, but the price will be much higher, so think carefully. Now look at this one first." Saying that, he brought the juvenile Tat Fong Lang over. Chu-gi picked it up, feeling the tiny body in his hands. The creature growled softly, its round eyes staring at him. Kwang So-nin stood beside him, worriedly remarking that Brother Chu-gi seemed to sense something off about the juvenile, that its physique was too small and clearly underdeveloped. The student hurriedly defended himself confidently. Tat Fong Lang naturally has a smaller build compared to larger familiars. The juvenile size is roughly normal. Chu-gi examined the creature, said little, then nodded decisively. "No problem. I'll buy this one. I can keep it later in my contract space." Seeing his trust, Kwang So-nin merely smiled and wholeheartedly supported him. "All right then." The third-year student quickly seized the opportunity, afraid Chu-gi would change his mind. This familiar contract sealing book is free with the purchase. Total cost is only 60 points. Now you can contract with this juvenile Tat Fong Lang familiar. While Chu Gi held the contract book open to look, he gave a sly smile, thinking to himself that among a litter of juvenile Tat Fong Langs, this one had the worst condition, sulking because it hadn't sold, unexpectedly meeting a reckless buyer. Good thing he'd already paid the course points. Otherwise, with the juvenile growing so weak, appraisal during the contract process would be hard to resolve. Chu Gi repeated without hesitation, no problem. I'll buy this one. He took out the contract seal, his eyes lighting up as he checked. It was real. He murmured and immediately signed the contract with the juvenile Tat Fong Lang. Holding the small creature in his hands, he smiled with expectation. Come on, I believe you can grow stronger. A burst of brilliant purple light suddenly flared, leaving third-year student Lu Chi-hak rooted to the spot in shock. No way, absolutely not, he muttered, eyes wide with horror. Before everyone's eyes, a fierce black wolf appeared, a single blazing red eye in its forehead, bearing a glittering sigil. Its roar echoed, mighty like the Lord of the Night. Those around the familiar stalls covered their mouths, unable to believe their eyes. A vendor whispered, could this purple light indicate a rare, hard-to-find familiar? Another cut in, there are no useless familiars in this market, only useless owners. I can see its future. Suddenly someone stepped forward, excited. Brother, are you selling that juvenile Tat Fong Lang? I offer 1,000 points. Kwang So Nin stood beside him, joyfully clutching Chu Gi's arm, her eyes shining. Brother Chu Gi, you're truly as brilliant as a star in the night sky. It turned out this juvenile Tat Fong Lang was epic tier. After being nurtured by his mana, it immediately recovered its original aptitude. Chu Gi scratched his head, smiling sheepishly, thinking he'd underestimated the lucky effect of the fortune sap. Meanwhile, Lu Chi-hak stood opposite, veins bulging on his face, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I sold an epic tier familiar at a low price to a freshman. After the contract was sealed, the juvenile Tat Fong Lang jumped onto Chu Gi's hand, its round eyes looking at him affectionately. Kwang So Nin smiled and added, that's right, you haven't decided on a name for it yet. Chu Gi thought for a moment and replied, yeah, let's call it Tu Koi. The Tat Fong Lang growled softly as if understanding him, and Kwang So Nin felt a sudden warmth. What kind of name is that? She laughed, hugging the creature. Haha, are you bad at naming? But it's getting cuter by the minute. Lu Chi-hak, still bitter, interjected mockingly. Now you can contract with this juvenile Tat Fong Lang. If you want to keep it, pay an additional 1,500 points. Or of course you can cancel the contract and return the familiar to me. I'll refund 300 points. You should decide quickly. If you hesitate, don't blame me for being impolite. The murmurs from the crowd at the familiar market rose like they were watching a thrilling play. Clearly Lu Chi-hak didn't properly check the juvenile's value. How could he have sold it so easily? Someone whispered. Behind Lu Chi-hak stands the Lu family, a longtime partner of Tahang University. This is going to be a big problem for them, another added. No matter what, an epic tier familiar just fell into his hands. The Lu family may not be able to hold on. Hearing the unreasonable chatter, Chu Gi frowned and his expression darkened. A wave of imposing aura burst from his body, as powerful as a tsunami, weighing down the surrounding air. He thought coldly that he'd never heard of anyone demanding their goods back after selling them. Turning to Lu Chi-hak, he shouted, "Stop dreaming here. Get out of my sight." The oppressive aura pressed like an invisible boulder, startling Lu Chi-hak, his face going pale. He trembled inwardly. A single glare felt like a severe death warning. He was clearly just a freshman. How could someone be so powerful? Just the presence alone nearly made him soil himself. His hair stood on end, chest shaking as he stepped back, stammering, "Brother, it's my fault. It's just a misunderstanding. Fellow student, sorry. Due to my oversight, I sold this juvenile to you at white silver tier price." Chu Gi glared at him coldly, his eyes sharp as blades. He warned silently that this was his doing. Better not let me see you again, or you'll face the consequences. Even the juvenile Tat Fong Lang, Tu Koi, in his arms growled, as if echoing its master's warning. Kwang So-nin stood beside him, eyes sparkling with excitement. She smiled and tugged his hand, eagerly asking, "Ni, can I come by later to pet Tu Koi?" Chu-gi turned and beamed warmly. "Any time you want." In the distance, Lu Chi-hak stood frozen, his face twitching with anger but powerless to do anything. The crowd around the familiar market murmured like an audience watching a thrilling play. "Wait, isn't that Chu-gi, the top-ranked freshman? Chu-gi, the one personally accepted as a disciple by Dean Vong Hui. I heard he even received the Gold Merit Medal." Another added gleefully that Lu Chi-hak, who relied on the backing of the Lu family to act up, finally got exposed this time. Suddenly a deep, furious voice rang out from behind. A tall young man, blazing with anger, placed a hand on Lu Chi-hak's shoulder and growled, "Stand down a bit, please." Then he turned, his gaze icy. Oh, could this be Lu Vutan's family? Here to back up his younger brother? Before Lu Chi-hak could speak, the young man shouted, "Big brother, you must uphold justice for him." Before he could protest, Lu Chi-hak was kicked square in the face by the young man. The man bellowed, "You useless piece. Do you know what it means for a freshman to receive the Gold Merit Medal? Others might forgive you. Consider yourself lucky. From now on, don't be an eyesore. Get as far away from here as possible." Lu Chi-hak went pale and trembled all over. Even his big brother had humiliated him. What on earth had he done to anger such a terrifying existence? He dared not raise his head and quietly backed away. Chu-gi looked down at Tu Koi, surprise showing in his eyes. Indeed, a newborn Tat Fong Lang of epic rank. This little one could instinctively use wind abilities. He wondered silently, still doubtful. Has the effect of the fortune sap not worn off yet? Could he really be this lucky? Just then, a steady, deep voice sounded. "Hello, fellow student Chu-gi. I'm True Thin from the White Snow Dragon Legion. This is the S-grade natural material, the genius treasure the Legion promised to give you, Siusi Han Bang Lin. Please accept it." Chu-gi accepted it, his eyes shining, voice full of gratitude. "I accept. Please, take your time. Kindly thank your Legion commander and deputy commander for me." True Thin nodded and turned to leave. "Fellow student Chu-gi, Siusi Han Bang Lin has been delivered to you. I'm returning to the Legion to receive orders." Chu-gi looked at the Siusi Han Bang Lin in his hand and felt moved. He hadn't expected the White Snow Dragon Legion's efficiency to be so high. I'd been away from the Feng Mountain vein for less than 3 days and they already delivered it. He gripped the material tightly, his eyes glinting. Finally, Siusi Han Bang Lin was in his hands. Once refined into a Siusi Han Dan, the risk of Chu Van's bloodline awakening would be much easier to resolve. He murmured, recalling the use of an S-grade Siusi Han Dan. After use, the pill can resonate with ice elements, attracting a large amount of ice elemental energy, accelerating cultivation speed and significantly increasing the user's chance of awakening the cryo bloodline. He opened his mailbox and clicked the new message. "We have arranged Master Ha Dain, a level 9 pill alchemist, for you. Because the materials and confidentiality required to refine an S-grade genius treasure are extremely precious. Please come to the alchemy department to discuss details." Chu-gi and Tu Koi stood aside reading intently, eyes fixed on the notice board. He frowned slightly. If it can't be handled online, it looks like he'll have to go to the alchemy department in person. The scene shifted, transporting them to the alchemy sex compound. Chu-gi stepped past massive alchemy furnaces, smoke billowing like undying flames, the air thick with the pungent scent of medicinal ingredients. He walked around the reception desk and, in a steady voice, asked, "Hello, is Master Ha Dain here? I'm here to have some pills refined by him." A young woman stood behind the counter, returning his look with a friendly gaze. "What type of pill do you want refined? If you have any questions, I can answer them first. Master Ha Dain is in a meeting. I'm his student."
Lam Yi.
Chu-gi didn't say much. He held up the Siusi Han Bang Lin and stated decisively, "An S-rank pill, the Siu Han Dan." Under Lam Yi's astonished eyes, the scene before her left her stunned. She hastily covered her mouth to hide her embarrassment. Who would have expected a freshman like him to possess such treasures? The Siusi Han Bang Lin, an S-grade genius treasure, along with A-grade frost lotus herb. Chu-gi just smiled broadly, voice full of enthusiasm. Haha, just lucky. Lam-e quickly composed herself, her eyes flashing with determination. All right then, if you have both the CUC Hanbang Lean and the frost lotus herb, you only need to add 800 course points to craft an S-rank pill. Leave me your contact method. Once the master finishes refining the CUC Hanbang Dan, I'll notify you to come pick it up immediately. Chu-gi nodded in agreement. Fine. The scene shifted to the school campus. The clock read 9 a.m., soft sunlight streaming through the windows, casting a rare peacefulness over the space. A few young people gathered, chatting loudly, their talk revolving around hot rumors. Hey, did you hear? Lately many places have found otherworldly creatures underground. Really? Have you heard? Many legions and guilds have been redeployed from the front lines. Someone in my legion said it seems the whole Trung Ha nation has detected traces of otherworldly creatures. Not far away, Chu-gi happened to overhear the conversation, and his expression immediately turned serious. He muttered in a low voice, "Humph. It seems the news of otherworldly creature incursions has spread everywhere." Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder with an exclamation. "Hey!" Chu-gi flinched, his whole body shrinking slightly as he turned to look and found Tong Ha-lan smiling mischievously. "You study in this class too?" she asked. Chu-gi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Of course. My advisor is Dean No Mang. Looks like we'll be classmates from now on." Tong Ha-lan continued with a bright smile. "Classmate Chu-gi, I look forward to learning from you." Chu-gi laughed and shook his head. "You're so talented. Expecting me to teach you seems impossible, but if you ever need help, just ask." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. A graceful figure appeared, her clear but authoritative voice announcing, "Hello everyone. I'm Tami. From now on I'll be responsible for teaching you about familiars." She paused, scanned the classroom, and continued in a serious tone. "But before we begin the lesson, I have a few important announcements." Tami cleared her throat, her gaze sharp as if to emphasize each word. As the rumors say, the Trung Ha nation has indeed recently seen a large-scale appearance of otherworldly creatures. Although these creatures aren't necessarily very powerful, the nation attaches great importance to their appearance. Facing this potential threat, the Trung Ha Legion has activated Level 3 readiness. At the same time, major universities, including our Tahang University, are receiving double the usual resource investment. She smiled lightly, her voice carrying some excitement. Therefore, each month the school will allocate resources to students by rank, an increase of 70% over before. Moreover, after completing tasks assigned by the school, you'll receive far more course points. In particular, 3 major dungeons in the school's depth mode will be opened. However, you'll need course points to buy depth stones to unlock them. The class buzzed with excitement. A few students whispered with bright eyes, "Haha! The nation is releasing massive resources, determined to cultivate powerful fighters at all costs." An excited voice chimed in, "Finally depth mode opens. I'll get far more resources now. Even task reward course points are increased. Looks like the school is about to take big action." Seeing the class in an uproar, Tami frowned slightly. She snapped her fingers. A sharp sound rang out, immediately drawing everyone's attention back. "Calm down," she said in a steel-edged yet gentle voice. "No matter how resources are adjusted, you are students. Focus on cultivating your strength. That is the most important thing." Chu-gi propped his chin, the corner of his mouth twitching into a mischievous smile as he thought to himself that it seemed not only he had improved, Tami had grown much stronger since they first met. He nodded, eyes flashing with satisfaction. Just then Tami's voice rang out, bringing the class back to the present. "All right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. Turn your books to page." Before they could focus, a few whispers from the corner rose in regret. "Yesterday I challenged the boss in the 9 Spirits dungeon and got backstabbed, wasted hundreds of course points." "Who told you to challenge the nightmare difficulty? Feeling bad now? Oh man. Who expected the final boss to be that hard to deal with?" Hearing this, Chu-gi smiled faintly to himself. Now that he's reached level 19 and has the CUC Han Bang Lean, there's no need to risk venturing into the dangerous wind vein. The 9 Spirits dungeon at depth mode is the ideal place to grind experience and level up. Lost in thought, his eyes suddenly lit up like headlights when he glanced through the window. There, Chu-nin stood still, gazing toward the horizon with a soft, captivating air. Without hesitation, Chu-gi hurried over, hand outstretched in excitement. Hey, Chu-nin, what are you doing here? Chu-nin turned with a radiant smile.
Ah, you are Chu-mi, right?
Nice to see you. She paused a moment and then spoke eagerly. I heard the rewards for clearing the school's 3 dungeons will increase. I want to invite you to try them with me.
Chu-mi lâu ghét. Ice sparkling.
Oh really? What a coincidence, I was thinking the same. Let's go. They quickly agreed and prepared to enter the dungeon. Chu-gi turned and asked curiously, Chu-nin, which difficulty are you going to challenge? Depth mode? What about you? Chu-nin forced a smile, waving her hands and shaking her head. Oh no, the depth mode boss is really too hard. I'm very different from you. I think I can only challenge the hard difficulty. Chu-gi laughed heartily and, without hesitation, took her hand. No problem. Wait until I clear depth mode. Then we'll team up and try again. Chu-nin was surprised. Her cheeks flushed the color of the sunset, and her hand being held made her stammer awkwardly. So it's decided then. After saying that, she quickly turned away, covering her face with both hands as her heart pounded. It had been a long time since anyone had held her hand like that. How embarrassing, she thought to herself, then mustered her courage and turned back. All right, Chu-gi, I'll try the hard difficulty first. Good luck. Chu-gi scratched his head, innocent and unaware that he'd accidentally stolen a girl's first handhold in her life. He smiled brightly and hurriedly said, Okay. Be careful too. Suddenly a shout broke the atmosphere from behind. Chi Min-hien. Why is he here? Another excited voice piped up. Haven't seen this expert in a while. I heard whoever breaks the record for clearing the depth mode dungeon gets a genius achievement reward for real. Someone else nodded and added, Right, without a special opportunity you can't get that achievement. No wonder Chi Min-hien rushed over. All eyes turned to Chi Min-hien, and his information appeared clearly. Chi Min-hien, profession. Mage, level 23, Earth ranking number 86. He frowned slightly and murmured in annoyance. I still have to seize time to challenge the depth mode dungeon, he muttered. With that, he decisively stepped into the dungeon gate without hesitation. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Chu-gi's head. 9 Spirits Dungeon, Depth Mode Difficulty, Level Limit 17 to 21. Chu-gi, Level 19, Holy Night, meets the requirements and is permitted to enter. A few mocking whispers rose around them. Oh my! Wasn't Chu-gi the top-ranked freshman? Haha! A Level 19 Holy Knight daring to challenge Depth Mode. Truly clueless. Another voice chimed in. Don't know your limits. Those 400 course points of his are probably being thrown out the window. It seems the resource adjustments made some people overly confident. Chu-gi paid no mind to the taunts. The system continued. You have chosen to attempt depth mode difficulty. 400 course points will be automatically deducted from your account to exchange for depth mode stones. Immediately, a vast surge of energy enveloped Chu-gi, the glittering light seeming to swallow him whole. The system sounded again. Transmitted to Ha Tan Yeo Tin. Notice. Monsters in depth mode dungeons grow more ferocious as difficulty increases. If you find you cannot cope, crush the depth mode stone to exit the dungeon immediately. Stepping into the dungeon space, Chu-gi felt a chill fill the air. His eyes hardened with resolve, ready to face the coming challenge. Chu-gi stood amid the desolation, his gaze sweeping the ruined surroundings as he wondered inwardly why this place was so devastated. Could the goblins have occupied and ravaged it to this extent? Suddenly, from behind a large rock, a goblin silently emerged, its eyes blazing red like twin embers. With no warning, it swung its axe straight at Chu-gi. He reacted like lightning, delivering a powerful punch that sent the goblin staggering backward. Chugi curled his lips, voice full of scorn. No honor, eh? You dare ambush a small comrade who's only 20 like me? He glanced around and realized the number of goblins was growing. The horde screamed wildly as they charged. The system immediately displayed Goblin Warrior, level 22, Silver White Aptitude, Skills, Ambush, Cleaving Strike. Without hesitation, Chugi summoned his weapon, the hammer glittering with steel in his hand. He murmured with admiration. The stronger the enemy, the more enticing the challenge. The goblins leapt into the air in unison and lunged ferociously at him. Chugi stayed calm, swinging the hammer with thunderous force and scattering the pack. The hammer's blade sliced the wind, cleaving the goblins into fragments that fell like rain. As he struck, he roared, "Die!" After the blow, Chugi watched the goblin remains litter the ground and gave a faint, derisive smile. Humph! Couldn't even take one hit? But at that moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. From behind, another horde of goblins charged madly, even more ferocious than before. Chugi thought inwardly, his face serious. The difficulty here seems to lie in the overwhelming number of goblin troops launching repeated suicidal waves. This will easily drain my mana. I must conserve energy and keep enough mana to use the skills needed to handle the boss. Without delay, Chugi activated the skill Radiant Illusion Cleave. The hammer in his hand swung with terrifying speed, producing a series of flashes like lightning that tore the air. The goblins couldn't react in time and were swept away by the reaping slashes like death scythes. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations on defeating the goblin group. Gained 11,236 experience points. Level 19, progress 22.74/54. 000. A ring of light instantly enveloped Chugi, transporting him to the next round. He flicked his wrist and smiled softly. It's like finishing one wave already, huh? The smile on his lips carried killing intent. His gaze turned cold. He calculated inwardly. Indeed, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even after slaughtering a bunch of goblins, at best he'd only reach level 20. Shouldering the heavy hammer, he muttered, hoping that after defeating the boss the experience would be enough for him to break through. Pushing open the massive stone door ahead, Chugi squinted, wondering if the final boss awaited within. Suddenly a gigantic goblin appeared, towering in size, gripping a battle axe and wearing a gleaming iron helmet. The system displayed, Goblin Overlord, level 24, Mystic Iron Aptitude. Notice, the Goblin Overlord has led the goblin tribes to occupy many human cities. The Goblin Overlord loomed before Chugi and bellowed, "A puny human. Welcome to the land of death. I have prepared for you." Faced with the ferocious threat, Chugi remained unflinching, frowning slightly. What a headache. Why is this one so talkative? The Goblin Overlord didn't keep him waiting. He swung his axe, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He roared, "How dare you slaughter my entire tribe? You human, go die." Chugi tightened his grip on the hammer, eyes flashing with resolve, ready to face the giant monster. The Goblin Overlord bellowed and brought the massive axe down with thunderous force, but Chugi had anticipated it. His agile body leapt up, perfectly evading the blow. Without pausing, Chugi surged forward, swinging the hammer hard as steel glittered coldly. He thought to himself that this overlord was truly strong. Despite its huge build, its speed was unaffected at all. At that moment, the Goblin Overlord activated the Colossal Form skill. The system immediately announced, Colossal Form. While in this state, the target is completely immune to all physical attacks and can activate a shield to reflect part of incoming damage. Sure enough, Chugi's strike was blocked by an invisible shield. The recoil force shoved him back several steps. The boss laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, human, are you just tickling me?" Chugi frowned, his eyes thoughtful. It seems physical attacks won't work. He calculated silently. Suddenly he raised his hand and a chain of radiant light shot out from his holy light, piercing straight through the boss's body. The Goblin Overlord screamed in pain, eyes blazing with shock. "What? My body? It's no longer under my control. The holy light chain wrapped tightly around it and lifted it into the air, leaving it utterly helpless. Chu-gi smiled coldly, his hand gathering a blinding surge of light. He said mockingly, "Who would have thought your magic resistance was so low? Come on then. Slowly enjoy the grand feast I've prepared for you." With that, a brilliant lightning beam erupted like thunder, striking through the goblin overlord's body. The boss had no time to react. Only a pitiful scream escaped before it collapsed. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations on completing the depth mode dungeon. Completion time, 10 minutes 56 seconds. Based on previous records, you have set a new speed record for this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the Goblin Overlord. You received 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. Level 19, Progress 46, 862/54, 000. Chu-gi stood there with his hammer still on his shoulder, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He smiled faintly, thinking he's only a little way from breaking through to level 20. Let the next boss wait. Chu-gi looked at the fallen overlord, sighing softly. After all, this overlord was a depth mode boss, yet he defeated it with a single move. He had even deliberately reserved a large amount of mana and prepared stronger skills to handle it. Just then, the system notification flashed. Congratulations on resetting the completion record. You have unlocked the talent, Arcane Casting Speed. The casting speed of magic skills is greatly increased, allowing even low-level spells to be cast instantly. Chu-gi laughed joyfully, eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, breaking the depth mode record granted a new talent. With the blessing of this A-rank arcane casting speed, his power rose another level. He clenched his fist, feeling the new energy surge through his body. Wasting no time, he activated the depth mode stone. Light flashed and carried him out of the dungeon. Time to head back, he thought, smiling faintly. The only regret was being just short of level 20. But with his ample course points, he would invite Chunin to challenge the depth mode dungeon with him again later. Outside, the dungeon leaderboard shone brightly, drawing every eye. Number 1. Chu-gi, depth mode, progress 88%, time 1624. Number 2, Lutone, depth mode, progress 83%, time 1741. Number 3, Duong Hang, depth mode, progress 79%, time 1856. Number 4, Truong Mak, depth mode, progress 75%, time 1914. Number 5, Nomong, depth mode, progress 70%, time 2031. Número 6, Guachloi, depth mode, progress 68%, time 2136. Seeing his leading position, Chu-gi gave a confident smile, his eyes flashing battle will. Level 20, I'm coming. Outside the dungeon, the crowd buzzed with speculation, the atmosphere boiling over. So far no one has cleared the depth mode dungeon. This difficulty is terrifying. One person sighed helplessly. I was surrounded by hundreds of silver-white goblins as soon as I entered. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I'd have been trapped to death. Another voice chimed in with awe. No wonder it's called depth mode. The intensity is scary. It seems we can only rely on top Earth-ranked experts like Chi Min-hien. Chunin stood hidden in the crowd, eyes glittering with worry and hope. She thought inwardly that luckily she chose a moderate difficulty, so she cleared it smoothly. Now she only hoped Big Brother Chu-gi could pass this challenge. Nearby, two young men were chatting animatedly. I heard the depth mode dungeon was added to this year's freshman competition. I wonder how many can get through it. Right. Apparently there's a guy named Chu-gi, only level 19, the Holy Knight leading the freshmen. He even broke a new record. Suddenly a shout cut through their conversation. The dungeon record's been broken again. A young man, face panicked, pointed at the leaderboard, voice trembling. Wait, did you say the name at the top is Chu-gi? All eyes turned to the leaderboard, where glowing text read, Chu-gi, depth mode, completion 100%, time 10:56. This record was confirmed as the fastest clearance of the Goblin Dungeon at depth mode. The crowd erupted, cheers and gasps ringing out non-stop. Chunin smiled radiantly, thinking, "Big brother Chugi, you did it." The onlookers couldn't hide their astonishment, murmurs rolling like waves. "Chugi? Who is he? Never heard of him. Could he be a student from Tam-A University? I heard he topped the freshmen. No matter how strong, how could a freshman defeat a level 24 goblin overlord with mystic iron aptitude?"
Ah, Baitabit.
Hien probably entered the dungeon later than Chugi, so he's a little slower. When Hien breaks the new record and comes out, Chugi's rank on the board will surely drop. But at that moment, a figure staggered out of the dungeon gate, collapsing to his knees, the staff in his hand shattered. The crowd fell silent. The one who'd spoken recognized him immediately as Chi-Min Hien and rushed over, calling anxiously, "Hien!" Hien's followers scrambled to support him. Hien's face was pale as he groaned in pain. "Damn, this depth mode dungeon is brutal. How many golden equipment pieces did I burn and still failed?" Hien's underlings broke out in cold sweat, stammering, "Hien!" Before the words finished, the crowd's chatter from behind swelled incessantly. Hien spun around, his expression dark with irritation. He immediately produced a restorative potion and gulped it down to recover lost health. His followers spoke awkwardly. "Hien, that Chugi is the freshman who entered the dungeon before you. He only took 10 minutes 56 seconds to break the depth mode clearance record." Hearing this, Hien was stunned and spat out the sip he just swallowed, eyes wide in shock. He thought to himself, "First place. Really?" At that moment, the crowd burst again with shouts. "Look, Chugi's coming out." From the dungeon gate, Chugi's figure emerged, stride steady. Gaze cold, yet the corner of his mouth curved into a confident smile. The space seemed to hold its breath as all eyes fixed on him. Hien angrily threw the potion bottle to the ground, smashing it. Gritting his teeth, he thought, impossible, he's only a level 19 freshman. How did he clear the depth mode dungeon? How could I be inferior to him? I need answers. He glanced at Chugi and muttered that coming out now might mean he tampered with the timer. Unable to contain himself, Hien strode quickly toward Chugi, putting on a superior air and saying, "Brother Chu, I'm Chi-Min Hien, ranked 86th on the Earth board. I want..." Before he could finish, Chugi cut him off sharply. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Excuse me." Just then, Chunin ran from the crowd, face radiant with joy. "Big brother Chugi." She bowed her head slightly, embarrassed. "Congratulations on clearing the stage. I only barely made it through the hard difficulty. It feels like you're pulling further and further ahead of me." Chugi smiled warmly and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly, "Don't worry. The Goblin Overlord is easy to handle. I'll teach you all the techniques to get through this gate. Besides, I have plenty of course points now. I'll take you through a few more times. Once you grasp the key points, you can challenge depth mode." With that, he took Chunin's hand and led her straight into the dungeon gate. The crowd outside was stunned, murmurs rising like waves. "He just came out and went back in already. Is this Chugi really a freshman? Does he treat the depth mode dungeon like his backyard?" This is the difference between top experts and ordinary people like us. Min Hien stood there, face darkening, clenching his fists, eyes flashing with unwillingness. He still hadn't recovered his strength and stumbled to his knees, breathing heavily. His follower anxiously tried to encourage him. "Brother Hien, you almost cleared it just now. Try again, maybe." But the words were cut off by murmurs from the surrounding crowd, like invisible blades stabbing at Min Hien's pride. "The Goblin Overlord is easy to handle. No lack of course points." Someone sneered. "Some people think they're heroes, but one touch and they're exposed." Another voice laughed loudly. "It's true, new waves wash away the old." The previous wave was swept onto the sand. Min Hien felt as if he were falling into an abyss, his eyes heavy with despair. He shook his head slightly, voice hoarse. "No need. I decide I won't attempt this dungeon again." Inside the secret realm, Chugi led Chunin in, his gaze sparkling with confidence. He turned to her and smiled. "Chunin, this is our second time teaming up. Remember the last time in the raging wind mountains? So many dangers, it feels like it was just yesterday. Tunin blushed, stammering shyly. That experience, she sank into recollection, remembering the moment Chu-gi bravely stood between her and danger to protect her, especially the unexpected kiss she gave him, which still made her heart pound. She continued softly, "Back then in that desperate place, thanks to your timely rescue, I avoided making a desperate choice." Chu-gi laughed heartily, voice hearty and bold. "Ha ha! Rescuing people is my honor. That rescue was only the beginning. There are countless things ahead for us to explore together." But no sooner had he finished than a horde of ferocious goblins charged in from afar, their momentum like rolling waves. Tunin jumped, startled and alarmed. Depth Mode's reputation was well-deserved. The stats on these monsters were terrifyingly high. Chu-gi tightened his grip on the hammer, eyes cold but with a confident smile, ready to fight beside Tunin. The system announced, Warrior Goblin, Feral Spirit, Level 22, Silver White Aptitude, Skills, Rush, Cleave. Watching the rabid goblins charge, Chu-gi remained calm and steady. Although their levels look high at first glance, each is a brittle monster. Their numbers are their only strength. In the early phase, these little fiends are easy to handle. Just manage your skill consumption carefully. He turned to Tunin, eyes sharp yet gentle as he instructed. Then each of us guard one side and stop them from attacking from behind. Tunin nodded decisively. Understood. Having said that, she immediately summoned the Jiangshan hammer, and the two quickly split their defensive directions. Tunin activated the Divine Grace skill from her Guardian set. A beam of light wrapped her weapon, radiating blessed energy that filled her with power. Chu-gi's voice rose, momentum surging. "Tunin, I'm going up first." He leapt into the air and swung the hammer hard, generating a terrifying force that swept toward the goblins. The monsters were knocked flying, unable to defend themselves. On the other side, Tunin felt power welling up within her, thinking that the growth boost Chu-gi provided was astonishing. Her base stats had increased by a quarter. Her attack power nearly exploded. Resolve flashed in her eyes. Tunin swung her sword, unleashing Shadow Devourer Sword Strike. The system displayed, Shadow Devourer Sword Strike releases a beam at light speed imbued with dark attribute power, dealing massive damage to enemies. Brilliant purple beams surrounded her. Each slash was like the scythe of death, tearing the goblin formation apart. As she attacked, she thought, bolstered by Chu-gi's boost, these silver-white Chao-Bu lamb monsters are as weak as weeds. One cut and they fall. The goblins were swept away by their coordinated assault in an instant. Their screams faded into the secret realm's chaotic air. After a fierce skirmish, the entire horde was cut down by Tunin's keen blade. The system announced, "Congratulations Kwang Tunin for defeating the monsters. Gained 5,200 XP. Level 18. Progress 26. 862/54. 000. Chu-gi also received a notification. Congratulations Chu-gi for defeating the monsters. Gained 5,900 XP. Level 19. Progress 52. 762/54. 000. Tunin stepped up to Chu-gi, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Amazing, brother Chu-gi. Let's keep going." Chu-gi smiled and nodded. "All right," but at that moment a cold, ominous aura rolled in, bringing a sense of dread. From the darkness, a monstrous figure with a savage face appeared, its presence overwhelming. The system displayed, Chao-Bu Lamb King, Level 24, Mystic Iron Aptitude. Note: the king of the Chao-Bu Lamb tribe leads the clan in conquering many human cities. The monster advanced and roared fiercely. "Humans, prepare to die." A dense aura surrounded them, forcing Chu-gi and Tunin into a stifling encirclement. Tunin frowned slightly, voice anxious. "A depth mode boss is no joke. Brother Chu-gi, how do we get past this gate?" Chu-gi studied the monster, eyes cold but calm as he replied, "It looks strong, but its magic resistance is actually very low. If we use powerful magical skills, we can bring it down easily." Hearing this, Tu Nin's eyes lit up and murderous intent flared. She stepped toward the monster, gripping the hilt, resolute. Brother Chu Gi, let me lead this time. Determination flashed in her gaze as she quickly calculated tactics in her head. Magical skills. First, try activating the demonic power within the demon bloodline. She leapt into the air and swung, executing Demon Might Slash. A burst of dark energy erupted, the blade tracing a brilliant streak hurtling toward the Chao Bu Lam King, ready to open the fierce battle. The system announced, Demon Might Slash releases a massive cleaving wave. The latent demonic force will explode on impact, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. Tu Nin swung her sword, the blade slicing the air as it struck down on the Chao Bu Lam King, producing a violent explosion and choking clouds of dust. But the monster was unharmed and even laughed arrogantly. Ha ha, humans. The demonic power in your skill is marvelous. It elevates my strength to a new level. Having spoken, it stamped the ground, creating a terrifying seismic wave. The system displayed, seismic wave causes ground tremors, generating ripples that knock back enemies and may stun. The force of the quake makes the earth shake violently. Chu Gi rushed forward anxiously, shouting, Tu Nin, are you okay? Tu Nin drove her sword into the ground to steady herself and avoid being thrown off. She grit her teeth and replied, I'm fine, Brother Chu Gi. It's all my fault. I couldn't control the demonic force well, letting the Chao Bu Lam King absorb it and grow stronger. Chu Gi raised his hand, eyes reassuring, Don't blame yourself. First, I'll try a move to see if it works. He concentrated his power, his hand radiating dazzling light, and a radiant punishment burst forth, chains of light hurtling toward the monster. But unexpectedly, the Chao Bu Lam King formed a purple protective barrier, stopping all of Chu Gi's light chains. He frowned, thinking to himself, Damn, the skill's effectiveness isn't as strong as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased significantly. Turning to Tu Nin, he instructed in a low but firm voice, This is indeed a bit hard to deal with. I'll try once more. If we still can't win, Tu Nin, crush the depth mode crystal. Don't forget, this is only a trial replica. Don't let yourself get harmed. Tu Nin nodded, her gaze more determined than ever, hands gripping the sword hilt, ready for the next assault. The Chao Bu Lam King swung its blade, releasing a horrendous force that blew away all of Chu Gi's holy light chains. Witnessing that, Tu Nin covered her face with both hands, panic and self-blame flooding her. It's all my fault. I made things complicated. What should I do now? At that moment, a cold voice echoed in her head. Yes, it's all because you are too weak. If you had fully mastered the demonic power in your demon bloodline, you wouldn't have been powerless watching Brother Chu Gi fall into danger. Only by becoming stronger can you help him. It's time. Release your true power. Tu Nin looked up, her eyes flashing with resolve. On the other side, the monster roared, shattering Chu Gi's chains. The sword in its hand rose, preparing to strike. Chu Gi frowned slightly, thinking, I can't let Tu Nin be in danger. Must activate the angelic form immediately. But as he hesitated, a burst of radiant purple power suddenly erupted and shot straight at the Chao Bu Lam King. The monster raised its sword and roared crazily. Humans, prepare to die. Then it charged forward to intercept. Chu Gi froze and turned, voice full of astonishment. Tu Nin, you! Before him, another incarnation of Tu Nin appeared. Sharp fangs flashed, her aura cold and potent. She spoke, eyes icy. Brother Chu Gi, let me kill this monster. The Chao Bu Lam King screamed in agony. Half its face began to melt away, falling in chunks to the ground. It howled in despair. Why? Why can't I absorb this demonic power? Instead, it's invading my strength. Tu Nin curled her lips in a cold smile. Don't be hasty. This is only the appetizer. Despite its agony, the monster raved. I want more demonic power. But its voice weakened as the deep purple power from Tu Nin continued to explode, enveloping it in a terrifying storm of energy. Chu Gi stood there, eyes both astonished and proud, watching Tu Nin display strength beyond expectations. Tu Nin looked at the Chao Bu Lam King with contempt, thinking, Your grotesque form is truly disgusting now. Without hesitation, she raised her hand. A dazzling purple beam burst forth and rushed at the monster. She shouted, "Die!" The force of the beam was so tremendous that Chu-gi had to raise his hand to shield himself from being thrown back. He thought in amazement, "Tunin, this power is terrifying." The monster screamed in pain before collapsing. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to student Kwang Tunin for defeating the Chao Bu Lam King boss. Received 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points." In her ma-imbued state, Tunin lightly stroked the blade, her eyes glinting with enchantment. Finally defeated that hateful monster. Suddenly, she lunged toward Chu-gi, her alluring face pressed close. Chu-gi flinched, briefly startled by her bewitching tone. "Brother Chu-gi, shall we continue?" Tunin moved even closer, her face nearly against his chest, her soft hand lightly touching him, voice hushed. "Brother Chu-gi, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you like Tunin like this?" Chu-gi jumped, hurriedly stepped back, his face flushing with embarrassment. That." He took a deep breath and regained his composure, his sharp gaze fixed on Tunin, tone stern. "Are you really the Tunin I know?" The question hit Tunin like a bucket of cold water. Her demonized eyes gradually returned to normal and her consciousness cleared. She bowed her head in embarrassment, filled with regret for letting the demonic power overwhelm her. The air between them grew tense, but Chu-gi's eyes still held a glimmer of trust, waiting for her answer. Tunin panicked, looked down at herself, hurriedly hunched over and wrapped her arms around her body, voice trembling. "Brother Chu-gi, everything that just happened was caused by the demonic power in my Ma bloodline acting up." Chu-gi stepped forward, gently lifted her chin, and gave a warm smile. "That's good. I thought the demon had possessed you." Tunin bashfully pulled his hand down, cheeks flushed as she replied, "How could that be?" Chu-gi soothed her gently. "All right, Tunin, why don't we form a team and challenge it a few more times? I believe that once you get used to the demonic power, you'll be able to solo depth mode dungeons." He pointed to the corpse of the Chao Bu Lam King with a mischievous grin. "Besides, we and the Goblin King are old acquaintances now. I think it will understand us." Tunin turned, surprised, eyes wide. "Huh!" Chu-gi put a hand to his chin, feigning thoughtfulness, then continued, "Anyway, all the academy students are like that. The boss only needs to be defeated. But to get more rewards from the dungeon, we need to plan more carefully." The scene shifted outside the dungeon, the air buzzing with endless chatter. Depth mode dungeons are really hard. So far only prodigies like Chu-gi have cleared them. One doubted, "Do you think Chu-gi just got lucky?" Another immediately retorted, "He's #1 in the school and very strong. I think he has a fair share of luck. But if you have the skill, go try yourself." At that moment the leaderboard lit up, drawing every eye. First, Chu-gi difficulty. Depth mode completion, 100% time. 9 minutes 46 seconds. This record was confirmed as the current fastest clear time for the lower city goblin dungeon at depth mode. The crowd erupted in astonishment, fixated on the dazzling name at the top. Unbelievable, it's Chu-gi again. He even helps others clear the dungeon so easily. Breaking the record again so fast is terrifying. Someone exclaimed in admiration. Masters really act differently, always surpassing themselves. Then the announcement flashed, leaving everyone stunned. First, Kwang Tunin difficulty. Depth mode completion, 100% time. 9 minutes 23 seconds. This record was confirmed as the current fastest clear time for the lower city goblin dungeon at depth mode. Second, Chu-gi difficulty. Depth mode completion, 100% time. 9 minutes 46 seconds. The crowd murmured, amazed. There's a new record, a freshman solo clearing a depth mode dungeon. Shouldn't they have just tried the normal difficulty first? Another voice analyzed. Kwang Tunin is after all the second-ranked freshman. With Chu-gi's guidance, she erupted beyond her level, impressive. Behind them, a bald young man listening to the conversation rubbed his forehead in frustration and sighed. Xianji, now I finally understand how you feel. Realizing the gap between yourself and a genius, that helpless feeling is really unpleasant. Inside the dungeon, Chu-gi challenged the depth mode once more. Radiant bands of holy light burst forth and quickly defeated the boss. Under his guidance, Chunin was no slouch either. She single-handedly defeated the depth mode boss with astonishing speed. Afterward, the two teamed up a second time to continue challenging. With their smooth coordination, they easily overcame every trial. A teleportation light flashed, bringing them both back outside to the crowd's astonishment. Sonin's eyes sparkled with joy as she gently looped her arm through Chu-gi's, her voice soft as a breeze. "Brother Chu-gi, I heard the Elemental Academy is having a fireworks show for freshmen tonight. Let's go watch together." Chu-gi smiled brightly and nodded. "Perfect. It's a good chance to rest and relax a bit." The two walked briskly toward the Elemental Academy. Before them stood a massive stone statue with an ancient, dignified air. The words Elemental Academy, carved on it in solemn lettering. Chu-gi couldn't help but admire it, his gaze sweeping over street lamps twinkling with magical light. No wonder it's the Elemental Academy. Even the streetlights are operated by magic. Unexpected. While they chatted, Sonin turned to Chu-gi, her smile radiant as moonlight. "We gained quite a lot from this depth mode dungeon run. Fortunately, you helped a great deal, brother Chu-gi." Chu-gi modestly waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Ha ha! It's your effort that's key. I only helped a little."